Alright, let's hit the live button. Alright, good afternoon and welcome to the VMaNGOS with Wall lesson number 1. This will be an intro to VMaNGOS, which is a vanilla World of Warcraft private server emulation project. Now, bear with me as I go through the intro and kind of describe everything in case anybody's not really too familiar. I'd like to preface all of this by saying and introducing myself. I'm Wall. I've been dabbling with the VMaNGOS for quite some time now, ever since around the time of HeidiSQL. It's just been mostly a hobby of mine up until the past few years when I started getting more and more into it and taking it a little bit more seriously in all regards there. So I'd like to continue on with this path. I really enjoy working with VMaNGOS and developing vanilla World of Warcraft private servers. I really hope to share the knowledge and experience that I've gained along the way with people who are interested. Now, the biggest thing about a project like this is that it is massive and there's not a lot of information compiled on the internet. So trying to find that information and dig through it for all the little nuances is very difficult, and it's very time consuming, and it's often impossible at times. You basically have to ask somebody who already knows, and if you don't find that person or you don't happen to get a hold of them, then your question often goes unanswered. So the stream hopes to kind of resolve some of those issues and that situation, and I'd like to compile everything together in one source so anybody can just look back throughout the time and open up these videos and have all the information really at their fingertips. Now, again, I'd like to say that I'm a hobbyist. I'm basically self-taught programmer here. Really no experience in it, and I just kind of picked it up along the way. There's going to be a lot of times where I'm probably wrong on something, but that doesn't matter. I've gotten this far myself with whatever information I have, so anybody else can as well, I guess. That's not really a concern as long as it works. Go back and fix it after, I guess. That's always a good philosophy, is just keep digging and keep delving until it's refined. And you know, I'm hoping to learn a lot along the way during these tutorials myself, you know, and hope to share the information obviously that I'm acquiring along the way with the people who are in this classroom sessions and asking the questions as we go through the tutorial. But enough ado, let's begin with the absolute most basic thing that you're going to need to do. First off, open up a browser, and you're going to want to open up to github.com, and we're actually going to go to VMaNGOS. I'll give everybody a second to get there. And this is really the foundation, the cornerstone of it all. So we're going to open up the VMaNGOS tutorial, and we're going to walk through step by step to exactly where we need to be and exactly where we need to go. Just go to github.com/VMaNGOS/core, and this will open up directly to the VMaNGOS core, and this has all the information for the server essentially. And I'll go through and I'll describe all the stuff step by step, what this all details and what this all means, all the little details of it. But for now, we're just going to start with getting the basic tools that we're going to need to get the server cloned from VMaNGOS or from GitHub and built on our own local systems. So let's go back to the main directory. It'll be github.com/VMaNGOS. Oh, excellent. Thank you for posting the link in chat, Farah. And we're just going to go to the main directory, and we're going to go to the wiki, in fact. Or you can scroll all the way down at the end of the page for the core, and it'll show the wiki link. So vmangos.com, or github.com/VMaNGOS/wiki. Now this page, if you follow this page step by step, you'll have your own private server running by the end of the day. There's a lot more to it in terms of details that you're going to need to know how to like set it up for open play with other people, and enabling all the network stuff that you're going to need to do. But for now, this will get a local emulator copy running that you'll be able to run on your own machine, and you'll be able to edit. Now, a lot of people talk about the repacks. The repacks are basically the pre-built version of this. They're very simple to use, very convenient. Brutality does an excellent job at keeping them up to date. So they're very reliable. And you just fire it up and you're good to go, basically. Now this is the entire, the whole shebang here. And this guide will take you step by step all the way through. You have to follow it very carefully, though. It's very easy to mess one or two things up, and then feel like you're at a dead end and you don't really know what to do. And that can be frustrating at times. There's going to be a lot of frustrations trying to create new stuff, and I spend most of my days bashing my head against a wall trying to figure out, things firsthand, just so I can, get stuff done. But don't worry, that's the joy of learning. So now that we're on the wiki page, we're just going to go through step by step. This guide is going to assume that everybody's working on Windows. If you're on Linux, you'll need to follow the Linux guide, and this tutorial does not cover that. It'll show you, obviously, throughout the series, basic things such as the database structures and the client files, stuff like that. But in terms of building the core on Linux, that's not territory that we're going to be touching on in this video. It's not too difficult. If you're on Linux right now, it's basically the same thing. You're just going to have to, define your targets with whatever. I think they still use CMake on Linux. I'm not too familiar myself, so can't really attest to it. But you'll just run your compiler and build it. I think it's done with Clang, but I could be very, very wrong on that. So don't quote me on it. Again, this guide will pertain specifically to Windows. Mac users, I would suggest moving towards Windows Dual Boot, simply because the client for 1.12 is becoming deprecated. If you're running a Hermes proxy server, it's a little bit more doable because you can still run the core and then run the client, but Mac is becoming deprecated for running the game itself. So we're just going to go through, click on the first link, compiling on Windows, and the guide is going to provide you all the software, and it'll show you, the various requirements for things. Once everybody's there, we're just going to be talking about the few tools that you're going to need to get set up first, and then the few dependencies that you're going to need as well. So Visual Studio is going to be the development environment that you're building everything in. This is essentially your compiler and where you're going to edit all your source code through Visual Studio. The guide says to use the 2015 version, which I personally used for quite some time, but during working on Everlook, I actually switched over to Visual Studio 2022 and haven't encountered any issues with it. So if you want to use the older version, you can use the older version. If you want to use the newer, you can use the newer. There's probably some functions that might be deprecated, but I don't have any errors with it. There's no issues so far. For now, though, we're just going to click here and we're going to open the link. And you'll see 7.1 gigabyte download. It's going to take a while, so get that all set up. And for this first tutorial, like I said, we're just going to be getting all the tools together and all the stuff that's going to be required. Be prepared to be downloading some stuff, though. You're going to need about 10 gigabytes in total disk space just for the server core and everything, and the tools necessary. Along with the client, too, I would say make sure that you have about 15 in total, just to have a little bit of room to work with. I'm actually going to cancel the download because I already have it, so I don't need it. Alright, just making sure I don't have part of that file still. So, get that Visual Studio download started. 2015 version, totally fine. Next, we're going to want to download CMake. CMake is the utility that you're going to be using to build your solution file. CMake is basically a program that you use to put all of the different files that are together, that are in the solution together, and combine them. And it defines the targets and the different dependencies and whatnot that you're going to need for the solution, so it kind of knows how to interact with itself. That's a very basic description of it, but this will be the tool that we use to anytime we run migrations on the database, which are like updates in the database itself. They're done through migrations, and they'll run a function that will add the migration to the core, so that the server itself knows the history of updates it has and what it's supposed to have in order to properly function. Anytime we add migrations, you're going to need to rebuild the solution and retarget it with CMake, because it'll have updated those migration lists within the server. Otherwise, you'll boot up the server and it'll say, oh, you have extra migrations that you don't necessarily need, when obviously they are necessary. So for now, we're on the CMake page. We're going to download the let's see, latest release stable. Do we want to build? Alright, grab the installer, x64 installer. And that's assuming that you're, you know, on the correct platform there. A very quick download, and once that's all done, we're just gonna let that sit in the folder for now. We're gonna go back to the VMaNGOS wiki, and the third piece of required software is going to be Git. Some people call it JIT, I call it Git. Let's see, download for Windows. Click here to download the latest 64-bit version of Git for Windows. Now we're going to want to use this to clone the repo. Now I don't know if this is the full version of this download. I actually haven't downloaded this in a while, but I just use the git bash. It's much more convenient once you kind of have it all figured out what you're doing. And this will be what git bash looks like. It's basically just a terminal, and it'll handle all of the commands for git. If you're familiar with Linux, you know what you're looking at here, but don't be too overwhelmed. The version with the GUI is definitely easier to use, but for now we're just going to be focusing on learning the few basic commands that you're going to need and kind of how they work and what they do. We'll get a lot more into this probably in not next month's lesson, but the month after that, on really how to utilize this. And we'll get our own repo set up and everything so that we have our own code bases maintained in GitHub. But for now, we're just going to be using this to clone the code, and you won't really have to touch it elsewise. Now, I'm going to run this real quick just to make sure that this is git bash. Okay, yeah, this is git bash there. So this is the correct one. And I'm just going to exit setup. I'm just going to leave these up. And again, if you have any questions at any point, feel free to type it in the chat. I'm constantly watching, so I'll be able to take a look. I do have somebody asking in the general channel on Discord why comments are turned off for the live stream. I don't plan on addressing comments through YouTube's interface, it's through the Discord. So just ask questions in the VMaNGOS Classroom channel. Currently, I do want to restrict it, which is why it's only available to Patreon supporters, simply because I really can't help 500 people at once. So I do have to have a little bit of a barrier. But as long as you're following along, you can follow along to the live stream and, you know, figure it out step by step. Or ask questions after the stream. I'm more than happy to answer after. It's just more so a time constraint. Moving back into the next required dependency, hopefully everybody's about halfway through, maybe a little bit less, about a quarter, through the download of Visual Studio. And it's not a huge file, so that'll be done by the end of the lesson, and we'll be able to get that fired up. But for now, we're going to get our dependencies, which are ACE and TVB. TVB is essentially a memory allocation library. Now, I'm not too keen and savvy on these two myself, but essentially ACE handles networking and TVB handles memory allocation. And they're required dependencies to make the server work. That's pretty much all you're going to need to know about them anyways. So for now, we're going to want to get ACE installed, and then we'll install TVB after. ACE will need to be built with Visual Studio though, so we're going to need to get Visual Studio up and running first. Okay, Farah asks real quick, the CMake version that we're going to need to grab. Click on the latest stable release, and you'll see right down here, Windows x64 installer. Just click on the MSI link, and this will download the installer for Windows. This is the pre-built one, and that's all you need for CMake. You don't need to build your own. There's a few programs that are just pretty boilerplate. CMake is one of them, along with the two dependencies I was addressing. So once you have CMake downloaded, we'll go through the installation of all these programs afterwards. Just get them downloaded first, and then we'll walk through step by step. For now, though, we're going to get the ACE micro release and the TVB dependencies downloaded. So we're going to skip ahead a little bit in the guide, but for now we're just going to get these downloaded. Click here for exact version used in the guide for ACE dependencies. This is on the VMaNGOS wiki page. So click here, and this will get you exactly what you need. Let's find the right version though. We don't need ACE Tau. Let me in fact find the version that I downloaded. It would have just been ACE zip. That's all we need. So on the ACE dependency page, go all the way down, and we're just going to grab ace.zip. That's all we need. That'll be in our downloads here. And then once we have that downloaded, we're just going to let that sit in the downloads folder. We're going to go back to the VMaNGOS wiki, and we're going to get our TVB now. TVB on this page for their GitHub, they have several different versions, but you're going to want to get the osswin.zip. That's for Windows. Down the road, once you're more familiar, you'll be able to build from source if you really want. And this can help if you're really savvy, but it's not something that we'll ever touch on with this tutorial. These are just dependencies, and these are considered third-party tertiary pieces to it. So now that we have TVB For Windows, the osswin.zip downloaded and ace.zip downloaded. We're going to go through and get this all built for Ace. Ace is going to require Visual Studio, so once that's all downloaded, we'll go through the installation process on that. And then TVB, it's basically just drag and drop, extract it, and then we're good. So, going back up to the top of the guide, I'm just going to ask in the chat right now, has everybody got their Visual Studio fully downloaded? Because we can wait a few moments until everybody gets theirs. Okay, Plex already has it. No, Plex is a developer, he already knows. Farah, for now, just download the Ace stuff. That's all you need to know. We're gonna get the next step on it. Just click here for the exact version used in guide for Ace, and then scroll all the way down and get ace.zip. And that's the file you're gonna want. And did you manage to get Visual Studio 2015 downloaded, Vera? Okay. Well, that's fine. We're just going to take a 2-minute pause real quick. I want to grab a beverage and a quick smoke while that's downloading, and then we're going to move on to the next portion of the guide. Next portion is going to detail how to install Ace by building it with Visual Studio. And we're going to extract TVB, get those set up as dependencies, and create environment variables. So, we're going to reconvene in 2 minutes here. Alright, we're back from the short break here. Pharaohs should mostly be downloaded now, so we're going to move on to the next portion. And of course that will be getting our Visual Studio installed. You're going to want to click the executable that you had downloaded. I already have it installed and Plex already has it installed, so just click on the version that you had downloaded and run the installer. It's very basic, and get that all set up. And once that's all set up, you'll see. Let me get this pulled up. We have a bit of a delay here. Okay. So you'll see the Visual Studio suite pulled up here. Visual Studio, like I said, it's an IDE, which stands for Integrated Development Environment. And this basically has all the tools that you're going to need to build stuff using C++ and various languages. It actually supports many different languages. This is your basic compiler that you'll use. CMake that we downloaded, we're going to install that next. So once you've got your Visual Studio all set up, just run your CMake program. That should install CMake. Again, very boilerplate. Just run it and it'll install. And once you have that installed, you'll see what it looks like. We're actually going to clean the cache right now. And we're going to have to make a new directory here. For workloads in VS, you don't really have to worry about anything. You just need the most basic environment. Yeah, if it asks for anything extra with like Azure or Qt, don't worry about that for now. You'll never need those until you start moving on to maybe like Blender and map development. Qt integration for Visual Studio is useful, but you'll most likely just end up using Qt, which is basically a different IDE. And Azure is totally irrelevant for this. You could technically run a server on Azure, but there's no point for that. You're much better off running it on Steel, bare metal. Then on, we should have Visual Studio all set up at this point, and we should have CMake set up at this point. So now that we have those two things, we're going to get our ACE dependencies built. So let's follow the guide. Now that we have the latest ACE micro release, we're going to extract it into our drive, which we're just going to reference as the C drive for now, just for convenience sake. Now just extract those files into your C drive and you'll see the various files here. And this will be our extracted file. It's ACE wrappers, ACE underscore wrappers. Now that we have all that extracted, we're going to go back to the guide. And we're going to want to go into the ACE wrappers / ACE folder and create a file named config.h. Paste the following into it. And this will include our config for ACE in our solution file. So let's open up ACE. We're going to go into the ACE folder within ACE wrappers. And I already have mine created, but we're going to do it again just for the guide. We're going to create a file named config.h. So do a file config.h. Actually, we're going to have to save this as a file though. So open it up in Notepad. I use Notepad++. We're actually going to go through the download of that as well. Just going to paste that in though. And we're going to change the file type to save as C++ source file. Actually, should that be a header? No, that's correct. Now that already exists, but that's fine. I'm just going to replace mine. Let's backtrack a second though, because I didn't go over Notepad++. You can do this in Notepad, but I would definitely suggest Notepad++. We're just going to Google Notepad++. You'll see notepad++.org. This is definitely going to be the best Notepad editor. Just get the 8.4.8 version. Very easy download. And once you have that downloaded, just run it, install it, and then you're going to want to use this from now on. And you'll definitely come to favor this over any other text editor unless you have one that you already prefer, aside from the default Notepad. This is primarily, though, what I'm actually using for most of the stuff that I do is just Notepad++. It has markdowns for different programming languages, so like SQL. It'll color code everything, same with C or C++ or Python, depending on what you have the file saved as. So it's got nice templates that color code everything and make it a lot more readable. And we're just going to assume that you've got that downloaded and installed. Again, just Google Notepad++. You see at the top there. And then grab the latest version. Alright, now back into the ACE thing that we were doing. We've opened up the ACE wrappers folder. We've gone to the ACE subdirectory. And let me get rid of that. And like I said, you're going to click on just create a new text document for now. And then you're going to open it up in Notepad++. So edit Notepad. And then, again, you're just going to paste what was in the VMaNGOS guide right below it, where it says copy this and paste it. So we pasted that in there, and then just, like I did, save as. We're going to save it as config.h. And you don't even really need to include the .h. We're going to change the save as type to C++ source file. And automatically removes the h, because it'll append the extension automatically with this option. Oh. Yeah, see? I shouldn't even included the .h at first. So I need to save it as config.h. Correct. Okay, so yeah, you do need the .h at the end. My apologies on that. I thought it would automatically determine, but it saved it as a C++ file. So save it as config.h and make sure you save as type C++ source file. Now that we have our config.h file set up within our ACE directory, we're just going to leave that open for now and minimize. Now we can open the ACE wrappers VC14 solution file and build the project with Visual Studio. Remember to switch the configuration to release before pressing build. If you wish to build for x64, then change the neighboring setting from Win32 to Win64. So what we're going to do is we're going to open our ACE wrappers directory, and you're going to go down and you're going to see the ACE wrappers VC 14. Is it 12 or 14? Okay, VC 14 file. These are different solutions for different versions of Visual Studio, but we're just going to go with the VC 14, of course. And it's ACE wrappers VC 14, not the ACE VC 14. Make sure you click the ACE wrappers. If you have VS 2022, it's fine. There's no issues. I use that one myself, so if it's already targeted to an earlier version of Visual Studio, like the message that I'm getting right now, I'll pull this up. It says retarget projects. The following projects use an earlier version of Visual C++ platform toolset. You can upgrade your projects to target the latest Microsoft solutions, or you can target it to Windows SDK version from those installed on your machine. So let's see. Platform toolset. We don't want to upgrade. We're just going to use the oh, don't worry. You hopefully won't have this message because you're using the correct version. And completed, no failures, so no issue there. So yeah, let's backtrack a second, make sure we can get everybody caught up and minimize everything. And we're going to go back to the wiki guide, and what we did was, of course, we installed Visual Studio and got that all set up. So if you haven't downloaded Visual Studio and set that up yet, that's the next step you need to be doing. We downloaded CMake, and we ran the installer for CMake. We downloaded Git, and we ran the installer for Git. You should see it in your downloads folder, Farah. Farah asks, how do we know if we have downloaded Visual Studio? Open up your downloads folder, and if the download's complete, if your browser shows downloads like at the bottom for Google Chrome, and I would suggest if you don't use Chrome, you know, there's other browsers you can use, but just for the sake of the guide, you'll see obviously all the downloads at the bottom. If you need help locating your downloads folder, do you see any of these at the bottom of your browser? I'm not sure what browser you're using, Farah. If you see the download buttons, you can just right-click them and then hit Show in Folder. So pull that up and Show in Folder, and then you'll see the various downloads that we've got. Go back to our downloads here. So for now, we don't need to worry about too much besides just getting everything downloaded and installed. Okay, you don't have those icons, then you're going to want to just open up your start menu, go to your computer, and you should have your downloads within your libraries. If not, go to your documents. Oh, actually yours is probably a different place. This will be in your libraries for your user. So locate your downloads folder on your computer. That's the first step to finding all this stuff. And if you can't locate it, you should be able to find where your browser is saving all your stuff to. If you open up your settings on your browser, it should say where the download path is. I'll give you a moment to find that, but let me know when you do. In fact, it'd probably be even easier if you just search for CMake, and it probably will show you where the file is in your downloads. Let's see, what was the exact name of it? Or if you downloaded the ACE folder, you can search ace.zip. It should be in your downloads. You'll see it on the menu, right click and open folder location. You'll see where it all is. I would sort by date of download. For Visual Studio, click, okay, if you haven't gotten Visual Studio downloaded yet, you're going to want to, click here, and you'll see vs2015.3.com. It's an ISO file. It'll be labeled vs2015.3. Look for a file named vs. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's going to be a delay. It's fine, though. Just let me know if you have trouble locating the file. Okay, perfect. Yeah, and then run that file. I'll give you a moment to install that and get it all set up. We're going to take another 2-minute break. And, this monthly lesson will typically persist for about 2 hours every Saturday. I don't mind running over the time, so if y'all want to hang out and we're in the middle of something, you know, that's fine. But you can always expect at least 2 hours on every Saturday. And, the first few lessons will be a little bit slower, just trying to get all the tools set up, so there's no rush here. Okay, I see your pictures here. I've never seen that pop-up that you sent, filesopen.com. Just select the bubble that says what Windows manage the file and hit OK. Yeah, and that should allow the installer to run. If you're having trouble with that version, we can just get you the newest version. You can always just click the link where it says Microsoft Visual Studio. If you click on that, you can always just grab the Community 2022. That's the version that I use. The guide, though, specifically says, in fact, that might even be easier for you. If you're having trouble with that link, just go to the Visual Studio link right on the wiki. It says Visual Studio. Click on that. Okay, yeah. So you're not able to run that. Just get the 2022 version then. Get that downloaded. It'll download the setup installer for you. And you can use the older version. You can use the newer version. They all work. Britannia personally uses the older version just because that's what it was originally built with, and there's really no need to move beyond it. The newer one just kind of has, you know, more updated, integrated stuff for newer things. But obviously, we're building a 15-year-old video game emulator, 20-year-old now almost. So, so don't expect too many new fancy things. All right, backtracking though. Back to the wiki. We're going to let Farah take a minute to get that downloaded and installed. We're going to take a 2-minute break, and then we're going to, next step, we're going to get our ACE wrappers compiled. And we're going to get our TBB set up, and then we're going to set up our environment variables. Once we have all that set up, then we'll be prepared to get the source code and get it compiled. So, very exciting. The lesson will continue for at least another hour here, and we should have that all accomplished by the end. Let's take a 2-minute break though. Yes, chatting. The lessons will always be available on YouTube. So anybody who wants to follow along with the guides afterwards can. It's obviously going to be a little bit slower paced than a direct tutorial because it's a classroom session, but it definitely contains a lot of information. And who knows, maybe somebody in the future will cut it all down just for the basics. We're going to move on with the next portion here. Okay, perfect. Pharaoh's got the Visual Studio installer running. So you should have that up in a moment. We can follow along for the rest of the steps. Just make sure you have that config file created. And again, make sure you have Notepad++ downloaded in order to create this file. And I'm just going to do a quick check, make sure everybody's ready for the next portion. And just type in chat if you are. Or if you need a second or you're stuck on something, let me know and I'll help. Alright, just helping Farah real quick with the installation. No, you do not need any of those. You can just leave those unchecked and hit install. You don't need Azure or Python or Node or anything. .NET framework can be useful, but it's not particularly for this project, so we're not going to worry about that whatsoever. And Python development can be useful along with Node, but again, those are tertiary, those are much more advanced. Those are things that I don't even touch on, nor do I know. I'm not fluent with Python, I barely use it, and I don't think I've ever used Node. Alright, well back to the guide now. We're going to move on to the building of the ACE wrappers. So just follow along. You'll be able to catch up after. We're going to have a little pause. So let's get our... Oop, one second. I'm going to switch over to the version that I've got. Backtracking a bit, we're going to go to our ACE folder that we had set up. That'll be our ACE wrappers that we had extracted into our C drive. And we're going to go down to the ACE _ wrappers _ VC14 solution file. And just double click to open that. And if it asks to retarget the solution, just select the boxes for do not retarget or no retargeting. Then open it, and it should open with no problem. To get this built, it's very easy. Just make sure we have our gperf selected. And at the top, you're going to see the release configuration. Make sure that this is set to release. And we're going to assume that everybody's using 64-bit Windows platform. I personally use 7. 10 is fine. You know, any version should work. XP is also fine. If you're on 32-bit, you're going to want to build for 32, but I'm assuming you're on 64, so make sure this is 64. If you don't know which one you are, let me know. But we're just going to assume it's 64. So now that we've got those selected properly, we're going to right-click. Actually, we'll just go make sure our solution is selected. And we're going to go to the top, and you can run clean solution first, but since this is a new solution file, we're just going to click build. And it'll start compiling all the stuff that we need for ACE wrappers. And our build succeeded with full PDB, which is the debugging file that we'll need if we want to run debuggers. TBB memory debugging is often enough, but full debugging sometimes will be necessary. So now that this is built, it'll have installed into the directory that we had indicated. So we're going to go back to the wiki here. Actually, I don't know if this did it correctly because it's showing ACE is unloaded. Let me make sure that this is correct, in fact, before we move on. Yes, ACE _ wrappers _ VC14. But yes, my ACE is seeming to be unloaded, so we're going to actually have to clean the solution. There's going to be definitely some roadblocks that we're running into because I'm trying to reinstall this stuff while it's already installed, so I wouldn't doubt if we see some funny stuff cropping up, but we'll hammer it out. I might need to actually retarget the solution. Let's see. Yeah, give me a second. I'm going to click around on some of this stuff. Let me know where you're at, Farah. Did you get Visual Studio all set up and installed? Okay. Have you gotten your config file created for your ACE wrappers? Yeah, this is definitely not. This ain't what we need. Oh, you definitely have it. The installer ran. You should be able to click on Start now, and you should see Visual Studio 2022 if it was installed correctly. If not, you can search Visual Studio. If the year is different, that's fine. Whatever version you have installed. Oop. Yeah, I've got two running right now. Yeah, always avoid opening the solution file twice. No, we're not going to create anything. Just open it up. Let it sit there. Yeah, just as long as it's running. That's all you got to do. Alright, so let's just backtrack a bit, of course. Let's make sure that we have ACE downloaded and TBB downloaded, which we should have already done. Make sure that we have our config file created, which we had talked about earlier in the guide. If you don't have the config file, speak up. Okay, if you haven't downloaded TBB, yeah, get all the downloads done right now, so we have everything downloaded. Download ACE, click on the link for the exact version, and click on the link for the exact version for TBB. Again, for TBB, when you click on it, if you'll see, there's a few different files. You're going to want to grab the one that says osswin.zip, download that. And for ACE, you're going to want to get the ace.zip file, if you haven't gotten those yet. item types. Version is included as custom version. Okay, going back to TBB. TBB is a dependency that's used by the project, and it basically handles memory allocation. It's like the simplest terms. You're going to want to get the OSS_win.zip version. Do this one right here. And thus far, we should have installed 6 different things: Visual Studio, CMake, Git, Ace, TBB, and Notepad++. I'm just really hoping that Ace can be built with 2022. If not, I'll just upload the built version. It's unfortunate, but it's not distributed as a pre-built. And that might actually be the problem there. The 2022 version might not actually be able to build the solution. It needs to be retargeted. So for now, we're just going to use the 2015 version. If you don't have the 2015 version, I'm just going to post the built version. So again, open up your ace_wrappers_vc14 solution file in your VS 2015. And we're going to want to set the config to release and set it to 64-bit. Then we're going to build the solution. Make sure we have Ace selected. And if you can't get this built, that's fine. I'm just going to, like I said, post the built version. And then you can just download that and use that. And please use the VMaNGOS Classroom channel. Don't mix direct messages in this because it's very hard to follow both. Yeah, if Visual Studio 2022 isn't going to let you build, then download the 2015 version. I think that this is really the only roadblock to using the newer version. But if you want to continue using 2022, that's fine. I'm just going to post the Ace dependencies. Let me post the links to all the downloads. And that's for Notepad++. And the rest of the download links are right on the wiki. Right at the top here. there is a nice video tutorial for getting all this stuff set up, which is a little bit more obviously condensed, but it doesn't touch on anything that's going to be moving past this. So if you do need to go back in the future and find a more condensed version, you can find that right here, right on the video tutorial link on the wiki. Okay, Farrell, let me know when you've got Notepad++ installed, and then we're going to create that config file for ACE. And we're still building the ACE wrappers here, so just let this run. Okay, now that you've got Notepad++ downloaded, we're going to create that config file. So get that all installed. Once you've got that all installed, we're going to navigate to our extracted ACE wrappers folder, which we downloaded ACE wrappers. You'll see that in your downloads folder. Just right click it and extract it to your C directory. If you don't have 7-zip, you're going to want 7-zip. It's just a lot better for handling zip files. Huh, one failed. What's that? Toolset V10. Error out if toolset does not exist in older versions of Visual Studio. Alright, let me go through this a bit. Okay. Farrah, we're gonna help you get that config file made. Then, yeah, we're gonna have to move on. So we're going to navigate to our downloaded ACE wrappers folder. This will be the zip file that we had gotten, the ACE zip file, and you're going to want to extract it. If you have 7-zip, you can extract it to a specific place, but you're going to want to make sure that it's in your main directory for your drive, so your C directory. Once we have that extracted, that'll look like this folder, an unzipped folder, ACE_wrappers. You're going to click that, and then you're going to go to the ACE folder, and we're going to want to create this config file, which doesn't exist in your version. So we're going to right click and create a new text document. And if you can't follow along right now, that's fine, but You can always just go back and watch through this part. And then we're going to edit this with Notepad++. And we're going to go to where it says to paste this. And we're going to want to copy and paste directly into the Notepad. And we're going to want to save it as a C++ source file. We're going to name it config, make sure it's capitalized, .h. And I already have one that exists. So config.h. We're going to try and figure out the ACE wrappers conundrum here. Bit environment instead. It's been a while since I've had to build ACE wrappers, so show file extensions in Explorer. Oh, Britannia is 100% right. Actually, I didn't set that right. Whatever. Yeah, actually, that you're here, maybe you'll be able to answer this. It's been a long time since I've had to build ACE wrappers, and we got the 2015 version of Visual Studio, but it seems to be throwing an error with the tool set for ACE wrappers. I'm just going to give them the version that I already have built. But, are you familiar with this? It's attempting to retarget the solution since most people are using the 2022 version. You'll see it at the end. It'll fail to build ACE wrappers because of the argument for platform toolset. Oh, no worries, Pharaoh. That's the whole point of the classroom here. Yeah, I've never had an error before while building it, but now I'm running into one. Oop. Yeah, let this finish building. Yeah, yeah, I had seen that the one was still running. Yeah, I always break my IntelliSense by trying to open a second solution. It should be almost done though. Yeah, that worked fine. Okay. Yeah, it must just be the 2022 version. It's not working. So we'll want to use 2015. Yeah, great success. So now that we have that all set up, we can move on to the next part of the guide. And that'll be setting up our environment variables. First, let's get TBB extracted. So we had downloaded TBB as well in our downloads folder. You're just going to want to right-click and extract that, obviously. We're going to want to make sure that that's in the same place as the ACE wrappers in our main drive directory. So you'll see that I've already got that extracted in mine. And TBB is nice and simple. You just extract that. Yeah, I had tried the 2022 version, but it was running in the issue with retargeting for newer toolset. Okay, now that we've got TBB extracted, we should already have our ACE wrappers built now and have the config file created. We're going to go and set up our environment variables. Now, this is an important part, so we're going to make sure that we do this correctly. And you're going to want to click on your Start menu. And you're going to want to right-click on My Computer. So open up your drive. I'm going to click on My Computer. And we're going to go down to Properties. And then Advanced System Settings. See Advanced System Settings. And then under the Advanced tab of System Properties, we're going to see our Environment Variables section. And then we're going to need to establish the system variables for ACE and TBB so that we can use them. So, environment variables, we're going to set them up in new, and we're going to type ACE_root, all caps, for the name, and ACE_wrappers, spelled exactly like this in the wiki, for the value. And we're going to do the same for TBB root with TBB instead. So as you see, I already have mine set up. If I were to click new, I would just type in ACE wrappers and then just like that, and I would hit OK. And that would add the system variable. Make sure that you're doing this in the system variable and not the user variable section. And then we have our one for TBB already set up as well, TBB root. And then once you're done, you're going to want to hit OK. And OK. And that will have set up our environment variables so that we can use those. Now we're going to take a short break, 2-minute break here. Make sure that you're all caught up right to this part 4. We're going to want to make sure that we have achieved all the steps at this point. So scroll up and go back if you haven't gotten all this stuff done. We've got our Visual Studio set up, installed, configured, and we have just built our ACE wrappers with it. We should have CMake installed. We should have Get Bash installed. And of course we have our ACE and TBB dependencies, along with the config file created for ACE. make sure that we're all caught up here. We're going to take a 2-minute break, just give everybody time, and then we're going to move on to essentially the last part, which is getting our source code from GitHub. We're going to use git bash to clone that into a directory. Then we're going to configure the solution with CMake, and then we're going to build the project. Then after that, we're gonna take this first lesson. We're gonna extend it a little bit out further because I want to go through the setting up the database, and we're gonna maybe even touch on setting up your various network configurations that you're gonna need. It says Ace is unavailable in Visual Studio. Yeah, and I think you got the 2022 version, don't you? Or do you have the 2015? If you have the 2015 version, what I would suggest doing is going to the... Yeah, let's see. Okay, you've got both. Then make sure that you right-click ace_wrappers_VC14 and open with Visual Studio 2015. Yeah, unfortunately the newer one isn't going to work. Here, try and open with 2015 and see what it says. Ah, crap. I already got one open. Same mistake over again. You do have the program, Farah. You had it installed. Remember that program that it said create new solution file? That is Visual Studio. It's like it's a program that you can load in files into, and then they, get compiled through it. So you did have it installed. You had the newer version, though. So we're going to see if we can get this built with the newer version, just for simplicity's sake. Well, we're going to find out. We're going to try and get 2022 to work. Click on Ace project. A project with duplicated project item. Version is included as custom build and then as none item types. See, I'm not too familiar with what that means. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with changing tool sets myself, so we can Google it real quick. Changing tool set VS 2022. Properties page, select platform tool set. Okay. Properties page. Newer version of Ace. That would probably even work a little bit better. Yeah, actually this might... I'm familiar with this page. I think that this is actually the one that I used was the newer version. I pasted the link in the chat. Let me run through it and make sure that this is the correct one. Yeah, this one should work with 2022. The one on the guide probably only works with the older solution file, or the older tool set. Okay, so yeah, grab the download from that link. It's going to be the ACE zip file, ACE only zip format, and you're just going to click HTTP. If you click the link, it should just start the download. Yeah, ACE-7011. Extract here. And now we have the ACE wrappers extracted folder. And again, if you don't have 7-zip, let me just give you the link for 7-zip. You can extract it with the Windows extractor, but 7-zip is obviously just better. And now that we have the extracted ACE wrappers folder, we're going to want to move that to our C drive main directory. For now, I'm just going to rename this one. And of course, close this. There we go. If it's not letting you rename it, just close out your solution files. Oh, thank you for pasting that, Zog. We're gonna use the newer version of ACE wrappers though. It should be supported with the newer version of Visual Studio. We'll find out though. Okay, yeah, ACE wrappers VS 2019. We're gonna try and open this with our 2022 version of Visual Studio. So navigate in the new extracted version of ACE wrappers, and it should say ACE wrappers VS 2019 now, and open it with 2022. And this should work just out of the box, or not. Alright, well, we're going to try and retarget it. Okay, that seemed to have worked. Beautiful. So when that dialog box pops up, when you go to load it in Visual Studio, just select it for retargeting. I believe it was 10.4, whatever is the default should be, should work. And then of course we're going to want to change our configuration to release, and make sure it's set to whatever our OS is running, 64-bit. And then we're going to build the solution file. Oh, I already see the mistake. We had re-extracted our ACE folder, our ACE wrappers folder, but we hadn't made the config once more, so we're going to need to go through and do that again. And that'll be the thing that we had to copy and paste in that file. And this one says it doesn't exist anymore, but that's fine. So open up your ACE wrappers folder that we had just recreated, and of course open the ACE folder, and we're going to remake that config file. So we just make a new text document, and I'm going to edit that with Notepad++. We're going to paste that in there from the wiki. Oh yeah, Britannia. We had done that previously, but now that we've got the new version, we're going to have to remake it. So we're going to, of course, paste that in the text file. We're going to change that to C++ source file, and then we're going to save that as config.h. Make sure it's saved in our ace wrappers /ace folder. And now we have our header file with our configuration set up. So we're going to clean the solution. And now we're going to rebuild it now that we have the config file set up. And this should go flawlessly. And yeah, like Bertalny said, make sure you always change it to release and specify which platform you're working with. I'm using 64-bit. I'm just going to assume it's 64 as well. And something I've realized too is if you're in the Discord chat, just I would personally just mute the Discord and follow along with the YouTube. That might be a little bit simpler if there's a delay. There's a 3-second stream delay, so we're trying to take this as step by step as possible just to make sure we can cover any bases if we have any issues. While this is building, I'm going to go have a quick smoke break, and then we're going to get back to getting our code base cloned from GitHub and built. Yeah, it should be almost done. Another minute or so. Farah, if you're here, did you manage to get the Ace wrapper solution file open? Oh, no worries. Yeah, let's walk it back through then. Make sure we touch on all the bases. So, you should have the 2022 version of Visual Studio installed. That should already be installed, so don't worry about that. CMake and Git, if they're not installed, we'll worry about those after. Just got to make sure that we have the Ace dependencies. This was the link that I pasted here. So, let's just walk it through. If you haven't downloaded that, grab that. Okay, you have that. Have you extracted that? If you haven't yet, you'll find the zip folder. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're going to need to extract that into the main directory of your drive. Oh, that's fine. Whatever your drive is labeled as, I have a second drive, it's an E drive. It doesn't necessarily have to be in C, but they should all be in your same drive. So if you've got it all downloaded and you're setting it all up on an external drive, then just change whatever the directory label is. If it says C, but your external drive is like an E or a D drive, then just use that letter instead. You'll have to kind of readjust for that. But you'll see the zip file. It's the ACE 7.0.11, not the other one that we had gotten earlier. In fact, I'm going to delete that. And, okay, so then right click and you can just hit extract all, and it should create a folder called ACE in the same directory. It'll be called ACE underscores wrappers. Okay, then you're going to want to take that and drag that into the... yeah, take that ACE wrappers folder and navigate to the main directory. You can just cut it or copy it. Navigate to the main directory of wherever you're installing all of this. If it's just your external drive right there, then as long as it's there, that's fine. But you'll have to set up your environment variables based on where you have it installed, so I'll go back through that process. So just navigate to the main directory. What is your drive labeled so I can address it properly? Is it E or D? Okay, so that'd be a J drive. The letter's irrelevant, it's just how your computer denotes it. So you're going to want to go to, you can click on My Computer and you'll see all your drives. And just double click on the J drive, whatever your external drive is, and paste your ACE wrappers folder. For me, it's my C drive, so my ACE wrappers folder. And then once you have that pasted, you're going to double click it, and you'll see all the different folders within it. You're going to double click ACE, so ACE wrappers / ACE. And then let me know when you're here, so we can get this config file made for you. If you need additional help, don't be afraid to screen share. I can enable that. Yeah, I give you permissions with screen share. You should be able to screen share. Yeah, whenever you're ready, you should be able to. I change permissions. Are you having some trouble getting the screen share? Just me. I don't know if that's possible in the voice chat here. Alright, let's take a look here. Okay. Pull up your Alright, we got a bit of an echo there. I muted myself. You should be able to hear me through the YouTube video. So just pull up your directory for your drive. Yeah, I can see the stream here. Yeah, Twilight Zone moment. Very true. For now, Pharaoh, just pull up the directory for your drive. I can only see the Discord, so... Alright, let me know if you can hear me now. Alright, can you hear me? Yeah, you should be able to. Alright, so navigate to your drive. I might still be echoing. Yeah, mute your YouTube. Alright, test. Yeah, mute the YouTube. Okay. I'm still gonna echo. That's fine for now. Mute me on Discord. I'm just gonna type. That's the extracted version you're going to want to paste into there. Hopefully you can hear me through YouTube, just because I'd rather speak than have to type here. yeah, you're going to want to open your directory for your drive. You said you have a portable drive. It doesn't matter. Just open the main directory. You'll see it on my screen, how I see my computer. I click on it, and I got all the drives listed. So whatever drive you're using, just open directly to it, and you're going to paste ACE wrappers, which you had extracted from that ACE zip file. You're going to want to paste that into your main directory of your drive. And it can be anywhere. We're just using the main directory for simplicity's sake. We just need to have it in a place where we know where it is so we can define it within the system's environment variables. Unfortunately, I can only see the Discord on your live stream, so it's not really going to help much there. But that's fine. Just follow along with my YouTube screen. You'll see. Yeah, you can just cancel the stream for now. So we're just going to assume that you've gotten the ACE wrappers pasted into wherever they need to be. Even if they're not moved, that's fine. Just locate the ACE wrappers folder. If you don't know where it is, then just search ACE_wrappers. And it should just be this one without anything else. We're going to open folder location. So we see where it is. And mine is located in the main directory of my C drive. I'm going to assume yours is in the main directory of your J drive. That's fine. We're going to go through the process of setting up the system's environment variables once more, because we need to essentially tell the computer where these things are located. So, first step though, we're going to need to get TBB installed. So, that file, ACE wrappers, double click that. And you're going to see the solution files, ACE_wrappers_VS 2019. You're going to want to right click that, and then go to Open With, and open with Microsoft Visual Studio 2022. Now, I've already got mine open here. So you're going to see the solution file pop up within Visual Studio. This is your development environment that you're going to be compiling the ACE wrappers, as well as, of course, VMaNGOS later on. Once the solution file is opened, you're going to want to set the configuration for the solution to release. So make sure that it is set to release, and I'm going to assume that you're using 64-bit, so you're going to want to make sure that this is set to x64. Make sure it's x64. And then once you have those set, you should have the solution for ACE and for gperf, and we're going to want to go to the Build tab at the top, and we're going to want to click on Build Solution. I'm just going to click that, and mine has already been built, so it doesn't do anything. But once you click Build, you'll see a whole bunch of stuff happening, and that's your Visual Studio compiling the ACE wrappers that you'll need. So while you've got that compiling, we're gonna talk a little bit about VMaNGOS and a little about what all this stuff means, and go over some of the history of it too. I'm not super familiar. This is definitely more of a question for somebody like Britannia on the whole history of it, but basically MaNGOS it's a framework that is used for massive networked game object servers, which is basically what MaNGOS stands for. If my memory serves correctly, that's the acronym there. VMaNGOS is vanilla, massive network game object server. And game object servers are basically a way of handling client-server interactions by using predefined objects, which are essentially structures within the code that exist that store information about specific things and about specific objects in the game world. And those objects could be obviously many things, but players, creatures, mobs, stuff like that, those are all considered game objects, or objects within the world. Whether or not they're defined as a creature or a player or just a unit, or overall they're typically defined, as objects. And the whole project structures around the handling of these objects, and how does the server handle these objects, and how does the server transmit the handling of these objects to the clients. As well, how do the clients interact with the objects and then transmit their responses back to the server. And how does the server replicate all that information for other people. That's a very brief overview. Very undetailed, probably incorrect in a few places, but that's fine. There's a massive amount of code involved within a project like this, and that's why you don't see MMOs being churned out every year. It takes a lot of people, a lot of time, and a lot of man hours to get something like this even going. And we're going to take it step by step, so you're going to feel overwhelmed at many points. You're going to feel frustrated, but that's fine, because that's all part of the learning experience, and it's really why we're here, is to learn. And just remember, there's always a solution, there's always a way. Just have to find it. VMaNGOS, of course, is a fork from the original Mangos code bases, and it traces its origin all the way back to the start of the private server development emulation projects for World of Warcraft, and even further. It's based off of MaNGOS, of course, which is not particularly related to World of Warcraft in essence, but the project encompasses, client-server responses and game object handling and all that I just described. VMaNGOS is specifically tailored towards vanilla WoW. The code base is mostly maintained by Britannia and a few other people. And they've done an excellent job over the years at making sure that all the bugs are fixed, that it's up to date, that it's got correct information. That's why really VMaNGOS is just so far ahead of any other emulator for vanilla specifically. There's a lot of other different emulators, some of which can handle vanilla. I believe Trinity Core, or CMaNGOS at least, can handle vanilla, which is essentially what VMaNGOS is a fork off of. I think Trinity Core might only be Wrath of the Lich King, but it might also incorporate vanilla within the first 3 expansions, so technically. But not so much with the 1.12 client native handling, which is what VMaNGOS is designed for, is a 1.12 client. There's definitely a lot of different emulation projects, but of course this one is entirely focused on VMaNGOS. I've personally never used any of the other emulators. Don't really have much of a desire, because I'm a vanilla fan myself, so I'm sure all of you are. Let me check through the messages, and we're going to move on to the next step, hopefully. Okay. At the top right, Farah, you see where it says, based on your solution, you might need to install extra components for a full development experience. Click that install button, and hopefully that'll resolve some of your issues. But you did get the solution file loaded, and you do have Visual Studio installed at least, so that's a very good first step. For now, we're gonna move on just to make sure that we have the environment variable set up. So we've already done this once, but we're just going to review it just to make sure that this is correct. And we're going to go to our File Explorer, and we're going to look at our computer. Right-click it, and click on My Properties, and go to Advanced System Settings. And that'll pull up the Systems Property menu. No worries. Farah, for now, just follow this along because we're going to want to get these environment variables set up. And we can worry about getting it all configured after. So, Advanced System Properties tab, we're going to click on Environment Variables. And again, if you've already done this, then you just follow along. We're going to want to define the system variables, though, for ACE wrappers and for TBB. So, I'm going to click on New under System Variables, and we're going to type in ACE_root. And for variable value, we're going to type in the directory that we had put the ACE wrappers folder in. So, Farah, that should be, if it's in your main directory of your portable J drive, that'll be J:\\ace, all caps, _ wrappers, wrappers being lowercase. Make sure that's wrappers. Then you hit OK. Whatever your directory path is, you're going to need to change that for whatever it may be. Farah's was J, so we're just using that for the example. And then, now that we have ACE root set up, we're going to need to do the same for TBB root. And we're going to do new TBB, all cap, _ root, all cap. And then the variable value, of course, is the same directory that we had extracted TBB into. And that should be the J for Farah, that would be J:\\, TBB, \, just like that. Farah, let's recap. It's open up your File Explorer. Oh, and ACE wrappers. Oh, we didn't click anything in ACE wrappers. We're setting up system variables. Let's get this step knocked out, and we'll go back to that, whatever you're stuck on there. So for now, just open up your File Explorer. Wherever you land, that's fine. We're going to click on Computer, or right-click it, and hit Properties. That'll pull up the System Information panel. And then we're going to go to the left column here in Advanced System Settings. That'll pull up this menu with System Properties. And then it'll be under the Advanced tab. We'll see at the bottom, Environment Variables. That's where we're going to define these environment variables. Let me know if you have trouble locating this menu, Farah, because I'd like to move on with the next part. Where are you at, buddy? Okay, well, everybody should have this set up here. And Farah, just let me know where you get there. We can backtrack to it. So now that we've got our environment variables set up, we should again make sure that we have TBB extracted along with ACE. That's where we had set up the defined system variables. If we weren't able to extract them, we're going to need to get that done. So, you know, in my drive, I've got C, slash ace wrappers, and I've got C slash TBV extracted. And that's pretty much this step here. Now, scrolling down in the wiki guide here, we've set up our system environment variables. We've got everything extracted and installed correctly. Now we're going to need to move on to downloading the source code. This is the fun part. So, to download the server code, we're first going to open the command prompt, then navigate to the folder you wish to download it in using the cd command to change directories. Once you are there, type the following to clone the repository. So, we're going to open up git bash. We should have that installed. If we haven't installed that yet, we're going to run through that installation process, but it's very simple. So we had downloaded earlier the git bash program. It'll be labeled git slash 2.39.1-64-bit. So we're going to run that program, and I've already got mine installed, but I'm just going to run it for the example here. And that'll pull up the licensing agreement for Git. La-di-da. And then you can just go through the selections for installation. Whatever is the default is fine. You don't need to change anything. Then just hit next and it should begin the installation process. I've already got mine installed, so. I'm just going to ask everybody in the chat here, once you have git bash installed, let me know, because then we're going to start cloning the code base for VMaNGOS. And then once we've got that cloned, we'll be able to compile it. Well, everybody's getting this all installed and set up. Like I said, just post in the chat once you've done. I'm going to take a 2-minute break and then we'll continue on with the next hour. Okay. What am I eating? I'm eating an off-brand fruit and grain Nutri-Grain bar, strawberry flavored. It's pretty good though, considering it's like the value brand. Farah, it says it won't let me rename it to Ace because it's stuck as Ace 2 since you made a second one. You shouldn't need to rename anything. You should just have that zip file with Ace, and then you extract it, and it'll be called Ace Wrappers, and then you just drag that folder into wherever. If you have one that's pre-existing, just delete it and put the new one in there. And you'll see in my main directory I have the extracted Ace Wrappers folder right in my C drive. Wherever your drive is, that's where you need to extract that folder to. Oh, we're going to move on with the next portion of the lesson here. This will be getting our source code downloaded. I'm assuming everybody's got Git Bash installed, so we're going to open up our Git Bash program. And you'll see the terminal open. Now, first things first, I'm going to make sure everybody's got theirs open. And we're going to need to change the directory to whatever directory we're currently working with. We're going to need to create a directory for this, so open that up, but we're going to move over to our drive, and we're going to define a folder where we want to save it. You can see where I've got all the various servers that I've got set up. I've got, several versions of Wallcraft, Kalimdor. I've got Everlook somewhere in here. We're going to create a new folder in our directory, and we're going to name it to whatever we want to name it for our project. So for this one, we're just going to call it VMaNGOS, and just an empty folder. Now we're going to want to open Git Bash, and we're going to type the following. I'll type it in chat so you can follow along, but we're going to type cd, which is change directory, space C. This is the drive location, so mine is saved in my C drive, / VMaNGOS / and that will change our directory to C drive / VMaNGOS folder. So now we're currently in that empty folder that we had just created. Let me type the command in there. I put the command in chat for everybody to see. You won't be able to copy paste, you just have to type that. And again, if your directory is a different label than C, just change it to whatever letter it is. And now that we're in this blank directory, we're going to need to clone from GitHub. So we're going to run this command, and I'll paste it. We're going to type, now that we're in our file directory that we want to save the code in, we're going to type git clone -b development http github.com/vmangos /core. And once we have that typed in, we just hit enter, and it will begin cloning the code base. The entire VMaNGOS core will get cloned into that folder, and then afterwards we can set up our CMake to target the solution that we've just downloaded, and we'll be able to compile it. Now if you'll see, I'll go over to the VMaNGOS folder that we had just created, and we have the core. And this is the entire code base from GitHub directly in this folder. When choosing directory, it says too many arguments. Okay. Let's just make sure that we're on the right on the blank terminal. If you need to, just hit enter just to clear it, and then cd space, and then whatever your drive directory is. So Trice is having some issues getting into the directory here. And again, if your drive is labeled differently than C, you'll have to change it to whatever letter it is, and whatever folder you save the name as. We're just going to use VMaNGOS for now, so that blank folder, just name it VMaNGOS. Then we're going to want to change our get bash directory to it. So cd changes the drive, and then you just put the file path in there. Let me know if you encounter any more issues, Trice. I don't mind waiting a second here, helping you out. You've got your get bash open, correct? Can you post a screenshot of what you're typing and what it's outputting? While you're doing that, I just want to go back to Farah. Farah, did you manage to get that Ace Wrappers folder extracted? Oh, let me give permissions. 1 second. Okay, you should be able to now. Okay, perfect. Ace Wrappers is extracted in your main directory, and it's labeled like this. Here, I'll type it in chat. The folder should be called that. And then if you double click on it, you'll see a bunch of folders. One will just be called Ace, lowercase, like that. And let me go back to it on the screen here. And you'll see your Ace Wrappers folder in your main directory. And you double click it and you'll see the Ace folder at the top here, if you have it sorted by name. Let me know if you're able to locate that folder. Trice, you should be able to post a screenshot of your get bash. And I'm assuming Plex is well ahead of this. Oh, that's bizarre. Okay. Now that you've got the directory changed, you're just going to want to type that clone as I had posted above. And remember, you can't paste in there, so you have to type that yourself. Okay, you see the ACE folder, Farah? Then we're going to want to double click on that ACE folder. And once you're inside the ACE folder, you're just going to right click somewhere to hit new. So you're just in the margin here. Click new. You're going to create a new text document. And once you've created a new text document, and you don't necessarily have to do it this way, but it's just simple to do it this way. Once you've created the new text document, you're going to right click it and edit with Notepad++. And then once you have that open with Notepad++, we're going to paste this in here, and I'll paste it in the chat for you. So you'll have the new text document open in Notepad++. It should be in the correct file location. And then you're just going to paste that, and then hit File, and then Save As. And we're going to want to make sure that it's saving, you know, in the drive that we're currently located in. It should be acewrappers/ace. We're going to click on Save As Type, and select C++ source file. And then we're going to want to name it config with a capital C .h. And I've already got one created, but we're going to save that as config.h. And once that's saved, then we'll have a configuration file created. That .h extension is a header file, so essentially that's going to be used to feed information to the solution. Header files are basically files that predefine a bunch of stuff for the solution, and it'll have like if something is supposed to be equal to something, it'll define it in the header file so it can be referenced later, kind of like a reference sheet. That's a very basic description, but basically what it is. Going back to Trice, let me know when you've got your GitHub VMaNGOS core cloned into your directory. So you just have change directories into whatever you're cloning it into, and then get clone -b development http://github.com/vmangos/core. It's typed out in the chat there, so you can scroll up and see. And then hit enter once you've typed that, and it should begin cloning into core, and you'll have your code base downloaded. Going back to Farah, you should have created that config file. Let me know if you've got that config.h file made. Can you post the full thing? It cut off after the second part. Unable to access HTTP. Yeah, post the full screenshot. I can't see what the second line is there, Trice. That picture didn't post. Oh, Plex. Oh, there you go. Oh, Plex made a nice little video tutorial there. You can click on that. You should be able to see. Error setting certificate verify locations. Okay, so it's a problem with your GitHub installation. Look at what Trice has done in that video. You can follow along. That's an alternative way to clone it, just using command prompt. Which you can even just open it up in command prompt and basically type that. Yeah, let me know if that works. You're probably going to need to change some sort of certificate setting for your GitHub, or maybe change the directory you have it installed in. Or git bash, I should say. Okay, Farah. If you scroll through the thing, the ACE folder, you should see that config file. And just verify that it looks like this. When you see it, it should say, as a file type, it should say C++ header. As long as it's saved like that, and you have that correct information saved in it, then you should be good there. No worries, I'll get you caught back up here. Now that you've got that config file created, Farah, we're going to establish your system environment variables. So open up your File Explorer. Let's click on My Computer. And if you haven't done this part, we're going to go back through it again real quick. Just try and follow along. Right-click on your computer and go to Properties. That'll pull up the System panel. And click on Advanced System Settings. It'll pull up System Properties menu. You're going to click on the Advanced tab. The bottom right, it'll say Environment Variables. We're going to need to define our environment variables for ACE and TBB. So Farah, if you haven't done this yet, you're going to want to click on New. And then we're going to want to create two new variables, ACE _ root, all uppercase. And for you, Farah, your drive is J, so you're going to do J : /ACE, being all caps, _ wrappers, being all lowercase, /, just like this. And I'll put that in the chat for you. And again, if your drive is a different letter, you'll have to change the letter, but it should be saved in that spot. We're going to do that for ACE wrappers. Hit OK once you're done. And then we're going to make another one for TBB. It'll be just like that. Hit New, TBB _ root. And then just like that. Yes, Kazgrim, that's still accurate. That's the guide we're following currently. And then hit OK once you've done all that. And that should set up your environment variables. Back to Trice. Trice, did you manage to get the core cloned into your folder? Okay, let's get that all sorted then. You've created the blank folder for VMaNGOS, correct? Just in your main directory. Okay, cool, Farah. Did you follow along for that part where I showed you how to set up your system environment variables, Farah? So that'll be the next step there for you. Okay. And then follow along with that video that Plax had posted, where you're just going to navigate to the empty folder, and like you showed at the top, you just type in cmd. It'll open up your command prompt in the folder that you're operating in. So just right at the top, type in cmd, click right here, type cmd. It'll open up a command prompt in the correct directory. And then you should be able to so I've already got that. I'm just going to delete it and redo it. Nice and easy. And get bash is essentially the same as a command prompt developed for it. Okay, you've got the ace root stuff in the TBB. Okay, cool. Then you're ready to move on to the next step too, Farah. So Farah, you're gonna want to follow along for this part because we're getting our source code now. Yeah, so navigate to your drive and just right click in your main directory of your drive, new, and then make a new folder, and you'll want to name it VMaNGOS. Trice, let's try and follow along with the no, he hasn't gotten the source code yet. He's having a problem with his certificate, it seems, which I've never seen that error, so I have no idea what the yeah, do what Plax has stated. Go to the VMaNGOS core page. Oh, it's because you move folders after install, that's why. Yeah, you can't be doing that. Yeah, it doesn't have the certificate saved in the right folder now. Install it into the folder that you want it. Then go to the VMaNGOS /core page on GitHub. And like Plax showed, just click on the code button and you can copy URL directly, and you should be able to paste it in. Oh, don't worry about the command prompt too much. I'll run you back through that though, Farah. The command prompt thing is basically how you're going to download the source code from it. So what we're going to do, Farah, is here, I'll show you in, yeah, I'll show you how to make the empty folder real quick. Open up your drive directory, your J drive, the main directory. Then right click, hit new, make a new folder. And we're just going to call it VMaNGOS. I've already got mine saved, so just call it VMaNGOS. And it'll just be a blank folder in your drive there called VMaNGOS. Let me know when you've got that empty folder made. Trice, what I would suggest doing is rerunning your git bash installer and run it for the correct directory that you want it. The git bash doesn't need to be saved in any specific directory, it's just a program that you're going to use. So don't worry about moving it around after you've installed it. This can be done with command prompt, but you're still going to need the certificates though. Farah, let me know when you've got that empty VMaNGOS folder made. I'll show you how to get your source code cloned. Oh, take your time. You got plenty of time. I'll carry on this lesson for another hour even if I need. As long as you guys are, hanging around, it don't matter. I won't be available tomorrow, unfortunately, for most of the day, but I'll be available through Discord chat. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. On weekends, I typically do Calendar, so I put aside time for that, but I'll still be around. Farah, did you make that empty folder? Oh. Farah, I'm seeing on your screenshot that you had sent me that you saved all of those things in a folder called VMaNGOS download wow. That right there changes all the directories that you set up for your system environment variables, which you don't really want to do. That's fine though. We can get that fixed. Personally though, Farah, I would take your ACE folder and your TBB folder and move it up one level in your directory. So right at the top, you see on that photo that you had sent me, how it says, computer, my passport J, and then you saved it in a folder called VMaNGOS download wow. That right there is the file the file directory path that you have it saved. So we're going to move it up one level. You're going to click on my passport J, and that's the main directory of your J drive. And you're going to want to copy and paste, or just move those folders, the ACE wrappers folder and the TBB folder, up into the main directory of the J drive. Otherwise it won't work. You can right click to paste in command prompt, you can't control V. Okay, you should be able to hear me now in real time. We'll worry about the... Yeah, don't worry about the YouTube video. Just ignore the YouTube video. For now, what we're going to do, we're going to need to fix that system environment variables, because I saw in your screenshot. If you look at your screenshot in here, I'm just going to paste it so people can see. 1 second. This screenshot you sent me, you see how at the top it says computer mypassportj / VMaNGOS download wow. That's the file path that you've created, but that's not the file path that we defined. That's why we want to save everything up in the main directory, just so everything is consistent with the tutorial. Otherwise you have to account for all of this. So your ACE folder, your ACE _ wrappers folder, and your TBB folder that you save there, you're going to want to take those and select both of them and put them into your main directory of your J drive and not in the subfolder. Yeah, put them right into that. And that way we won't have to change environment variables again. Yeah, don't organize with folders. You want... Yeah, just put it all right in there. Yeah, if you look at my screen, you should see the... if you look at what my screen currently is, it's open up to my C drive. And this is what yours should basically look like. It should have the blank folder that we created. It should have your ACE wrappers folder. It should have your TBB folder. Those are the three that we really want to look for. And those need to be in the main directory. So mine are in my C drive, yours would be your J drive. Same thing. Once you've got all of those moved, let me know. Alright, Trice, where are you at? Nice, okay, you've got that reinstalled. Perfect. Did you manage to get it cloned? No, take your time. Yeah, we want to use the same basic structure of our file system as we set things up so that it maintains consistency. Preferably, we would all be using just the basic C drive, but if that's not an option, you can use any drive. You just have to change the letter, but definitely save everything in the same structure within the drive, as I'm doing, just so we have consistency. So basically, you're going to want to make sure that your ACE wrappers, your TBB folder, and the repository folder for your code base is all within the main directory of your drive. Farah, where are you at? Okay, excellent. Yeah, if you click on Passport J, you should see the ACE wrappers, ACE underscore wrappers, TBB, and VMaNGOS folder. Yeah, and it'll all be in J drive, all 3 separate folders, kind of look how I have on my screen. All the extra folders are not related here. Yeah, you can post a screenshot here. I enabled linking and stuff in the chat channel for people who have permission. Excellent. However, you may have moved your install locations for your other stuff. Your CMake, your Visual Studio. If they work, then that's fine. But if they're throwing errors, then you might have to basically reinstall them, or just change the directory. But that looks good. Leave it like that. We'll take it step by step here. And Trice, you should basically have the same type of structure. Okay, we're going to need to change the path there. So, go back up into your J drive. And you'll see it on my screen. Go back up into the main directory, and then click the bar at the top. Type CMD. That'll open your command prompt directly in that folder. So, you're going to want to do that within your VMaNGOS folder, in fact. So double click VMaNGOS and then do that. Type CMD. And you'll see that it opens the command prompt directly in the correct drive. An alternative way, of course, is just manually changing the directory to whatever you need. You know, if I was working on Wallcraft, I would just do it like that. But VMaNGOS. So yeah, and just double click VMaNGOS. Yeah, perfect. Excellent. Now you're going to type the command to clone the repo. And you can just copy and paste this. You can copy that, and then in your command prompt, just right click and hit paste. And hit enter, and you'll see it cloning. Mine already exists, so it's not going to clone. Okay, we need to install Git. So, you downloaded that earlier. If you go into your download folder, you'll see the get hyphen 2.39.1. Just run that program and it'll install get bash. It'll install get, and then it has get bash, which is basically like command prompt for get. You'll see it in your downloads, all the stuff that you had downloaded earlier. Navigate to that folder, wherever you were downloading things. And you'll see what it looks like on my screen. Or alternatively, just search. You can just start menu search. If you type get, you might be able to find it. But your download directory that you would place it in earlier. Okay, if you haven't downloaded Get yet, then you'll need to download Get. So let's go back through to the guide. And I'll post a link here. And just click that link and download that. And then run that to install it. Trice, where are you at? Let me know when that's installed, Farah. Oh, excellent. Excellent. If you didn't have it, I posted the link right above. Just download it again. Excellent. And then just run that and install it. Okay, excellent. Yeah, make sure it's the version 7.0 whatever. And then Trice. Make sure when you do everything, as long as the structure is the same, the system environment variables that you set up earlier should work. And that's why we had to make sure that we set it up in the same file structure. You can use whatever directory paths that you want, but then you have to define it as such. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just install it. Once that's done installing, let me know, and then we'll get your code base cloned. Yeah, they should be able to hear me. Just keep me unmuted on Discord. Just mute the YouTube video. You really don't even need to be watching YouTube, except for the stream. Yeah, we'll take a 2-minute break while you get that all built. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, that's the correct install, Farah. Yeah, you can hear me now, hopefully. Trice, let me know if you run into any problems building those ACE wrappers. The new version that we had linked should work. I should have remembered that from last time, because during the summer when I was doing Everlook, I had used some sort of laptop. I can't remember what the exact model was, netbook. And I built it with the Windows 10 on there, and I had run into the same problem with the ACE wrappers, because I was using the newer Studio. Visual Studio version. Excellent. Now you're going to, Farah, you're going to want to change your directory in Git Bash, so you're going to want to type the following command. And that will change directory to that specified folder in your J drive. Oh, excellent choice. Then go ahead and try and do the same thing that I'm showing Farah through Git Bash. Use Git Bash itself, though. We're going to see if that works. Command prompt also can access Git utilities now because you have it installed. But Git Bash is just like the command prompt for Git. And it's nice because it color codes. Yes, and then hit enter after, and you should be in that file. Or in that folder, I mean. Don't hold shift and hit when you hit enter. I think that might be a problem that you're experiencing if you're not able to. Okay. And now it should say, at the end after MingW64, it should say the directory, along with your PC name. Excellent. Now you're going to type this into your Git Bash. Ooh, hold on. Type that into there. You should be able to copy, right-click, paste if you need. Yeah, you can just copy and then right-click to paste. I think Git Bash you can actually just paste. Nope. Shift insert to paste. Then hit enter, and it should start cloning. You'll see this message right up here. It says cloning into core. You can paste it if you right-click just right-click the line and then hit paste, or hold shift and hit insert. Control V is not the function to paste in this. Don't quote me on this, but I think the commands, the key commands, are basically the same as Vim. Shift insert, just right click. All you gotta do is just right click and hit paste. And it should say cloning into core. Beautiful. Yeah, you've got the code base. Excellent. Now we have the raw source code. Trice, did you manage to pull that off too? Beautiful. Excellent. Yeah, I kind of figured. I thought maybe it was a Tauren, though. Sounds like a Tauren name. Alright, now we've got our code base cloned into our folder. It's just the raw source code, so we're going to need to compile it using Visual Studio. And in order to do that, we're going to need to configure the solution file with CMake. Configure the project with it. So, we're going to get CMake running. You're going to navigate to the download that you did earlier for CMake 3.25.2. If it shows your name and the directory after, that means it's done. If it's still cloning, just let it run. It might take a little while to clone. Okay. Yeah, it can take up to a minute, depending on your download speeds. So, for now, we're going to get CMake set up and installed. And navigate to your downloads folder where you had downloaded CMake earlier. Oh, perfect. Yep. Beautiful. Yeah, that's the VMaNGOS code base downloaded now, Farah. Let's focus on getting CMake set up. And just double click to install. If you need a new download link, I'll post a new download link for CMake. And get that all set up. Yeah, just re-download it if you can't locate it and get it reinstalled. We're going to want to make sure CMake is working correctly. I'll give you 2 minutes to do that. I'm going to go smoke real quick, and then we're going to get CMake all set up to configure our solution file, and we're going to get it compiled. And then we'll have a few steps after to assemble the database. We're going to need to download some more stuff, but we'll try and incorporate it all into this lesson, even if I have to go over the time quite a bit. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like you have it already installed. So if you hit repair, that's fine. I don't think it's going to change anything. Yeah, you just need the program. It doesn't matter where it's located. If you already have it installed, that's fine. Just run CMake. Click Start, type in CMake. If you have the option CMake GUI, then just run that. Yeah, run that. That's the installer though. That's just the installer. You might already have it installed, which is why it says the option is to repair or remove installation. If you want, you can remove it and then reinstall it. That's also fine. So just double click the installer and then remove, and then rerun the installer. But chances are you already have it. Yeah, remove and then rerun the installer. It'll only take 2 seconds to install. It's a very small program. CMake is a very powerful program though. Basically everything uses it for building solution files. A solution file is basically a compiled, oh, I can't really say compiled, it's a combined file containing all of the necessary files that will be used in the project, and CMake basically tells the compiler how everything's supposed to be structured and where everything is, and it's kind of like a roadmap for the compiler. It'll create a solution file that contains all of the source code in one project file. Oh, that's fine. It might take a little while to remove, reinstall. Trice, do you have CMake set up? You should see on my stream what it looks like when it's open. Yeah, for today's lesson, we're going to try and get the database all set up and get everybody access to their own servers. It might take a little while, but if you got time, I've got time. Okay, excellent. Well, Pharaoh's getting that reinstalled, so that'll just take a second. What's up? Add CMake to system path for all users. It doesn't really matter what you do there. It's not a huge deal, but just add it to the system path for all users. There's no point in that. You can put it wherever you want. It doesn't matter where CMake is installed. You should probably put it in J, but putting it in C is also fine. You, as a typical thing, you never want to split up a program, the necessary dependent files or its dependencies, or any child files, parent files. You never want to split them up between drives, because if at any point you remove the drive, it'll stop working because it won't have access to everything. But for CMake, it doesn't matter which one you put it in, as long as it's in one. Yeah, that's fine. Just wherever you install it, that's fine. Just get it installed and get it running. And if anybody's watching and they're interested in following along with the chat, the conversation is taking place in the Discord and the VMaNGOS Classroom channel. I don't run live chat on the YouTube because I don't watch the YouTube stream as I'm conducting a classroom, so there's not much point. I'd rather have conversation contained in one channel so we can post pictures and stuff as we progress through it. If my mic volume is a little bit low, just let me know as well. I can turn that up. In fact, I'll turn it up a little bit. And let's be nice too, once the rest of my RAM comes in, my thermal paste, I'll be able to get a better rig set up. I got a few extra screens. I actually have a nice 55-inch TV that I'm going to hook up to a new graphics card because it's got extra ports that I can utilize. So I'll be able to watch the YouTube stream simultaneously with a few other things. I'll use the TV and split it up into 4 smaller sections and use them for like monitor. So that'll be really nice. Plus, I might be moving at the end of this year, right next door pretty much, into a nice little office space, but I might live there full time. Just depends on the accommodations I can get set up. But yeah, that'll be nice because I'll have a lot more room, a lot more time to expand operations. Yeah, Pharaoh, just open CMake. I'd love to move away from the East Coast, honestly. I hate living on the coast, but that's mostly because of the weather. I'd like to have a place that's a little bit more stable in terms of weather. Farrah, let me know when you've got CMake open. Oh, you installed it in J, correct? Well, then you should see it somewhere. Do you know which directory you had installed it in? Which file path you had picked? It would be listed under program files, likely. Let's see what it saves. Okay, doesn't look like you saved that there, unless it's in bin or doc. What I would do is just click start. Just click start and then search CMake. You should see the program. Okay, excellent. Now everybody should have CMake open. I'm just going to clear all my fields here. This is the basic utility that you're going to want to become familiar with. This is how we're going to define our project and create the solution file. And it's going to require a few parameters. Now we're going to need to locate the source code, and that's pretty simply done by clicking Browse Source. We're going to want to navigate to the drive that we had saved it in. And I've got mine in my C drive, but whatever your drive is, you're going to want to click on that and then locate the VMaNGOS folder. And there's a folder called Core, and that's what we had cloned from GitHub. We're going to select the Core folder and then hit Select Folder. And you'll see at the top, you can also manually type this in if you know the directory. That's just a graphical way of doing it. But yours should look like this, with whatever letter for your drive, be it, you know, C or J or whatever. So now we've defined where our source code is located, and that's in VMaNGOS/core. We're going to need to define where we'd like to build the binaries. Now, this is a personal thing that I like to do. Okay, Farah, click Browse Source. Or in fact, don't even bother with that and just type it. Just type J:/VMaNGOS/core. That's all you have to do. Yeah, just copy paste that into the source code line. Okay, now we're going to want to open up our File Explorer on our computer. So just open up a File Explorer. And we're going to want to navigate to our drive where we have our VMaNGOS folder saved. And we're going to want to open our VMaNGOS folder. And you'll see this is right where our source code is that we had just defined. We're going to want to make another folder. And in the same directory, you know, our drive/VMaNGOS, right next to the core folder, we're going to make a new folder. So right click, hit new folder, and we're going to call it build. So this is what our structure for the VMaNGOS folder looks like. This will be our source code, and then this is where we're going to build our source code into. So let me know when you've got that folder created. Excellent. Trice, I'm assuming you've got that. Don't listen to the YouTube. Just watch the screen and listen to the Discord. It'd be way easier. Even if there's a delay on the screen, I don't move fast. Trice, you there, buddy? Okay. Well, now that we've got our build folder defined, and we're going to minimize this. And for the build binaries, we're going to type in the same directory, except instead of core, we're going to put build. And CMake can smart target that folder, so you'll see it autocomplete. Okay, excellent. Then just define it in your CMake. So VMaNGOS/build, like that. Now, Okay, we don't need to do anything with the cache there. So next step, we're going to configure the solution file. So down here, we're going to see the configure button. After we've got these two things defined, we're going to click configure. And it'll pop up this screen asking for how we'd like to configure the solution file, for what tool set, what generator we're going to use, and what platforms. For this, we're going to leave it pretty default. For the specified generator for this project, we're going to select Visual Studio 17 2022. That's the version that we had downloaded earlier, the newer version. And for the tool sets, we're going to leave these blank. Or, I'm sorry, optional platform for generator. We're actually going to change this one to 64, x64. So your screen should look like this. And we're going to use the default native compilers. Leave the optional tool set to use box blank. And just make sure you have these two selected. And once you've selected those, just click finish. And you'll see it working. It detects all the information that we're going to need. Now this will automatically populate, and these options will tell the solution file how to build, essentially. Now there's various things that we're going to need to know, but for now we're going to use the most basic thing possible. Oh. Project files might be invalid. Configuration process. Files might be invalid. Did you select the 64? That might be why. Make sure when you hit configure, let me delete my cache. Here, real quick, what you're going to want to do, go up to File at the top and hit Delete Cache. And then click the Configure button once more. Then we see the screen once again. Make sure Visual Studio 17 2022 is selected. And in the second box, we want to make sure that we define it for 64-bit, so x64. And then we can hit finish. And it should populate. If it doesn't, then we'll have to take a look. Yes, we might actually need to define our environment variables once more. Here, let's try this. Yeah, let's try this real quick. Okay, that's fine. Just cancel that out. I'm gonna go back to the menu. Yeah, just let's go back to the menu here. Hit cancel. We're going to click File, and we're going to delete cache once more. We might need to define environment variables for CMake. So click on the environment button at the top right here. And it'll pop up the environment editor. Once this is up, we're going to add entry. And we're going to want to If this isn't already here, we'll see if this is already here on the list, but if it's not, we're going to need to add ace root and tbb root into our CMake environment editor. And that means typing in ace underscore root, all caps like that, with the value of whatever our directory was. So either C or J, ace, all caps, underscore, wrappers, all lowercase, backslash. And once you have this typed in exactly like this with whatever directory letter you use, you're going to want to hit OK. And I've already got mine, so I'm going to hit cancel, but hit OK once you've done that. And you'll see the environment variable for ace. Now, let's make sure that we have tbb. If we don't have tbb root, okay, it already exists. Okay, let's make sure we have tbb root. Can you confirm whether or not you've got tbb root? If not, you'll have to enter these values. Okay, as long as you've got them, that's fine. Then that means we probably have some sort of issue with our source file, and we're going to need to correct that. Okay, excellent. Yeah, that should be correct. Then that means possibly our source code is incorrect for our directory here. Let's go back to the main menu and make sure that our cache is deleted. Now, let's click the Browse Source button just to make sure that we're getting the right folder. If you'll see, I click on Browse Source. I'm going to navigate to my computer, and it'll show me all my drives. I'm going to navigate to the drive where my source code was from Git that I had downloaded and cloned earlier. And that will be within my VMaNGOS folder. So my C drive, VMaNGOS folder, double click it, select core, and select folder. That'll define it as core. And we can browse build. You can see that I actually have some stuff in there. Your Git is not in your VMaNGOS folder, correct? It should not be. It's here, my computer, whatever drive you have, VMaNGOS folder. No, you don't have to go to Git. You're going to the core folder here. We need to define where the source code is located for CMake. That's what we're trying to accomplish right now. And that means telling it, you know, where did we clone that stuff earlier from Git? That was in the core folder that we had created. We need to let that know that that's where we're going. And so you can see what mine look like at the top here. I've selected for my source code my core folder, and for my build location I've selected my build folder. Now, it could very well be that you all aren't actually on 64-bit. That's something I haven't confirmed yet. I'm just assuming that that's the case, but for now we can try and leave this option blank. Okay, yeah. Then we're gonna click here. Let's click our configure button. No, we should have done everything 64-bit. If you're on 64-bit, you need to define everything as 64-bit. If you built your ACE wrappers as the wrong mode, then you'll need to go back and rebuild them. But we'll figure that out after. So for now, though, let's click Config, and we're going to specify Visual Studio 17 2022. We're going to specify 64-bit for our generator. Leave this box blank. Make sure there's no spaces or anything. And use default native compilers. And we hit finish, and it should generate the solution, or it should configure for generation of the solution file. And let me know if you encountered an issue again. Okay. Well, let's take a step back then. See where we had an issue. Okay. That could be the problem too, is the directory that we had used for cloning it. Can you double click on your core folder and just confirm that it looks like this? Yeah, that looks about right. Yeah, that's from git bash though. In fact, we'll try and generate that real quick. Open up your git bash once more. It's largely irrelevant, but that wouldn't have any impact on why your solution file is not configuring. So once you've got this open, just make sure that you're within your correct directory for VMaNGOS. You'll see it right at the top here. It'll be your drive letter / VMaNGOS. And then you just type git init init. That'll initialize an empty git repository. It's in that folder. That's what this is. Actually, yeah. It needs to be run in the core folder. My apologies. Yeah, that's, again, that's a step that you really don't need to worry about. That's just for Git. And that's not going to have any impact on your solution and why it's not configuring. We got to find out, though, why it's not, so let me take a look. Here, let's go back and confirm that we have the ACE wrappers built correctly. I doubt that that's going to be an issue, but we need to make sure that we do. So, yeah, we didn't really need to initialize that, but that's fine. That's just showing you how to initialize the repository. And we're actually going to change that later for when we go to create our repository on GitHub. We're going to want to create it directly from the core folder so that we're not uploading everything else that we have. You don't want to create a repo from your main directory, otherwise all your information gets uploaded. Okay, Trice, can you confirm that your core folder looks like this? When you enter in your core folder, it should look like this. If it's missing the dot at the top, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine if you're missing the Git. Don't worry about that. Just ignore that. It's irrelevant. Okay. Well, then it could very well be the build file. But I doubt it. Yeah, yours looks fine. Okay, so let's try and reconfigure the build directory here. Oh, you managed to get the error? Or get past the error? Trice, you managed to get yours configured? Excellent. Yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what you want to see. Yeah, that's correct, Farah. You want that to be exactly like that. Chances are it's just the file that you have selected for your build. So, Farah, open up back to your CMake. And again, just delete your cache. Now, Farah, go up to the top here, and we're just going to browse for the source manually. So, click on Browse Source. It'll pull up this menu to find the source. We're going to click on Computer. You're going to go to the drive where you have the source code downloaded. That should be your J drive. For me, it's my C. It'll locate the VMaNGOS folder. You're going to click on Core and just highlight it. Don't double click Core, just highlight it. And then hit Select Folder. And we're going to do the exact same thing for the build folder, right in the same place. Select the build folder, highlight it, and hit Select Folder. Wherever yours are located, it'll automatically populate the file path to it by doing that. Let me know when you've got that. Okay, now hit Configure. And configure for Visual Studio 17 2022 x64. And then hit Finish once done. And tries just remain on that screen. Don't click anything and we'll get to that next. Okay. We're gonna rebuild your. Yeah. Can you copy the full error? Okay. We're going to go and check that output log. So you see at the bottom where it says VMaNGOS build CMake files, CMake output.log. We're going to want to navigate to that. So open up your File Explorer. And you go to that all should be correct. Farah, pay attention to this because we need to keep this ball rolling, so I need to get you to open this file real quick. Let's go to our File Explorer, and we're going to navigate to your J drive. That would be yours. Go to your VMaNGOS folder, open the build folder, and inside it should say CMake files as a folder, and then there'll be a text output. It'll say CMake output, and I'm going to want you to post that in the chat for me. You can just DM it to me. I'll be able to take a look. Yeah, DM that to me. Yeah, just, you can just copy and paste it in the chat. It's a small file. Okay, that doesn't tell me anything. Okay. So try this, Farah. Go back up to your CMake. Oh, there you go. Let's see. Yeah, he doesn't even get that pop-up screen though, unfortunately. So we're just gonna try and target the solution not at 64-bit. I think that might be the issue. You have AMD 64 though, from what I'm seeing. So I'm not really sure why it's failing to generate. Yeah. So for now, Farah, just click configure. If you need to, just delete cache and then click configure. And we're just going to leave this box blank. We're going to just Visual Studio 17 2022. And we're just going to leave the second box blank. Try and generate it for it. Let me know if you still get that error. Yeah, both are giving errors. Shit. Well, let's backtrack all the way here and try and get this taken care of. Okay, we're going to go back and we're just going to make sure ACE is properly made. I'm getting a feeling that we didn't change the build type for ACE, and that's why it's giving us an error. No, it's fine. We're going to try and handle this though real quick, so just follow along so we can keep this moving. Alright, we're going to open up our file explorer. We're going to go back into our J drive. That'll have, I love the icons. We'll go back into our J drive and we'll find our ACE wrappers folder. I'm going to click on the ACE wrappers folder. And we're going to go down to where it says ACE _wrappers _VS 2019. We're going to want to right click. We're going to open with Visual Studio 2022. It says you must restart computer. Okay, that's fine then. If you have to restart your computer, then you have to. Just do that real quick and then reconnect whenever you're ready. I'm just gonna keep moving on with Trice here, and I'll dip back for you. Yeah, that's fine then. If you have to restart, just restart. I'll put well actually we're gonna take we'll take a 5-minute break here, but you can go freshen up and do whatever they need. Get your computer restarted, reconnect to Discord whenever you're ready, and we'll get everything reopened for you. And then we'll be able to move on after. You're probably gonna have to rebuild Ace wrappers, which is the issue. I don't think you actually went through and built Ace wrappers. Ah, okay. Yeah, so just restart your computer. We'll go through. Yeah, just restart your computer real quick. We'll go through and get Ace wrappers compiled. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll go through and just make sure we get that step done correctly. So we were having some issues with that earlier. Then after that, we'll be able to get the core compiled. And then after that, it's just about setting up the databases, and enabling it for network play. Let's take a 5.
Stock computer roof after I bought it and all that, and then I plummeted along with all the other stuff. You know, they kept getting me to do something on my, they're sending me emails about today, to vote on something. I never did. They sent me 8 of them. probably never read any of these because you got to go into their website or whatever. But they need my vote. Oh, well, no, it's not because this comes through Fidelity. Silver meeting adjournment. Yeah, I didn't click on any of these, man. They kept asking me. Alright. But then it's something that they sued and you want to stock. I gotta get back on and see how many stocks I own in there. All of a sudden, yeah,
Yeah.
there's 50,000 or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Who knows? Alright, I'm back in the saddle here. Still waiting on Fair to reboot. That's fine. Trice, you managed to get your solution file configuration set up. Are you around, buddy? If so, I'll show you how to generate it. Okay. So, open up your CMake, and you should have the screen generally the same as what I got. That's gonna drive me nuts. There we go. So you should have the same general screen. We're going to want to change the CMake install prefix files from where they are default to where we want them to be. So we're going to open up our file explorer. We're going to go back into our VMaNGOS folder. And we're going to create a new folder called CMake. Then once we've got that folder made, we're going to want to direct this over to it. And we're going to want to put that in both lines there. And CMake is kind of weird. When you change something, it doesn't appear until you click off the box. So I always just click like the next line between these two prefixes just to make sure that it's correct. If you like click on one of these boxes, it won't change until you click something else, so you think it didn't change and you double click it and it like fucks up. It's kind of stupid. But just change these two lines to your directory VMaNGOS /CMake, that folder you just made. And we're going to want to build it for release, of course. These are the configuration types that we can use, but we're going to use release. and we're building it for the 1.12 client. This is the option that we've changed if we wanted to build it for a different client version, like an older client, but obviously we're using 1.12. The other options aren't exactly necessary, but we're going to go through them. TBB debug is basically our debugger. We're going to enable this if we need to enable debugging of memory. It's the most lightweight form of debugging that we can do. Instead of using PDBs, we just use the TBB debugger. That way we can actually run the server while debugging without it lagging horribly. So for now we're keeping this unchecked because we don't need it. We're not using anti-cheat because we don't have the warden files for it, so we're not going to use that. Use extractors. We will build extractors, and the reason is the way that the server works. In order to basically map out the game itself for the server to understand, position of things, you need to extract that data from the client. And if we were to make custom maps and stuff, we would make the custom maps and then we would put them in the client and extract them with the extractor. So we're going to select a box for use extractor. Like I said, I just clicked it, but it doesn't appear until I click elsewhere. So I always use the CMake install prefix lines as like a dead space to click, just because they're not going to fuck up by clicking on them. We're not going to use libcurl. And for the other three boxes, PCH, old, and scripts, those should all be checked. We don't use standard memory allocation. We use TBB, so don't check that last box. And your options should look like this with those 4 boxes selected. Oh, Farah's back. Cool. Okay, we're gonna run back through then. Okay, I'm just showing Trice real quick how to generate the solution file. So Trice, once yours looks like this, we're just going to click the generate button, and it'll have generated the solution file, which we can build. Farah. Excellent, excellent. Farah, we're going to need to go through and rebuild your ACE wrappers. So open up your File Explorer, and we're going to go to our drive that we're saving everything in. That'd be your C drive and the ACE wrappers folder. So once you get there, let me know. File Explorer, you're going to want to go to your directory where you've been saving everything. Go to your ACE wrappers folder that you had created. So your J drive main directory, ACE wrappers folder. No, we're going to the main folder of ACE wrappers. And you'll see, if you scroll down a bit, you'll see the solution files with your extension type. And I'm going to locate the one that says ACE Wrappers VS 2019. And we're going to right click it. We're going to open with Visual Studio 2022, which I've already got it open. Yep. And once you've got your Visual Studio open, let me know. Yeah, give it a second to load all the elements. Alright, and your solution should be open at this point. Is it open at least? You should see, it kind of looks like what mine looks like. On the right it'll say ACE GPerf. If you want to post a screenshot, you can. Okay. Yeah, give it a second. Ensure that there's no prompts that it's asking for you to click before it can load. There might be a prompt popping up. Yeah, let me know when you get that loaded. And you'll be able to see on the solution file, if you look at my screen, at the top here, we're going to need to change these two configuration options once the solution is loaded. Okay. And Ferris says that Visual Studio is still loading for him, so we're going to give him a second. You can just skip the sign in. Don't worry about signing in. And can you confirm that your solution file is loaded? It should look similar to mine. Yeah, it doesn't matter what your layout looks like. You should see at the bottom left, once it's ready, it should say ready. Yeah, it takes a little while to load it, so just take your time. Especially the first time loading a solution, it'll take the longest. Now just imagine that I do this 400 to 500 times a day. Every day. For years. Yeah, I tried to avoid changing pre-compiled header files because then you have to basically rebuild the entire project, and for VMaNGOS to build on my system takes like 3 to 5 minutes, just depending on how many headers are changed. Sometimes it's fast if I'm just changing, you know, the spell effects file or something. It'll only take a few seconds, but that's why the deb server goes down every 40 to 50 seconds, because I'm constantly just rebuilding. Like, I'll teach you later on in the lessons throughout the coming year how to work incrementally, but that's like the big secret is always work incrementally and constantly check every step that you've taken. What do you mean it didn't let you do release or x64 times? At the top here, there should be a drop down. You should be able to select release and 64, x64. Did it say unloaded? Yeah, just disregard whatever it was before. It should be open now. And it should say it correctly now. On the right, does it still say unloaded in your solution file? If so, then there's an issue. Okay. On the bottom left, can you confirm that it says ready? Or is it still loading things? Eventually I'll have stream overlays too for the classroom so we can have the Discord chat loaded overlaid. Okay, you got it. Now make sure that those two selections are set. It should be set for release and x64. And once that's done, click the tab at the top where it says build, and then click build solution. Okay, change it to say release, and then change the other one to say x64, just like I have on my screen. Oh, is it building for you? Okay, now at the top on the tab that says build, click the tab that says build and hit build solution. Yeah, right at the top you'll see it. Look at my screen. It says build and then click build solution. And you'll see it the output box at the bottom. Okay, excellent. And then once this is built, we should be able to configure our solution file. This will take a minute, so let this run for a second. And then twice, after we're done building these wrappers for Pharaoh, we'll be able to begin building the solution file. Or building the core. Why did it say build failed? Can you copy what's in that output box? Can you copy that directly into the chat? Because it's not showing it all of it. Yeah, can you copy all the output there into the chat? Oh, I see the problem here. You selected the wrong solution file. Here, close out Visual Studio, Pharaoh. Just close it out. Yeah, just X that right out. Now, we're going to navigate back to the ACE wrappers folder in our file explorer. You selected ACE VS 2019. You select ACE wrappers VS 2019. Let me know when you've selected that. And we're going to right-click. Yes, ACE Wrappers VS 2019. Right-click that one and open with Visual Studio 2022. Now, ACE Wrappers VS 2019. Look at my screen. You'll see the one that I have highlighted. Yes, that's the one. Correct. That was not the. Yeah, just do that and get that open. Let me know when you're there so we can get these built, because we'd like to move on to the next step here. Okay, your solution file should be open. Make sure you have it set to release and set to x64, and then click build and then build solution. That ACE Wrappers VS 2019 file, the one that you have selected in that picture, right click that and open with Visual Studio 2022. That type of file is known as a solution file. Okay. Do what it says there then. Go up to the top. Selecting the project menu, right click the solution. Okay. Over on the menu over here. Please no sound. We're going to right click ACE and then hit retarget projects. And let me know what pops up there. Yes, it should say ACE and gperf. We're going to right click on ACE and hit retarget solution. I'm sorry, retarget projects. Yes, right click ACE and hit retarget projects. And it should say Windows SDK version. Yes, hit OK. And then you're going to do the same thing for gperf. You're going to right click it, retarget projects. And it should say the same thing, the latest installed version, and upgrade to V143. And then you hit OK. It should say the same thing. Excellent. Now that you've done that for both ACE and gperf, make sure that it's set to release and x64. And we're going to clean solution first before we rebuild it. So hit clean solution and then hit build solution. And it's gonna rebuild mine, so I have to wait now. Yeah, let me know if yours starts building. Okay, that's fine. It's going now. It's not giving an error. Excellent. Perfect. Now you're going to want to give this a couple minutes to build. It's probably going to take a few minutes, so we're going to take a few minute break here. We'll reconvene in about 5 minutes. This should be built, and then you'll be at the last step with Trice and Plax, where we can just go ahead and build the core using all of the stuff that we have prepared. And you might notice that your computer's kind of, I don't know if yours does, mine is ancient crap, so mine runs like garbage when I'm building, so I try not to mess around with anything. Oh, no worries, you know, it's definitely a learning curve to it, but once you get it figured out, and definitely once you just kind of get a feel for it and what you're supposed to be doing, it becomes second nature. Once you understand, you know, how the files are supposed to be set up and what the purpose of it all is. Alright, we're going to reconvene in 5 minutes, so I'm going to go smoke real quick. Oh, breaking shit, man.
Yeah, keep her inside.
Alright, I'm back. Let's recommence with the party here. Yeah, reading through the chat, Plaque's definitely, he's got a good grasp on what he's doing and all the stuff here. He'll have a very easy time picking up VMaNGOS. Okay, Farrah's about halfway through building. You'll see. Once it's done, it'll say 2 succeeded. I think you're thinking about the other side. If there's a Russian invasion, I think the West Coast is far more at risk. The East Coast is probably the safest place. Yeah, New Jersey's a pit. I drove through New Jersey earlier this year. I drove through fucking every state earlier this year. New Jersey, though, I drove the entirety of the turnpike. Man. The turnpike is wild. It's like, it feels like fucking Mad Max. You're flying through this, like, 7-8 lane interchange. There's just like a median on the middle that's just full of garbage and abandoned cars. And it's like driving as fast as you can through a junkyard. That's what it feels like going on the turnpike. It's fucking wild. And all the buildings on each side are just like all titty clubs and porn shops and shit. It's like, yeah, New Jersey's a fucking wild place. Yeah, it feels like GTA 3, man. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, China gonna come from the west, but so is Russia. They're both there. The East Coast is probably the safest place. No, Plax is Ukrainian. Oh, fuck. Build succeeded. Excellent. Both of them, is it all finished? Did it stop moving? If so, you should be all done. Yeah, Plax, a lot of the Everlook people were from around like Russia, Ukraine area. So they kept me up to date for a long time on what was going on. Shit was pretty fucked. The one developer, Bully Molly, he was in Russia. He had to fucking flee Russia before they went to go start drafting people. Luckily, he ended up avoiding it because of his age, I think. But yeah, for a few days, just make sure he didn't get fucking conscripted. But he was fine. Yeah, he's a cool dude. Alright, we're going to move on though with the process here. Now, Farah, you're going to want to open up your CMake. Let's get your CMake open again. Once you have that open, let me know. Okay, yeah, now that it's open, delete your cache on CMake. And we're going to make sure that our source code and our build are the same as they were before. It should be, for you, j:/VMaNGOS/core for the source code and build for the build directory. Yeah, just ignore that. We're still in the process of deleting the cache. So hit OK. And then delete the cache. Click File, Delete Cache. Okay. Excellent. And then we hit Configure. X64. And Finish. And it should configure the solution file. Okay, are you on the screen that I'm on? Okay, excellent. Now, this is CMake. It's basically how we're going to configure our solution file before we build it. So we're going to want to make sure that our CMake build type is release, which is the default. Now the configuration types, we don't need to change those. For the CMake install prefix, we're going to need to change that. Now first we're going to need to create the folder in which CMake is going to build the executables, and we're going to need to define them in here. The way that we do that is we open up our File Explorer, and we're going to navigate to the drive that we've been working in, and we're going to navigate to our VMaNGOS folder, and you'll see the build and the core folders. We're going to make a new folder called CMake, so just right click, new folder, and then name it CMake. And the reason that we do this is to make sure that we keep our CMake solution files separated from everything else, and we want to make sure that when we build the binaries it doesn't override the existing core, because if so then we would could run into issues. So now that we've got that CMake folder made, we're going to go back to CMake, and we're going to click on this field, and we're going to change this to the directory that we're using for the CMake. For you, it would be j:/vmangos/CMake. And we're going to input that for both entries there, for CMake install prefix and prefix. Now, as I had noted earlier to Trice, when you're working with CMake, oh yes, it will output the solution into your build folder, but when you build, it will output the executable into the CMake folder, so that you can keep your build folder and the output separated. Now, as I was telling Trice earlier, Farah, when you're working with CMake, it's kind of finicky. When you go to change any of these options, they might not update right away, depending on, like, if they're buttons and you click them, they won't change right away. They do, but they're not visually reflected until you click a different field. So anytime I make any option changes on CMake, I always just click on one of the CMake install prefix fields just to update the visuals. Don't touch anything else, I just click it to basically have a safe place to click without fucking anything up. Now, you should have these two labeled. For you, it would be j:/vmangos/CMake for both of these. You don't have to click anything yet. Just set these two lines to what I had told you, step by step. Let me know when you've changed these to the CMake directory. Okay, so for the CMake install prefix line and the prefix line, look at the screen where I'm pointing here. The CMake install prefix line and the prefix line, those need to be changed to the CMake directory that we had just made, that blank folder. So you're going to change it to be this. In fact, you can just copy paste it, you know, and put it in the chat for you. You can just copy and paste that into the CMake install prefix line and the prefix line below it. You can kind of see how mine is. Okay, now the configuration options, I'm going to discuss them briefly. If you'll pay attention to the supported client build, you'll see it's set to client build 1_12_1. That's the 1.12 client, and that's the one that we're building for, so you're going to leave that as is. TBB debugging is for when you have to debug it. TBB debugging is the lightweight version of it, so it's a nice way to debug while you're actively running the server. We don't need that now, so we're going to leave that unchecked. We're not using anti-cheat because we don't have the libraries for that. We'll worry about that later. Use extractors. We're going to want to check this box, so make sure you check the box for use extractors. Now left click it once and don't click it again. After you've clicked it, click on the CMake install prefix line, because as I was stating, your CMake doesn't visually reflect change is made until you click a different field. So I just click one of these lines because they're safe to click without changing. So we want to make sure that use extractors is checked because we'll be using those to extract data from the game client in order to build our map files. And these three boxes, use PCH old, and use scripts need to be checked. They should be default checked, so just don't touch them. Those are the 4 boxes that you'll need to check. If you check my screen, you should be able to see. Okay, excellent. Now, as long as your CMake install prefix lines are correct, we're going to click generate, and it will generate the solution file. Now once you've clicked generate, it should generate and it'll say generating done, provided everything went correctly. Okay. Yeah, you need to show the output box at the bottom there. Showing the screenshot doesn't help because I don't know what it's saying. It should output the log, but I doubt it's going to say anything in the log file either. Your CMake in your CMake install prefix and your prefix. Can you confirm that that's correct? You shouldn't capitalize it unless it's capitalized. Let's see. Could not find TBB. Okay, there's the error. Could not find TBB. So we either don't have it set correctly in our environment path, or we don't have it correctly downloaded and installed. So, Farah, you're going to want to go back to your File Explorer. You want to go back to your main directory of your J drive, and you're going to double click on the TBB folder and send me a screenshot of what that is. Is that the only folder? If so, you're going to need to right click and extract that. And that should create a folder called TBB in the main directory of your J drive. Okay, once that's extracted, then you can reattempt to generate the solution file, and it should work. No, you just have to click the generate button on CMake, and it should automatically locate the TBB dependency. No, no. You didn't... Did you click generate on CMake? It should only take like 5 seconds to generate. Not even. Oh, extracting. It's taking that long to extract? TBB? Huh. Well, let it extract first and then we can generate. It really shouldn't take that long. Okay. Here, while you're extracting, you should download 7-zip. I put a link in the chat earlier. Let me find it. Oh, you have it? Okay. Then, if you have it and you've installed 7-zip, then when you go to right-click... Okay, it's done unzipping, then you just hit generate. Yeah, with 7-zip, if you go to right-click, you should see the option for 7-zip. It'll let you extract with it. It's much faster. But now that you're done, open CMake and just click the generate button. It should work. Okay. Can you confirm that your TBB folder that you extracted? Yeah, let's try that real quick, but delete your cache. Actually, don't even delete it. 1 second. Just hit configure. Try and hit configure, and then hit generate. Yeah, your TBB folder that you extracted needs to be in the main directory of your J drive. It should be located next to your VMaNGOS folder and your ACE wrappers folder. In the same place. Yeah, okay, so cut it and paste it into the right path. There you go. And then that should work.
Hey, honey. How are you? I'll stop you getting out like a dog. I'll stop you next week.
Alright, let me know when that's accomplished. Are we there yet? You just have to move the folder up into the main directory. Just copy the folder and paste it, or cut and paste it. into your J main directory. It should be next to the... Okay, excellent. That should be perfect. Now try and generate. Seems like there's... Hold on, let me take a look. Yeah, there shouldn't be an extra folder like that. Okay, click on at the top there, where it says My Passport J TBB. Click on the TBB, the first one. There'll be a folder in there with TBB 2017 whatever. Just rename that folder to TBB. Actually, this is going to be... It's going to be more complex than I want. Okay, now that we have a directory named tbb/tbb, we're going to need to... Okay. to keep this simple, you have a folder named tbb inside of a folder named tbb. You want to get that folder that's inside there up to the same level. But that means that we need to rename that folder in the subfolder. Okay, so open the TBB folder, the one that contains the TBB folder, and rename the one inside of it TBBX, just as a placeholder for now. I'm just going to temporarily rename it. Okay, now once that's done, you're going to select it, hold Control, hit X, and that will cut it. And then you're going to click on My Passport J main directory drive, and you're going to paste it in there. That way you'll have two folders. You'll have one named TBB, one named TBBX, and the one that is named X is the one that we want. Once that's done, let me know. Okay, now delete the folder named TBB and rename the folder that's TBBX back to TBB. And now you should be able to generate. Excellent. Beautiful. Now everybody should have their solution files generated. So we're just going to minimize CMake for now. We're not going to need it, but we're just going to minimize it. And we're going to want to locate our VMaNGOS folder once more. And the build folder will now contain our solution file. And we'll see it's called VMaNGOS. It's a Microsoft Visual Studio solution file. So once we're there, we're going to right click it. We're going to open with Visual Studio 2022, which should be the default. If you double click it, it should automatically open with that. But just to make sure, just do what I said, right click and open with Visual Studio 2022 just to ensure. It should be the default, but just in case. Now it's going to take a second to load this, so it's inside your build folder of your VMaNGOS folder, and it's called VMaNGOS, and it's a Microsoft Visual Studio solution file. You're going to right click that and then open with Visual Studio 2022. Now, once that's opened, just let that load for a second. It's going to take a minute. And at the bottom left, it should say ready. Whenever it's ready, it'll say in the bottom left corner. Excellent. Yep, that's exactly what you want to see. Beautiful. Now, at the top, we're going to want to configure our solution for the correct build. We're going to want to change this from debug to release. And we're going to want to make sure that this is x64 for 64-bit. And we're going to want to go over to the right into the Solution Explorer. We're going to expand the directory for CMake predefined targets. And there's 3 in here. There's all build, install, and 0 check. We're just going to be building all build for now. So we're going to right click it and then hit build. And that should start the build process for our VMaNGOS core. We're going to see a lot of warnings pop up. Those are mostly from the third-party dependencies. Just deprecated warnings and stuff, but just ignore them for now. Just let it run. Don't touch anything. Don't close anything. Just let this run. It's going to take a while, and it's probably going to lag your system down, so just let it do its thing. We're going to take a 5-minute break. It's going to take about 5 minutes to build this total, and then we're going to have to build the install, and we should be set there. So we'll be back in 5 minutes as this is going. I'm going to try and take a look at what that says, but I can't really load much. Let's see. Oh, that's for your extractors. Unresolved external dependencies. Uh-oh. Alright, Trice. Trice, go back through and make sure that your ACE wrappers are built correctly and that you've done the same thing that we have for the TVB issue that we had earlier. Just go back into your ACE wrappers folder in the ACE _ wrappers _ VS 2019 solution file. Right click that, open with Visual Studio 2022. At the top, make sure it's set to release x64. Click the build tab. Oh, actually mine failed as well. Huh. Yeah, my map generators failed as well. That's fine though, we don't need the extractors for now. That's not a big deal. I have the extractors already built. That's weird though, I'm gonna have to look into this. Just let it continue though. It just might fail to build the extractors. Yeah, there's going to be probably an issue with map extractors, and it's probably because we're building with Visual Studio 2022. So what we're going to do is we're just going to regenerate the solution files without the extractors, and that'll be fine. I have the pre-built extractors I can just upload, and you can use that instead. Chances are, though, there's some sort of incompatibility with the newer version. Yeah, I'm getting the same error myself. Yeah, let this run for a second, and then we're going to regenerate the solution file. Oh, is it something new? Yeah, I was wondering what it was too, because I had just updated Wallcraft and I was trying to run the extractors. I couldn't get the off mesh generated for new tiles. I didn't know if it was maybe just my ADT was fucked up. I managed to get the M maps and the V maps built for Karazhan though, but not custom map files, unfortunately. I think it was just an ADT problem that I was experiencing. Okay, yeah, we had 2 fail. 18 succeeded, 2 failed. Britannia says the extractors are probably not working right now, but that's fine because I've got ones built from previously that'll work, so I'll just upload those. We're gonna go regenerate our solution file without the extractors. So for now, we're just gonna reopen our CMake, and we didn't close it earlier, luckily, so it should still have everything opened. Once everybody's got theirs opened, we're just gonna unselect the box for use extractors, and then we can generate the solution file. And this will generate the solution file without extractors. Make sure you close down your Visual Studio first before generating. If you didn't, and you go to select it once more, it'll give you this message. You can just reload, and it'll reload the solution. And we're just going to wait for the background tasks. We should be good though. Let me know once you've regenerated the solution without the extractors, and then we're going to rebuild. Alright, still going strong, Zug. 5.5 hours are probably going to push it to a little bit over 6, but that's fine. We'll be able to get all the initial steps done. Yeah, once you're finished building, it'll tell you that you had 2 failed to build. So we're going to have to regenerate the solution. Yeah, once it's finished and it says 2 failed, just open up CMake, unselect use extractors, make sure that box is not checked, and then click generate once more. And that'll generate the new solution without extractors. Then once you go back over to Visual Studio, you'll either have to reopen the solution file from the same place before. Okay, excellent. You regenerated the CMake solution file, no problem there? Perfect. Okay, Farah, did you uncheck the extractor box in CMake and then regenerate? Okay, now open up your solution file once more. It should either prompt to reload, or if you reopen it, it'll be updated. Yeah, just reload it. And then we're just going to do the same thing, make sure it's set to release and x64. No worries, Vitalia. No worries. We're not even going to be able to run full mmap generations. I'm just going to give them the repack ones. I have the extra 2 tiles that you had included for Everlook too. I'll just incorporate those, because running move map generation takes like 2 or 3 days. It takes a very long time. Yeah, reload the VMaNGOS solution that was inside your build file or folder. And once you've reloaded, let me know. And then we're just going to right-click all build, and then select build. That will begin building the solution without the extractors. We're going to have to let this run for another 5 minutes or so. In fact, this one might be quicker. Okay, yeah, that was fast. Never mind. Because we didn't clean the solution. So, yep, right-click, all build, and then select build, and it should be done relatively quickly. It should say 4 succeeded, 9 up to date, or something like that. Beautiful. Trust, did you get that far? Okay. And now for the final step, we're going to right-click Install over in the Solution Explorer over here. Just right-click that and then Build. And that will build the installer. And we should be all set there. Let me know if that succeeded for you both. Right on the right side, right below all build, it says install in your Solution Explorer. I'm just going to right click that and then click build. Excellent. Now we've got our core compiled, so you have the server ready, but we have to build the database, which is the next step in the tutorial. And we might end up having to put that off until next lesson. I'd hate to have half the thing built though, so let's just keep pushing forward for another half an hour and see how long we can go. So let me get the link here. And this is the next page in the tutorial. You're going to want to go to this website that I just pasted. It's the VMaNGOS GitHub wiki page for getting it working. And as Bertolini had written, it says, once you've compiled the server core, there are still a number of steps you must go through before being able to start your server. First, we're going to have to make sure that our dependencies are copied into the server's directory so that the server can access them. This will be our TBB and our ACE dynamic link library files. So let's go ahead and open up our File Explorer, and we're going to navigate to our main directory of our drive, and we're going to look for our ACE wrappers folder, and we're going to want to access our, let me find it. Oop, wrong directory. Okay, ACE wrappers folder. And then once we're in our ACE wrappers folder, we're going to go to the folder named lib, L-I-B. And inside of that, we should see a file called ACE-DLL. Paste a screenshot. And we're going to want to take that DLL file, and we're going to want to copy it. So highlight it, Control-C. And then we're going to go up to the top here and click our main directory and navigate into our VMaNGOS folder. And then we're going to want to make sure that this is right. Okay. And we're going to want to, navigate into our VMaNGOS folder and paste the ACE-DLL file. And you'll see our directory looks like this. It'll have build, CMake, core, and ACE-DLL. And then we're going to need to do the exact same thing for TBB. So we're going to navigate back into our main directory, go into our TBB folder, access the lib folder, and go into the one named Intel 64. And then we're going to see a few folders. We're going to go VC14. Oh, actually, I think I did the wrong one. Scratch that. It's TBB bin, not lib. My apologies. So go back into the TBB folder and look for the bin folder at the top there. And then Intel 64, VC14, and at the top you'll see TBB DLL, and you're going to see a lot of other DLL files for TBB. We actually need to grab all of them. We can use the PDBs as well for debugging, so that'd be a good option. We could do that for the ACE, but we didn't build for debugging this time. But just for convenience sake, we're going to select all, so Control A. We're going to copy all of those TBB files into the same place, which will be our VMaNGOS folder. And you'll see all the TBB dynamic link libraries listed in here, and the PDB files, which are, again, for debugging, but we're not building for debugging, so those are irrelevant. Just leave them, though. And really, we should have done the same thing for ACE. We should have actually just copied all of the files within the ACE wrappers lib folder. So, just for the sake of consistency. Okay. Farrah says, repeat that. So, okay, click on the VC14 folder, and you'll see all of the dynamic link libraries, the DLL files, and the PDB files in there. Select all of them, and then you're going to want to copy them into your VMaNGOS folder. Yeah, VC14 will have all the files that you need. So just copy them and then paste them directly into your VMaNGOS folder. And yours will look kind of like what mine does on screen. And in fact, just for the sake of consistency, so we do have all the PDBs in here, we're actually going to go back and we're going to go to the ACE wrappers folder. We're going to go to the lib folder inside. And we're going to copy all of the files. And that will just place the debugging, the PDB files inside of here. And it's going to say, because we already pasted this, it's going to say that there's already a file with the same name. Just select the first option, copy and replace. And then do that for all of them. Then your VMaNGOS folder will look similar to this. Oh, awesome. Much appreciated. Yeah, in fact, I'll even show you how to grab this latest commit from VMaNGOS, and then we're going to rebuild it with this commit. And then we should be able to build for extractors, so we can actually get our own extractors run. And we'll do map extractors along with VMap and VMap assembly, but we're going to put off mmaps. I'm just going to upload the mmaps and have you download them off Google Drive. Yeah, much appreciated, Britannia. Thank you. Let's work on getting this all assembled first, so just so we can get through this part. Trice and Farrah, are you both at? Yeah, just copy those files from where I had instructed, the TBB folder that you had, that screenshot you had posted, Farrah, the VC14 folder. You're going to want to copy all those TBB files, just everything in there, directly into your VMaNGOS folder. So just copy and paste. Oh, copy and replace, yes. Yes, for the ACE library one. Just copy and replace. Yeah, for the duplicate ones, just copy and replace. You only need one version of them. Yeah, then your folder should look similar to this. It should have the build, the CMake, the core folders. Then it should have 4 ACE files, and the rest should be TBB files. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Okay, and now for the next step, we've got our dependencies in there. We're going to need to extract the data from the client, so we're going to need to first off update our core with the fixed extractor builds, and then we're going to rebuild the solution file for extractors and then rebuild the project there. So what we're going to want to do is get our Git open again. Let's reopen Git bash. And once you have Git open, you're going to want to change directory to your core, which would mean cd space. To open Git bash, click start and just search Git. You'll see the program in your list, Git bash. Now once that's open, we're going to change directories to the VMaNGOS directory that we're using, which means typing the following line, which you'll have to substitute your drive letters, of course. And let me paste that in the chat. Pharaoh, of course, you'll have to use J drive instead of C. Yeah, excellent. Perfect. And hit enter. And you'll see that you will have changed your directory into the core. Now we're going to need to basically let get know where we want to get the code from and where the code needs to go. So the way that we do that is we're going to need to add what are called remotes. And we're going to see that I have... what am I doing? So you can see that I have one remote currently set up on my system. By typing get remote, you can see whether or not you have any. I currently have one labeled origin. And I'm going to want to add VMaNGOS as another branch, or as a remote. Oh, I already have that one set as origin. Okay. You're going to want to type that in. And that will add remote for VMaNGOS under the label of VMaNGOS. Yep, just type that and press enter. Now if you type get remote, just type get remote, and you should see an entry for VMaNGOS listed. You may have one for origin as well, but don't worry about that for now. Excellent. Yeah, that should be perfect there. No, that's excellent. Now what you're going to want to do is type this. Type get fetch VMaNGOS development, and that will fetch all of the updates from the VMaNGOS repository that you had listed it as your remote so from the VMaNGOS repository, and then it will fetch all of the updates from the development branch, which is the active branch that is used for VMaNGOS. And essentially the way that it's structured is on GitHub you'll have like a project, but a project can have many branches that other people work on individually, and they can all be different from the main project, but they're all rooted in that main project, and they're all offshoots of it. And oftentimes you'll work on your own branch and then you'll merge it back into the project later on. This way you can maintain consistency across the project without any type of overlap with multiple people working on it. So you're just going to type that command, that fetch command, and then after you type that, we're going to need to pull the updates that were made by Britannia just a moment ago, and that will be done with this command. So run that pull command, and you'll see that it will run from the fetch head off the development branch, and it will update your local code base with the latest updates. And you should see it should say let's take a look here. Yep, perfect. Excellent. I actually have a few more that somehow got updated. I need to see where those updates took place. Oh, okay. It was the update 2 hours ago that I hadn't gotten. All right, Farah is all set. Yeah, it's really all you're doing is just grabbing the latest updates from the repo. I'm taking a look at Trice's error though. Yeah, it looks like it was typed correctly. Trice, type get remote and see what's listed there. Do you have any output? Yeah, actually that is correct. Trice, you have to change directories. Whatever your drive label is, I don't know if you have your file structured differently, but yeah, good catch there. I thought he had just things structured differently, but he's probably just using an old directory. Yeah, I played Dota for the first time last night since I started working on Wallcraft again. I was bored. I queued into a 12v12 match because it was late. I got stuck on the Stockholm server, and it was all Russians playing, and I got kicked out of the match within 20 minutes for no reason. It's because I spoke on the mic speaking English, and they all got tilted because they were all feeding, so they just vote kicked me. And I wasn't even feeding or anything, just because I was speaking English. It was pretty funny. I remembered why I don't play Dota anymore. It's like League of Legends, but better. It's more like Warcraft, really, than Command and Conquer. Trice, once you've changed your directory, run the remote add VMaNGOS command that I had showed. In fact, if you just hit the up arrow, you'll be able to cycle through your last command, so you can just find it. Now, once you've got that remote added, we're going to run that git fetch VMaNGOS development command, and then the pull command after. Scroll up in chat, you'll be able to see. Okay, excellent. And did you pull, Trice? You're all updated? Okay, excellent. And now that we're all updated, we don't even need to target the solution file or anything. All we got to do is just reopen our Visual Studio. Just minimize it. Don't close it out when we're working on it, because we're going to want to constantly be reopening this. But your Visual Studio, if you open it back up, it should say that your solution files have changed from outside the environment. Would you like to reload? Click yes and reload them. And that will load all of the updates that we just pulled from GitHub into our solution file. And once that's reloaded, we can just right click all build. Just open, yeah, here, let's see. In fact, we'll just, for convenience sake, we're going to close out our solution file. Just close out Visual Studio, and we're just going to reopen it. Because if we have the solution file open in Visual Studio while we update it with GitHub, the changes need to be reloaded, which Visual Studio can do by itself, but we're just going to reload the solution file. So navigate to our VMaNGOS folder, go to the build folder, locate the MaNGOS solution file. We're going to open it with Visual Studio 2022. Okay, now that that is reopened, we just right-click all build and hit build. And you'll see in the output, it'll start rebuilding stuff. The first thing that we'll notice is that it's rebuilding a pch def.cpp. That's pre-compiled header definitions file. And that means pre-compiled headers, they're basically, like I said, they're like a roadmap that the program will use to define things. Anytime you change one, you're basically going to have to rebuild the entire solution, because there's a lot of things that depend on it. So anything that depends on it is going to have to get rebuilt as well, which means that this rebuild is going to take a little bit. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, it should be finished building. We'll be able to build the install, and then we can start working on the database. Alright, I'll be back in 5.
you almost there?
Let me pull up the link for the database. I'm still building, so computer's going a little slow. We'll be done in a second, though. Yeah, I had pulled my repo earlier, like 5 minutes before another commit was added earlier, so I'm one additional commit behind. So I was wondering where those spell effects changes came from. I thought for a second that I was overwriting Wallcraft. I got all scared. I'm almost done here, though. Okay, I'm all done. Then, yeah, right-click, install, and hit build, and once you've done that, your core should have built. Yeah, I've got plenty of backups, I'm not worried. Okay, and then, now we're going to need to move on to getting the database going. We have the map extractors, we've got all the extractors, so we're going to get those all set up, and we're going to run those real quick, but let's for now get the database set up, which means we're going to need to get the database repository, and we're going to get the newest release. Let me pull the link here. And click on that link, and that will download the full world database dated June 14th, 2021. And then we're going to take that database and we're going to manually apply all the updates to it between 2021 and today. Yes, just download it wherever. Just download it into your J drive, though, for now, just so we can locate it easily. So once you've downloaded that, we're going to open up our file explorer. We're going to want to grab those extractors that we had. And those extractors will be in our VMaNGOS folder. Oops. 1 second. I'm a dummy. We're going to have to go through another step here. We have to actually retarget the solution. Regenerate the solution with extractors. We never actually did that. So let's open up CMake once more, and we're going to check that box that says use extractors. And like I said, you're going to check it once. It's checked, it just doesn't appear, so click up on the CMake install prefix just to visually load it, just to confirm that it's there. And once we've confirmed that the use extractors box is checked, we're going to click generate. And now we've generated a solution file with the extractors. So once we click generate, we're going to open back up our Visual Studio. Like I said, if we didn't close it out, we just click on it again and it's going to prompt us to reload. We're going to hit yes, reload. That will reload our solution with the new definitions that we had applied from the generation there. Yeah, and then click reload, and once that's all reloaded, you're just going to right click on all build and build once more. And this should be relatively quick. Then it should succeed, and then after we've done all build, we're going to right click on install and build. And now we'll have the extractors built. So we can minimize all of this. And we're going to open up our VMaNGOS folder and double click the CMake folder that we had made. And we'll see all the stuff that we need. This is our server right here. Now what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to copy everything. So select a folder, Control A to select all, Control C to copy, and then we're going to move up one directory, and into the VMaNGOS folder we're going to paste all of the stuff from CMake. And the reason that we build our stuff into the CMake folder and not directly into this folder with where we're going to end up using it is so that it doesn't overwrite whatever is currently active. That way, in case we need to back up the server after we're done building a new one, we're not overwriting it. So our VMaNGOS folder should now look like this. And it'll have the stuff that we just pasted, which would be our libEAY32 and our libMySQL DLLs, along with the server application and the Realm server application, and it's got all of our extractors as well. Now, what we're going to want to do is we don't need the extractors in this folder, so we're going to hold Control and we're going to click on Map Extractor, the application, move map gen, VMap assembler, and VMap extractor. Those are the 4 extractor programs, and we're actually going to cut those out of our VMaNGOS folder because we don't need them in here. We actually need them in our client folder. So we're going to navigate to our World of Warcraft client folder, and we're going to paste those extractors into the client folder. Now let me know when you've done this. We need to get those extractors, those 4 extractors, into our World of Warcraft client folder. That'll be our main directory of our client folder, so where the executable and all that stuff is. Yes, copy all of the contents from CMake into VMaNGOS, except the extractors. Those don't need to be copied. We're going to copy and paste the extractors into our client folder. Everything else goes into the VMaNGOS folder. So just open up your CMake folder. You can select all and just copy it and paste it into your VMaNGOS folder. No. Not your CMake. Yeah, hold on one second, Farah. Trice, not your CMake program folder, the CMake folder within your VMaNGOS folder. Go to your VMaNGOS folder, and you should have had one named CMake that you had made. And it should contain all of the stuff that you had built. Yeah. Yeah, you'll see your server, your DLLs for MySQL and 32-bit support. At least I think that's what that one is. And you'll see your extractors and your config files. Just take everything in that folder, and you can just copy and paste it into your VMaNGOS folder, one directory up. Once you've pasted everything from CMake into VMaNGOS, let me know. And we're going to take those extractors that we just pasted in there, we're going to move those over to our WoW client folder. Yes, but those need to be placed in your WoW client folder, and there's 4 of them, not just 2. So, Farah, just go back to your VMaNGOS folder. And in fact, just for the sake of brevity, Trice as well, go to your VMaNGOS folder, click on CMake, and you'll see your 4 different extractor programs. It's Map Extractor, Move Map Gen, VMap Assembler, and VMap Extractor. You'll see those 4 in there. Those we had just copied and pasted into our VMaNGOS folder, but those need to go into our client folder. So we're going to select all 4 of them and just copy them. So select, hold Control and left click on all 4 of those individually. And then hold Control and hit C to copy. And then we're going to want to open up our client folder. And that can be done by right-clicking on our client's desktop icon and opening File Location. And you'll see that my client folder, it's where like your data folder and your interface and all that shit is. So just open up your client folder, and you're going to paste those 4 extractors in there. And those are applications that are going to extract data from the client so that the server can use it. Basically, the way that the map is and objects on the world, the way that the server determines stuff like line of sight and where, you know, you're allowed to move and walk as a creature is through the data that it obtains from the client with these extractors. Now, we built default VMaNGOS, so by default it will not extract from any patch that is custom, which is good. So you don't have to worry about any custom patches being present. Just paste them directly, like I said, into the main directory of your client, and then we're going to need to run them in a specific order. And when you've done that, you have those 4 extractors there. The first one that we're going to run is called Map Extractor. Just simply double click it and it'll extract all the maps from your client. Farah, go to your desktop. However you launch WoW, whatever you click on to launch WoW, right-click that icon and then hit Open File Location. The same place where you download the Wallcraft patch, that's where you got to paste it. Not the data folder, though, the main directory of your client. So, right-click your World of Warcraft client icon, Open File Location, right there, that's where you paste it. Yeah, right in there. You just paste them right in there. And then once you've pasted them, you just double-click on the one called Map Extractor, and it'll extract all the maps from your game client file. It'll create a folder for those maps. Trice, did your maps extract? Yeah, it'll take a second to do it. Yeah, it'll create a maps folder, and that'll have all the link or address maps. Excellent. Yeah, that'll do that as well. Okay, excellent. Okay, I'm packing the move maps down into a zip file, and I'm going to upload them. I don't know if Britannia is still around, if he has a link for his repack. you can actually just use the map files from the repack, and we're not going to build the M maps because, like I said, that takes a few days to do. So now that we've established our maps, we're going to need to, yeah, don't touch anything else until we get everything assembled. We're going to run the next one, the extractor, for VMaps. And let me locate that. It'll be VMap Extractor. Just double click on that. And if there's any errors with that one, just let me know. That one should run fine the first time, but if you ever try and rerun it, you're going to need to clean your directory, because it won't be able to generate if there's already folders that it needs existing. Yeah, and it should run VMap extraction now. VMaps are line of sight, essentially. The way that the server can determine line of sight is through VMaps. That's that information. The map folders are linker map addresses, and they essentially contain data for map tiles. Move map gen is for NPC movement, creature movement, how the server handles movement across the terrain. Don't quote me on any of that, but I'm fairly certain that that's exactly what each of those do. I might be a little off on it though. Okay, so yeah, that's one thing that we will need. It's going to throw an error. We're going to need those TBB libraries, those dynamic link libraries. We're going to actually need those inside of our client as well, along with ACE, dynamic link library, I believe. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back over to our VMaNGOS folder. And we are going to go to our, we could copy all of them. We're going to sort by type of file. And if you see on my screen, I have my various DLL files. We're going to need all of those DLL files. So the ACE DLL, the two lib EAY and libmysql. Oh, awesome. Thank you very much. Britannia just posted the copy of the Bro Pack, the latest copy. What we're going to do is we're going to actually download that and use the map files, the move maps from that, because they're essentially the exact same. It's just going to save you a couple days in actually building them yourself. Trice, go ahead and take all those DLL files. You're going to want to copy them into your client folder and then try and run the VMap extractor. If the VMap extractor says that your directories are not clean or they're dirty, you're going to want to, in your client folder, delete the file or delete the folders labeled buildings and VMaps. And then you should be able to run the VMap extractor. Once the VMap extractor is all finished running, then we'll run the VMap assembler. And then I'm going to have you guys download the Bro Pack, and we're just going to take the M maps from them. And we really could use all the maps from it, but it's a good experience to learn how to generate your own. Especially if you ever plan on adding custom maps, you're going to need to run this. I just had to do this yesterday to add movement for Karazhan. Farah, is yours still running, or did you have an issue? Okay, after VMap Extractor is done, you can run the VMap Assembler. Yes, VMap Assembler. Correct. Oh, don't run MoveMap, Jen. We don't need to actually run that, Trice. That takes, like, not even kidding, it takes like 3 days to actually run. So, Britannia posted the link for the Bro Pack. Just download that, and we're just going to take the move maps from that. Because it's the same thing. And those are actually built for high resolution, so you get better move mapping than you'd probably even generate. Originally, when I built Wallcraft for 1.8.4, I generated my own move maps, and that took 3 days. And then on the second day, the first attempt, it had crashed because of a power outage. So I had to redo it. It took an entire week. Yes, you'll need the ACE, Farah. You'll need the ACE DLL and the other DLLs that we had put into the VMaNGOS folder. We're going to need those inside the World of Warcraft client folder as well in order to run the extractors. So navigate back to your VMaNGOS folder and then sort the files by type so we can see what type they are. And it should line all of the DLLs up. We're going to select all of them. It should be 11 different DLLs selected. You can see at the bottom left it says 11 items selected. And we're just going to copy them with Control-C, and we're going to paste them into our World of Warcraft game client folder. Yeah, same place as the launcher. And then once that's done, you'll be able to run your VMap assembler. If it gives an error that the directory is not clean, we'll have to rerun the extractor, but it shouldn't, so you can just rerun it. Yeah, once that's pasted, run the assembler. Excellent. And now while that's going, you can start the download on the Bro Pack if you haven't. And that way you can get the move map files. And what the Bro Pack actually contains is what we just got done building here. Like, pretty much exactly what we got done building here was the Bro Pack. The Bro Pack, obviously, it contains a lot of different utilities, though, which are going to be useful, but we're just going to follow the guide so we can do it manually. The Bro Pack also contains stuff like Apache, which we'll end up downloading and using, and HeidiSQL, I believe, for databases. Just save it wherever you've been saving everything else for downloads. Yes, in the J folder, not in your WoW client folder. Save it into your J directory. This is, you're downloading a server basically, so you want to just save it into your J directory. And all we're going to do is just extract from that zip file. So once you've got it downloaded, let me know. We're going to extract that, and then we're going to just take the mmap files out of there. One step at a time. Just let me know when you've got it downloaded. Yes, just extract in place. Use the 7-zip option to extract here. It'll create a folder titled BroPack. Yeah, a little bit hefty, but like I just said, that's pretty much what we just got done building. It's everything that's going to be in there. Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to go have a smoke, grab some water. Then once that's all done, we'll be able to finish up the last bit of it. And in fact, we could even use the Apache that's in there and everything, but we're just going to do it the way that the guide shows. Yeah. And then download this as well. And we're going to worry about that later, but we're going to need that. And that will be all of our stuff that we need for HeidiSQL and everything. Actually, we're going to get the download from HeidiSQL. Save that download for WampStack later. That will be used to essentially set up our Apache database for a website. We're not going to touch on that right now. That's probably not even next month's lesson. That'll probably be 2 or 3 months down the road. Yeah, just save that in J for now. And then we're going to need this as well. This is HeidiSQL. This is our SQL database browser. And this is going to be one of the main tools that we use for any edits and custom stuff that we do in the server. Will be HeidiSQL. And grab HeidiSQL and install it now. Just ignore the WampStack one for now. Just worry about Heidi. Yeah, WampStack will be for the website and stuff in the future. And we technically could use some of the tools within WampStack for this, but we're just going to use Heidi. It's probably the best right now. Unzip the BroPack, and you're going to want to install Heidi. Just ignore Bitnami for now. Yeah, extract bro pack right to your J drive. Yes, you can just leave those selected. That'll automatically update Heidi. That's fine. Trice, have you extracted bro pack and moved your mmaps folder? If not, just get that extracted. We'll go from there. Okay, excellent. Just leave them there for now. And Farah, let me know when you've got that extracted. Okay, take your time. I'm going to go smoke and grab some water real quick while that's handling. Alright, we should be just about done with extracting. Just let me know how it's going, Farah. Okay. Excellent. Now that we're all done, you're just going to run the installer for Heidi. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let me know when you've got the installation done for Heidi. Alright, Trice, have you gotten yours installed? Okay, excellent. Now, we're going to open up the folder for the Bro Pack. I haven't downloaded it, but just open up the Bro Pack folder. And you'll find a folder inside called M-Maps. The letter M, Maps. Like that. I'm going to copy that folder and paste it into your VMaNGOS folder. It's a pretty big file, so it might take a little bit to move. Ooh, I might actually need you to help me figure out where it is. Can you post a screenshot of what's inside the Bro Pack? I'll be able to tell. I should just download it. I think I might actually have it somewhere, but I have to find it. Oh, crap. That's not what I wanted. Well, congrats, you get to watch a server crash out. Let's see. Oh, excellent. Plax found it. Farah, it's that one that I had you download and just extract, wherever you just extracted it to. It's the folder that you literally just extracted. When you download a zip folder, it's basically a folder that contains a bunch of other folders and it's compressed. You need to extract it in order to use it. So when you extract it, it makes a copy of it, uncompressed. It'll have the same name though, wherever you extracted it to. And then yeah, take that M-Maps folder and just copy and paste it into your VMaNGOS folder. Yeah, we're moving the M-Maps from the Bro Pack over. And in fact, if you want, in that same place where the M-Maps are, there's the VMaps and the Maps folder. You can either grab them from your client, the ones that you generated, or you can just grab them from there. They're both the same. Yeah, whatever it's called, Lights Hope Repack. I don't know, whatever it's called. Just whatever you just extracted from. Yeah, it's probably just called Mangos. Oh, actually, I do have it. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, no, you're fine. Okay, yeah, so Mangos, and then there's a folder called Data, and inside the Data folder, you'll see Maps, Mmaps, Vmaps. So, in fact, what we're going to do, if you look at my screen, we have Maps, Mmaps, Vmaps, and 5875, which is the client version that the server is going to be using. So we're going to select these four right from the bro pack. And two of these we generated ourselves. We're not actually going to use, but it's a good way to learn how to generate. So just select these four, and we're going to copy them, Control C, and we're going to go ahead and paste them directly into our VMaNGOS folder. It's about 3 gigabytes, so it's going to take a little bit. And now once we're done pasting all of those, we'll have our server and all of our map files, along with the 5875 folder, which is our DBC from our client. And this contains all of the various client versions, including different languages. It contains all of their DBC, which is the client database files. These are basically a mirror copy of a lot of the information that the server uses, but a lot of them are unique in that the server pulls the information directly from the DBC. There's not really much need to have it replicated in two places. So for now, what we're going to do is we're just going to go back into our... No, Farah. Not into your WoW folder, into your VMaNGOS folder. You're going to take those four, the maps, Mmaps, Vmaps, and 5875 from your bro pack, the Mangos folder. So we're going to find those, your Mangos folder that you had extracted inside the data subfolder. You're going to grab those four, and we're going to copy and paste them into our VMaNGOS folder. Again, this is the server folder. The VMaNGOS folder is our server folder, and this is where all the information needs to be. We had, yeah, exactly, right in there. We had extracted some of those folders from the client ourselves, but we're just going to use the ones from the bro pack because they're the same thing. It's just more so teaching how to use the extractors, because you'll need to know how to use them in case you ever make custom maps. After we've moved all of those, we're going to need to get our SQL server set up, which means using our Bitnami that we had downloaded. Give me a second though, because I haven't actually started an SQL server on here for quite some time, so let's take a look here. Yes, just wait on the Heidi. We're not going to boot it up yet because we need to install the server. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and open up our Bitnami download. Yeah, one step at a time here. Okay, yeah, you can just close that out for now if it auto started. So go ahead and open up Bitnami that we had downloaded. You might need to run the installer. And let me know when you've done that. Alright, now if you double click it, you should see a folder called WAMP stack. Yeah, and then double click that. It's the Bitnami folder, the folder called WAMP stack. Just double click it. Yeah, so Bitnami is an executable. You should have gotten it from that link that I had posted. So I'm not really sure what you're extracting to. But Troy seems to have it installing. If you need the link again, just scroll up. You should have downloaded it, though, I believe. Yes, you can just hit next. That's fine. No, not into VMaNGOS. Just make it its own folder. So just J:// not mango, so just not that. Okay, well then change it to vthis. Change it to that. Is there an option for a default? You should make it something that you remember. And I wouldn't just use the default, but if your server's not open to the public, then it's not a huge deal. If it is open to the public, you definitely don't want it to be a default, because anybody could access it then. So make it something that you can remember. Yeah, definitely not that. Uncheck that and hit next. You don't need it in the cloud. Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Okay, excellent. Once Pharaoh's got it installed, we'll move forward with getting this set up. Yeah, take your time. I'm gonna smoke real quick and I'll be back in a minute. It's definitely overwhelming, and we haven't even gotten it set up yet. This is just the setup process. It's definitely overwhelming, and there's a lot that goes into it. And just think, this is just the setup process. We haven't even gotten into it. That's what I say when people message me and they say, oh, I'd love to help. I don't know how to do any of this, but I'm sure you can teach me. It's like, I'd be willing to teach you, but there's a lot to learn. It's not super simple. It's not the most complex thing. It's not rocket science, but it's pretty damn close to it. And it's definitely a learning curve, and it's a process. I think anybody is definitely capable of grasping it, but it takes a lot of time and commitment to understand it. It can be very tedious. Once you figure it out and how everything interacts with each other, though, that's really the big step. And it's a lot to absorb at first, but practice makes perfect. Let me know when you got that all installed, and then we can move on. Okay, are you all installed? Correct. All the information is stored directly in the database. And that's what we're setting up right now, is the SQL server. And the SQL server will host all the databases, including characters, login, account creation, logs, stuff like that, the world database. Correct, you never want to delete that, or you're going to piss off a bunch of people. I mean, sometimes you'll delete it. I deleted the dev server character database yesterday for the tournament. Oh, it still exists. I wiped it. I cleaned the tables before the tournament, so all the characters were fresh. But they still exist. I didn't wipe it again. Correct. Have you finished installing? Okay. I'm actually going to need to refresh my memory on how to boot up the LAMP server. We're going to have PHP myadmin, and I believe we just run the service installer, service start. Pretty sure that's all we have to do. Structured query language. No, we don't have to ever touch on the ACE guide, fortunately. We just have to ignore the warnings that get thrown when we build with it. That's all we have to do. Yes, essentially the ACE wrapper handles network communication. It's like the protocols for that. Yeah, I can only imagine how thick that guy is. It's going to be a long read. Oh, you're probably saving it to a drive with a low write speed too. Your J drive doesn't sound like an SSD. I try and save all my servers to an SSD just for speed. For the longest time though, I only had 128 or whatever gigabyte SSD. And I did not have enough room, so I had to shuffle stuff around anytime I wanted to get work done. I would have to delete stuff and then reinstall other things. So it's been a pain, but I got a new hard drive for all my storage. And I'm actually maxing it out right now with this stream. It's like almost a terabyte of video. Yeah, just let me know whenever you're done. It'll take a little while. Yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna go smoke real quick. Any day. Any day.
Still doing that, Jake?
Yeah. You're still going?
That's not too loud, is it?
No, you're fine. Yeah, it'll just be command prompt initializing. You'll actually start seeing that every midnight, so just be ready for that. Every midnight you're going to get a command prompt pop up, and it'll be MySQL updating. There's probably a way in the config file to stop that from happening. But, I don't know, I haven't fucked with it. Okay. Have you got that installed now? Oh, is it still installing? Yeah, it's kind of fucking annoying when that does that. That's just how it be, dude. I'm sure there's a way to disable that from even showing up. But yeah, every midnight. It happened to me in Dota last night. I've just gotten so used to it that it pops right up over my game screen. I just keep playing, I don't even notice. And like, it won't tuck behind the window if you're clicking on shit. It just doesn't go away until it finishes. No, don't click anything until Yeah, don't worry. There's definitely a way to fucking disable that, though. You could probably Google that. In fact, I'll Google it in a second once we move on to the next step. Okay, so we're going to open up our Bitnami folder. Let's locate that. And open up the WAMP stack folder. Let me know when you're there. Oh, no. We're navigating to a folder. We're not clicking on nothing right now. We're gonna go to the Bitnami folder. Inside the Bitnami folder, there's a folder called WAMP stack -8 point whatever. You're gonna double click that. And you're gonna let me know when you get there so we can move on. Nope, you're right in the right spot. That's exactly where you need to be. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's the right folder. Now, at the bottom, you're going to see 2 batch files. There's one called service install and one called service run. Let me read through the README real quick, but I'm pretty sure that's where to click. Okay, yeah, so double click on service install. Yeah, double click at service install. Yeah, double click service install. It might not visibly do anything. Yeah, that's fine. You only do it once. You won't notice anything. It's just a batch file. Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect. Okay, now double click on service run. Excellent. Yeah, that's good. Now we're going to double click on our manager windows program that's inside there. Now you're going to see a program pop up when you click on manager windows application. And it's going to look like this. Now this is going to have basically your service hub for your website and your SQL server. You're going to be able to monitor server events and whatnot from here. We're going to go up to the top though, and we're going to click on the Manage Servers tab. And we want to make sure that we have Maria database and Apache web server running. If we only have Maria database for now, that's fine, because we're not building a website today, but we want to get the database set up so we can get our world database built. Excellent. Beautiful. Okay, now we can just X this out. And we can boot up HeidiSQL. And we're going to be looking at a menu that kind of looks like this. Let me know when you've gotten there. Yeah, we won't have any servers right now. It's just going to be a menu. You won't see anything. Oh, are you talking about you don't have any servers running in WAMP or Heidi? Plex. Yeah, that's correct, Farah. Perfect. Okay, Plex, you're going to have to go back into your Bitnami folder, and you're going to want to double click on Service Run and Service Install. And then if you reopen your manager window, you should hopefully see both servers running. Alright, and I'm sorry, the order is service install and then service run. I might have said that backwards. And let me know if you still don't have any servers running. No worries, Trice, you're all set with this step. I'm just helping Plex get his set up. Yeah, just hang out on the HeidiSQL page. We're gonna get our session connected to our SQL server so that we can start importing all of our information into the databases. Let's get Plex set up here first. Plex, did you manage to get those running? If not, let me know. Okay, Plex, go up into your WAMP folder and double click on the MariaDB folder. And then double click on bnconfig. Try and run that application. if that doesn't work, you might have disabled them in your service manager. If so, then we'll need to go through that. You don't have a MariaDB folder? Yeah, it looks like you're using an older version. Just use the link that I posted up there. No, yeah, MySQL, that's what it is. And same thing, pretty much. Yeah, I'm gonna go smoke real quick while he's reinstalling. Just yeah, use the link that I posted up there earlier, and you might need to uninstall first, but yeah, that one. Was that the one that I had posted? Because I think the one I posted was newer. No, okay, that is the correct one. Yeah, that's fine. They're pretty much all the same. If you can find the 8 point, the newest one, you can use that one. That's all the same though. I actually don't know how I got a newer version. Yeah, if you find the 8.19 whatever, you can use that though. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, let me know when you got that installed. And make sure that you install all the frameworks. Don't deselect anything. all the frameworks. Plaques, how far along are we? Oh, no worries. If you're still installing, that's totally fine. I just want to make sure that you get the two servers up and running. You don't even have to worry about the correct version. Just use the link that I had posted there because those two had gotten it. So I would just reinstall that, and as long as... Yeah, you should. We'll figure that out, though, don't worry. Just reinstall the one from the link that I had given you, and make sure that you install all the frameworks for it. And get that up and running, and we'll take it from there. There's a stray cat that hangs around. She comes in my house and sleeps at night. Yeah, she's the sweetest thing. I don't have any picks. It's like a gray and black. Just long hair.
There are 4 brand new weapons: the Web Weaver Bow, Ursine Chainmace, Accursed Scepter, and the Void Waker, and I'm going to be testing them out all over the wilderness.
It's still missing? Okay. Well, then that means we just need to initialize those server processes. So you've got it reinstalled, and let's just navigate. Yeah. Just have you installed the version from the link that I gave, because it worked for the other two people, so it's definitely going to work for you. We just need to initialize the servers. Are you in the right folder though? It should be Bitnami and then WAMP stack. It should be like 8.0.3 or whatever. Let's navigate there first. Okay. And it should have created a folder for Bitnami in whatever directory you had specified. Can we navigate to that folder? Should be Bitnami and then subfolder with WAMP stack. Oh, can you actually hear my stream? Yeah, I had a Torvesta video playing in the background. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, Plex, just click next. Make sure all the frameworks are selected. No, you don't need a MariaDB folder in there. You don't have to worry about that. Yeah, just click next. Those are just the frameworks. You'll see it after. Yeah, I actually forgot I have a screen playthrough also enabled right now. Whoops. That's fine though. Okay, Apache web server, and then let's just close out that program for the manager. And we're just going to navigate to the folder where it's located. And can you send me a screenshot of the directory? Yeah, what the hell? You don't have MariaDB. What? Do you already have MariaDB set up somewhere? Do you have an SQL server? 'Cause that's bizarre. Oh wait, you have one in there, MySQL. That's the same thing. Yeah. You have a folder in there, MySQL. Double click on that. They might have actually just renamed it between versions. Hey, enough of the cat pictures for now. Yeah, click on MySQL folder. And inside there should be a program called bnconfig. And just double click that. Yes, bnconfig.exe. Run that program. And that should initialize your MySQL server, which is, it's actually MariaDB, I believe, but they just renamed it previously. Probably initialize the server. Reopen your manager windows and check under server status tab. Yeah, you might have it manually disabled. Let's see. Might be Bitnami or Lampstack. Let's see. Yeah, Lampstack right here. So you'll see the two services, Apache and MariaDB. I actually have another Apache, not running though. It'll either be Lampstack MySQL or Lampstack MariaDB. You should have MariaDB running. So you see on my screen. Did you manage to find those services? If not, let me know. We're going to try a few other things. No, don't worry about that, Farah. As long as yours both were running, you don't have to worry. You don't see those services in there? You can try and install on Docker, but what I would just do is just run the service install. So navigate to your bitnami folder and try and run that again, see what happens. So you go to LAMP stack and then service install this batch file, double click this, and then after that opens, do the service run. Yeah, it should be. Let me take a look. Yeah, go back into your bitnami folder. The one that you had sent me in the screenshot up there. Yeah, take your time. We're in no rush. If you need a hand, just let me know. And if you get stuck anywhere, just let me know. But keep me updated on where you're at. Oh, you didn't need to reinstall it again. You had the right stuff inside there. That picture you had posted, you had everything already. Yeah, Plex. Go back to the directory that I had shown. If you're already reinstalling, that's fine, but yeah, your bitnami folder, WAMP stack folder inside there, it'll have all that stuff that you posted. You're going to need to double click that service install and that service run bat file. Hey, no worries. No, you shouldn't need to, but if you'd like to, we can. If you find that helpful. Once it's installed, you're just going to want to go back directly into the same folder. If you see on my screen, you can see the folder here. And once you're in this folder, let me know. You going to bed? I love you. Yeah, what are you doing? Love you. No.
Maybe that guy will come and take you.
Oh, sassy. Yeah, that's right, her.
I was just letting her clean herself up here. She was digging her claws into my armhole, man.
Oh, no.
I had to even move her paw out of my arm. She didn't even stop cleaning.
Oh, no.
As soon as she stopped, I grabbed her paw and like unhooked it out of her arm.
Get out of here. Yeah. Let me just get some leverage here.
Skin
Right.
would work better.
Oh, sassy. Hey, you're gonna go nuts.
I'm gonna put that furnace on. I don't know if it's gonna kick on. It might be loud in there.
Oh, that's fine.
Or you want? I'll leave it off for now.
Yeah, if it's cold, I'll turn it on.
Yeah. Wait for name.
Love you. Bye. Yeah, let me know once that's all done. Okay, excellent. Now that you're in that, we're gonna double click that bat file, service install. Okay, now double click your manager windows. It's still empty. Oh boy. Well, that means that at some point you've installed some sort of SQL server. You don't have the databases running, you don't have anything set up here, so we're going to have to get this set up. Yeah, I don't know if you have some sort of firewall restriction. You keep talking about Docker, but I'm just assuming that you're using just a regular. Well, yeah, but I want to make sure that you're part of the next step here. It's definitely been a long process, but you haven't really had any issues so far until now, so let's get this all figured out. Yeah, double click on the folder that says MySQL. And then once you have that, once you're inside the MySQL folder, double click bnconfig. See if that gets it running. Okay, now reopen your manager windows and see if it's running. Close out manage servers and reopen it. Okay, we're going to try one more thing here. Let's go back to the main directory, and we're going to double-click Use WAMP stack on this batch file. Let's see if that does it. It could also be a port issue, which we'll find out in a second. Very likely could be a port issue. So double click the Use WAMP stack if you haven't already, and let me know if that does it. Okay. Go up to the properties file. It'll be your config file. And then double click that. And at the top, it'll be MySQL port along with MySQL host. For the port, it should be 3307 or 3306, depending on what you have set as the default. If it's 3306, change that to 3307. Because if you... Okay, yeah, so change that to 3307 and then save. Then once you save that, we're going to double-click on Service Install and then double-click on Service Run. We'll see if that fixes it. And can you actually just post the full properties that you have? I'll take a look through and see if you're missing any of the installed components. You can just DM it to me if you want. Oh, you got screen share. Let me take a look. Okay, 1 second. Okay, those should all be correct. Now try and rerun service install and service run. Still nothing. Open up your services tab, your task manager. And sort by name. And we're going to go all the way down to WAMP, so at the bottom. No, we don't have any WAMP services. Did you uncheck those boxes on installation for all the extra frameworks because you needed to leave those checked? I don't know if you had installed it like that. Okay, they were all checked. Okay. Let's take a look here then. Yeah, you just need MySQL server. That's all you're trying to find. Yeah, run that in command prompt so we can see the output. You could try in Docker. I am not familiar with Docker, so I couldn't tell you shit about it. But you can try. And honestly, that could be what's interfering. Yeah, try and run that bat file in command prompt and we'll see what the output is. Stopping services. Try and run that again. Yeah. It's just rebooting the services. Yeah, and that's just all the commands here for the bat. Try and, let's see, starting all services. Ooh, well that said something. Hold on, click on that again. The manager windows. Yeah, it said starting all services. Yeah, hit start all. Give it a second. See, I think that you might have some sort of port conflict that could be going on, or some sort of issue with like a port virtualization. That's something you might need to mess around on with your router there. However, you have your network set up. Oh, here, let's try and tinker around with it. I'm in no rush, and we're right on the last step, so if we want, we can just finish it up, and then I can circle back around. In fact, yeah, I'll just do that so we can get this out of the way and get Trice and Pharaoh set up here. I would, yeah, see, my PHP admin is configured for port 8080, and you're also going to need port 443 and port 80 open. So if you can check what ports you have open right now, those need to be available. So if there's something else that's running on those ports, it's going to fail. And what you can do is just go into config and you can just change the ports. Yeah, RX record too long. Yeah, there you go. You're in my PHP admin, so you've got that running. Go down to your taskbar at the bottom there and click on Manager Windows. Yeah, don't reopen the program. At taskbar, sorry, at the bottom. Yeah, just click on Manager Windows. Let's see. This will have LAMP services running. Open your Manager Windows program. Yeah, no. Your Manager Windows. At the bottom, yeah, right there. There you go. Yeah, you got 3 of them open. Get some of them closed out. You only need 1. Yeah, and then you can click on right there at the bottom. You can click on Go to Application. Yeah, click on that. Yeah, I would go ahead and close that out and then reset your config to 3306. And your IP for your local address should be correct, 127.0.2. 0.1. And that'll just open it in a browser. Open application folder. Yeah, I'm about to just Google it. I'm not sure why you're specifically having a problem here. It should just run right out of the box. Lamp stack services mod. Okay, it could be port 80 issue. So we're going to go back to that config file. We're going to try this. Yeah, at the bottom there, it should say your port. It should be port. Yeah, right up. Oh, okay, you have it set to 81. Did you change that value from 80 to 81? Oh, okay. Well, that could be the issue there. That needs to be 80, not 81. Yeah, and then save. Then try and do the service install and service run again. Yeah, and stop that. Nope. The fuck? Here, hit restart all. But you don't have any servers listed, and that's the problem. I'm gonna fucking Google this. I don't know why your servers are not appearing. They're not booting up. They're being restricted by some sort of port issue, and I don't know what you have running. You said you're a developer, so you probably got a ton of random shit running. This is not initialized. Okay. First off, let's try this real quick. Let's not worry about downloading anything right now, because we should just get this going. Yeah, there you go. You have MySQL via TCP/IP. We're on the Discord. Plax is running a screen share, so we're looking at it there. Go back to that browser there, Plax. On the top right, it says database server MySQL via TCP/IP, server type MySQL. So you do have an SQL server running. It's running with PHP MyAdmin. What the fuck? Protocol version 10. Yeah, look at your address though. Your address is 172.19.0.3. So you've got a different address there. Yeah, so we're just going to connect to that because it looks like you already have an instance running. You probably have installed something in the past that uses an SQL server, so you already have one running. Yeah, it's very well Docker has that running. So you're going to copy that address right there, and you're just going to use that. Yeah, so just copy that, and you'll need the root part as well. Okay, Trice, Farah, are you guys here? Okay, Trice is here and Farah's here. Okay, we're going to open up HeidiSQL. So everybody get that open. Okay, Farah, get HeidiSQL open. And then on the bottom left, it's going to say new. We're going to create a new instance or a new session. And I actually don't want to create a new one, but that's fine. Yeah, it's probably because he's running like Docker or something. So it's strange, but that's fine. As long he looks like he already has an SQL server running, so he can just use that. And he's probably got some other application that utilizes something that's contained on Docker or whatever. Yeah, it's no big deal. We're gonna move forward now. HeidiSQL, let's all get that open, and when we're there, like I said, we're gonna click on the bottom left. It's gonna say new, and then we're gonna fill out all this information for what we want for the server. We can rename it to whatever we want. I actually have this named as Everlook still. Your host name and IP should be this. For Plex, you'll have to paste that IP that you had located in there. And I don't know what the port was listed as, but for, okay, Farah, that's perfect. You're just going to use the defaults pretty much. Trice, yours should look exactly like that. And then once we're done, we're just going to click open. Beautiful. Alright, so yeah, excellent. So you do have a SQL server running. Yeah, perfect. That's exactly what we needed. You can change the name to whatever you want. You can change it to VMaNGOS or whatever, it doesn't matter. That name isn't relevant. That's just your session name for your client connecting to it. Now that we're in here though, we're going to go over some of the stuff. As you can see on the left hand side, once you're inside here, this is a list of all of your databases. Each of these databases will contain various tables, and these tables all contain all the information for your server. This database is for characters, and then I've got the characters for development server, which is the tournament server, and then Kalimdor, and a bunch of other stuff. Uh-oh, Trice got an error. What's your error say? Okay, access denied for root at localhost. You don't have a password. Enter root. Your password should be root. Yeah, my apologies. Enter root for your password. That's the default. And we're going to want to change that once we create a new user account. And let me know if that works. Let's see. Try password, actually. I can't remember what the default is. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, did it prompt for a password when you were installing? If so, use that password. Yeah, if it asks for a password, then use that. Try that. Okay, have you tried the password that you had inputted? There's some sort of default. I can't fucking remember though. Give me a second. Yeah, so use your password. The root password should be blank on install, but there's a prompt now that asks for a password. So Farah managed to get in. It asked for you to input a password when you were installing WAMP Stack. You're going to have to use whatever you input there. Yeah, so Farah got in. Yeah, 6 hours ago. Yeah. Make sure you didn't have caps on or something. Okay, excellent. Beautiful. That's fine though, because we're going to actually create new user accounts. That's going to be your local access account. That's what you use to access the server locally. Now that we're in, we're going to go to the top, and up on the bar you're going to see this icon with 2 little people. It's going to say manage user authentication and privileges. Now okay, good. I was going to say I don't want to click on that, dox myself. But you're going to click on that button, and it's going to pull up a box with adding user accounts. On the top left, you're going to see add, and we're going to click on that. And you're going to want to add an account from username, and you can set it to whatever you want, but I would personally just use either your name or whatever username that you want to be accessing the database from. Yeah, make sure that you don't forget your root password, but we're going to set up new accounts, so. And you can see this is the box here. Just click on the add button, then we're going to want to name the account. So I'm just going to make one called wall, and it's going to be from localhost, access server from location only. That's how we're going to use this one. And we're going to set our password, whatever we deem necessary for a password. And it's good to use decent security, at least 8 characters or more. It should be a mix of letters and numbers, but most importantly, it should be something that you can remember, that you don't forget. This isn't a huge deal for now, but it could be in the future. Once we're done with that, we're going to want to expand the box and show the privileges that we're able to grant to it. And we're going to want to just give it global privileges. And this will allow us to have a super user account, or an administrator account, technically. And this will allow full editing access for this account on localhost. Well, once we're done with that, we're going to hit save, and we'll have created our new account. As you can see, I have several accounts for different applications to restrict access to certain things. if I don't want a database editing program to have, yes, click on global so that it assigns global privileges. It should check all the boxes. Just make sure global is checked and then save. Now once we're done there, we can just hit close. And now that we're in and we've got our account created, we can get our databases set up. Yep, correct. Save and then close. Correct. So we're going to get our databases set up, and that means we're going to need to go back to the wiki and follow along. So I'm just going to read it out. And now that we've got our SQL server set up, we're going to need to create 4 different databases. So I want everybody right now to pay attention very carefully. I don't want to have to keep repeating this part because it's going to fuck people up if I have to. Okay? So everybody should be on this menu, and you're not going to have all these boxes because these are all my databases, but you're going to see at the very top, whatever you have your schema named, whatever you chose, it's either unnamed or whatever you chose. You're going to want to right click it and then go down to create new and create new database, and then click on that, and it's going to prompt for a name for the database, and it's going to ask for the collation. The collation does not need to be changed. The default is fine for the server defaults. That'll be the UTF-8 MB4 Unicode, so don't even touch that. For the name though, for the first one, we're going to make one called logs. And then once you type in the name logs, just hit OK. Okay, follow along, Farah. We're at the main menu, HeidiSQL. Up at the top, your schema name, right-click it, create new, database. Make sure you're watching the screen, because we're going to have to do this 4 times, and I don't want to have to repeat this part more times than necessary because it's going to create confusion. So let me know when you're at HeidiSQL, Farah, and when you're ready to create a database, and we're going to move on after. I don't know why you can't just name bar. Okay, so enter logs. I'm going to go down the list on the wiki here. So if you kind of see the instructions that I pasted there, we need to get 4 of those databases set up. They need to be named exactly as shown in the picture. So we're going to repeat the process and create 4 databases, each with those names. Logs, realmd, characters, VMaNGOS. As you can see in the picture in chat. Correct. For the first one, right-click on your server schema, as I had shown. Just right-click, create new, database, and then name it logs and hit create. Don't need to change anything else. And then you're going to repeat that step for each of those items in the list. There's 4 in total: logs, realmd, characters, and VMaNGOS. Make sure they're named exactly the same. And once that's done, let me know. Excellent. And Plex, I assume you've got all yours set up. Excellent. Okay. And now we're going to build the databases. So, we downloaded that world database earlier. Hey, perfect. We downloaded that world database earlier from the database repository. So, let's see. What we're going to do is we're going to left click on VMaNGOS. And then we're going to go all the way to the top left. And with VMaNGOS selected, make sure that VMaNGOS is selected. It'll have a little green check mark on it. That means that we have this database selected. So whatever queries that we execute will be executed against this database. So now next step, after this has been selected, we go up to the top left and we click on File. And we're going to Run SQL File. And what you're going to do is you're going to navigate to the directory where you downloaded that world database. And that would have been labeled world underscore June underscore like 21st, 2021, something like that. Once you find that within the SQL file browser, let me know before you attempt to open it. Probably. In fact, I'll go check that. Right, Zug, you said MariaDB log window, or are you talking HeidiSQL log window? Oh, it didn't leak anything, no. Oh, yep, never mind. It did. That's fine though. That's the burner password that I use, and I deleted the account already, so that's totally irrelevant. Yeah, you're right though. Thank you for that catch. That's fine. Oh, you're definitely right. That's the... Well, if somebody wants, I guess they're gonna gain access to my 50 burner Hotmail and Proton Mail accounts with that one. Congrats. I hope you enjoy your spam mail. Yeah, definitely good catch though. That's why I've always been very nervous to live stream though any of the development process, because if I was working on my actual server and not just the sample server, like that would be a constant concern. Either way though, that's fine for now. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I ain't worried. I would never have a legitimate password that was under 12 characters anyways. Those are way too easy to brute force. Yeah, that's whatever. Moving on anyways. So, we have our VMaNGOS database selected. We're going to go up into our browser, run SQL file, and we're going to navigate to where we downloaded that world database earlier. Okay, so wherever we had downloaded that, Farrah, that would be your J drive. You're going to click on that and you're going to find a file that will say something along the lines of world underscore June underscore 17. It'll be called, we downloaded it like 2 hours ago here. It would have been called world underscore June, not in Bitnami. It's a file that you downloaded into your downloads folder. I specifically said to download it in your J folder, so just open up your file browser for HeidiSQL, the menu that we're currently on, make sure you're on it, and you're going to navigate down into your J drive, and it should be in there. It'll be called world underscore June underscore 17 underscore 2021, something like that. Let me find the exact name. You 100% have it. Farrah, here, let me give you the link. You're just going to download this again. Just click on that, and then you're going to extract to that folder. Download it into your J directory, the main directory of your J drive, and then extract it also to there. And for now, on HeidiSQL, you can just cancel out of the file upload because it's not there yet. This dude is fucking computer illiterate. I'd have an easier time. My dad would have finished this 4 hours ago. My grandpa would be able to do this. No, he's using Brave, and he can't remember where he downloaded it, so it's fine, just download it again. It's your hard drive space, not mine. Okay, I'm back here. Yeah, those are zip files, so every time you see a zip file, you cannot simply open it. You have to unzip it with 7-zip to extract all the files. Just extract here and it'll extract into the same directory in an unzipped version. And you definitely downloaded it earlier. I don't know where you downloaded it, but you should start downloading everything into the same place so you know exactly where you downloaded it. It's never worth it to just put everything in random places, or just like random directories. You'll never find anything. So yeah, that was downloaded twice though. But it'll extract into a folder called SQL file. And it'll be called world_full. Yeah, perfect, just like that. Excellent. Yeah, no, you have it selected right there. It's the SQL script file with the Heidi logo. So we're going to open up Heidi once more. And we're going to right click. Yeah, correct. And that'll be it for this tutorial, because that'll be the server up and running. And the config files. We'll just go through the configs real quick. Okay. So once more, we're going to left click on the VMaNGOS database. Let's get everybody on the same page though, so we can get this wrapped up here. This is dragging on too long. Left click on the VMaNGOS database in VMaNGOS and make sure we have it selected. And then when everybody's at that part, I want them to let me know in chat so we can move. Excellent. Excellent. It should just be VMaNGOS and not VMaNGOS. That's fine though. Okay. And then go up to File and Run SQL File. And you're going to navigate to that file that you just extracted. In Farah, it'll be in your J drive. And once you locate it, select it, and then hit Open. And it should run, and it'll populate your world database. It's going to take a second to run, so... yes, hit yes. And now give that a moment to populate. Is that literally what it says? 3 hours remaining? Boy. There's no way it's going to take that long. It might, though. Yeah, I was going to say. It should run in about a minute, not 3 hours. Yeah, you literally basically punch it in faster manually. let me know when that's all done running. I'm gonna smoke real quick. I'll be right back. It's all done. Yours is all done, Farah? Okay, excellent. Trice is yours is all done. Plax, I'm assuming you're all done. Okay, excellent. Now that we've got our world database populated, we're going to need to run some additional files, and we're going to need to get our migrations together. So let's just minimize Heidi for now. Minimize everything. And we're going to go and open up our file browser. And we're going to go to the directory for VMaNGOS. And once we're there, let's make sure everybody's here. Okay, excellent. And once we're there, we're going to double click on the core folder. And inside the core folder, you're going to see a folder labeled SQL. This is all of our VMaNGOS migrations. And double click that. And we're going to double click the folder that says migrations. And we're going to scroll all the way to the bottom. And there's going to be a batch file that says merge. There's two of them that are called merge. We want to look for the batch file. Once everybody's here, we're going to double click the merge file, or merge batch file. And you're going to see a command prompt pop up that is merging all of the queries down into one single, or all the migrations down into one single script. And this will generate from it. And it's actually 4 scripts, I should say, one for each database. Excellent. Now you're going to see characters DB updates, logon DB updates, logs DB updates, and world DB updates. We're going to need to run each 4 of those scripts against the correct database. So we're going to open up Heidi, and the first one that we're going to do is the world database. We're going to want to make sure MaNGOS is selected. MaNGOS is our world database. Anytime you hear world database, they're talking about the MaNGOS database. So select MaNGOS, go back up to the top. We're going to run SQL file. And we're going to navigate to our VMaNGOS folder. Then we're going to go into core. No, just double click on the batch file and it'll generate 4 scripts. And then go back to your HeidiSQL Farah. Let's get on to the next step here. Select VMaNGOS database, and we're gonna click on file and run SQL file. And then we're going to navigate into our VMaNGOS folder once again. We're going to access our core folder, access the SQL folder, access migrations. Then we're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom, and we're going to see the world DB updates script at the bottom. We're going to run that against the VMaNGOS database. Oh no. What have I done? Okay, well that's lovely. 140 queries, 0 rows affected. Okay, no, we're fine there. I just forgot, I'm kind of retarded. I actually just overwrote that against Wallcraft database. So that's fine though, I have that backed up. That's fine, that didn't do anything. So just run that against VMaNGOS. Okay, Farah, make sure VMaNGOS is selected, Farah. We're going to run an SQL file. It's inside your VMaNGOS folder, so access your VMaNGOS folder in your J drive. Yep, then core, then SQL, then migrations, and all the way at the bottom you're going to see a file called World Database Updates. And I want to actually make sure that I didn't fuck anything up real quick on my end. Okay, we're good. Yep, and open. And that will run the world database updates against the world database. So give that a minute to run. And once that's done running, we're going to do the same thing for the other databases. Lovely. Okay, Trice, let's try and figure this out. Chances are you didn't have VMaNGOS selected. Yeah, I've got backups for everything. I make backups daily. Yeah, I'm not worried. Trice, let's make sure that we have everything set up correctly. You ran the migration merge file, correct? The batch file, you said? Okay. And you're going to want to make sure that you have VMaNGOS selected before you attempt to run that script. So left click on VMaNGOS and then go up to top and file and then run SQL file. Yeah, perfect, Farah. That's looking good. Once that's done, let me know. Chances are you just tried to run it against the wrong database. So it's going to throw an error. There's no reason it should have a wrong character in there. as long as it was merged correctly. I'm actually gonna... I can't rename that database. I got a server running right now. You may have selected the full world database one, and that could be the issue. You need to, yeah, let's just take that step by step and select VMaNGOS database. Go up to the top. We're gonna run SQL file. And remember, we only do this once to update it. When the browser opens, we're gonna go to our VMaNGOS folder. Click on Core. Double click SQL. Double click Migrations. And then at the bottom will be those database updates that we had generated. Plex. Let's Plex. Yeah, 1 second. What was your error? Yeah, okay. Give me a second. Alright, let's go step by step here. We're gonna kick it back. We're gonna go one step at a time. Let's not worry about the world database for now. Okay, everybody navigate back to your HeidiSQL browser. And next step we're gonna do, let's go left click on your logs table that you had created, or your logs database, I'm sorry. And now that we have logs left-clicked, we're going to run SQL file. We're going to navigate to our VMaNGOS folder. We're going to go to Core. We're going to go to SQL. Yes, correct. Left-click on logs. Let's focus on following the steps here. Okay, left-click on logs. File. We're going to run SQL file. We're going to navigate to our core folder within VMaNGOS. And go to the SQL folder. And right up here, before any of those other folders, we're just going to click on the logs script. And we're going to run logs against it. Select that and hit OK. Or open. And that'll populate the logs database. Yeah, it'll have run, and then up at the top you'll see this green circle one. Click on that, and then if you expand the logs database, you'll see all the tables that will have generated from it. And as long as you have those tables there, that's fine. That means it ran. Just confirm that you've gotten that. Excellent. Now we're going to do the exact same thing for the characters database. Perfect. We're going to left click on characters, run SQL file. We're going to go back in the same directory. It'll be in VMaNGOS core SQL. And then we're going to select characters and run characters against characters. Okay, and then for the last one, we're going to select Realm D, and we're going to navigate the same place, and we're going to run the logon script against Realm D. Excellent. Okay, now we should have all the stuff that we need going on. We've got all 4 SQL files. Those will have generated the base, the databases, just the baseline one. And we're going to run the updates on it. Yeah, that's fine. If you click the drop downs, it's because they don't have any databases, so that's fine. Yeah, no worries there. Let's get the updates run. Now, we're going to do the characters update first, in fact. So, left click on characters. We're going to do the same thing, run SQL file. Except this time, we're now going to go into our VMaNGOS core SQL folder, and then we're going to double click on migrations. Migrations is the updates that get applied to the database. These are a collection of all the updates to the database over the past, 2 years. So that's what we merged down into. Oh, on Plex, what are you talking about? Oh, yeah, for Realm D. Yeah, you're going to run the SQL script for logon SQL, correct? Correct. Farah should have objects under logs. Farah, can you refresh by clicking that green circle at the top or hitting F5? If you don't have anything populated in logs, you're going to need to left-click on that, Farah, and then do the same thing where you ran it. Run the logs script file against it. That's only if you don't have anything in that database. Make sure you refresh it first. Yeah, good catch there, Zug. Hold on. One step at a time. You have the characters database selected. You've gotten to migrations. Go all the way down to the bottom, and there's going to be a file called characters db updates. You're going to run that script against the characters database. Because right now we just built our 4 databases, and now we have to run updates on all 4 of them. Correct, because you didn't run the merge batch file. Plax, double-click merge.bat and run that file. Don't run it in your SQL browser, just run it in the File Explorer. And that'll merge all the updates together into 4 different scripts. Okay, Farah. Farah, did you run the character database updates, as I had said? Because this part's confusing. I want to make sure everybody stays on the exact same page at the exact same time. So let's not be distracted with things. Let's not be talking about anything that we don't necessarily need. We want to get these 4 databases updated as effectively as possible. And this is the most confusing part. So, one step at a time. We've run all 4 scripts to build the databases. We've built the logs database, we've built the characters database, we've built VMaNGOS, and we've built the roundD database. But from your screenshot, Farah, it doesn't look like you've built logs. So I need you right now to go at the top of HeidiSQL, or Heidi. I need you to click that green refresh button, or hit F5 alternatively. And just make sure that your logs database has a drop-down. If it doesn't have a drop-down icon, then that means we haven't run logs yet. Okay, excellent. So we do have logs for you. It just wasn't refreshed. So we're all good now. Plax should have the 4 merged script files now in his migrations. Okay, excellent. Now, Farah's already done the characters update, so that's fine. Trice, I'm assuming you've already got it. Yeah, so basically those 4 script files, you're just going to need to apply them. They're all updates, just apply them to the databases. So the same way that you built them. Select characters and then run the characters DB updates, which is located in your migrations folder, which you got from merging them all. And then you're going to do the same against logs, run the logs DB updates, run the world DB updates against VMaNGOS. Yeah, one second. Yeah, it'll be characters, logs, world, and then log on. Log on is for realm D. Yeah, next is logs. You're going to run logs against logs. Run world against VMaNGOS, and then run log on against realm D. Yes, correct, Plax. Okay, give me a second. If you run into any errors, then just let me know. We're going to take a look at this. Did you manage to get world done? Yeah, try and do world. Yeah, let me open up the migration. Okay. Give me a second. I'm just going to try and build it myself here real quick. What do you mean, world SQL or world database? I'm not sure what you mean. No, that's not. That's not. Let's see. Use timestamp rather than date time. I mean, we can change the columns if we need, but that's fine. World is MaNGOS. Yes, correct. World is MaNGOS. Yeah, MaNGOS equals world. I mean, it just might need to be allowed to have a null value. We'll find out. I try and run that. Yeah, give me a second. I gotta figure out why it's failing. Well, first and foremost, I want to figure out why I can't fucking view these files. Hello? Yeah, that doesn't exist. What the fuck? Hello? Yeah, I mean, if you double click the file, but that's just 1 second because I can see what line 3 is. Like, I have it open right here in the notepad editor. Like, you can see what line 3 is. It's attempting to drop procedure for add migration when there is no procedure, which is fine, but there should be procedures. And for some reason, it's not even letting me run these migrations. Just give me a second. Yeah, I can see that you have the same thing. You just got to give me a second to figure out what the fuck is going on and why it's not running the updates. And I got to figure out why it's not even letting me run. Not even letting me select the update files. Yeah, it's nothing you guys are doing wrong, so don't worry. I want to figure this out though because it's not even letting me select these files, so there's some sort of issue. Lovely. Yeah, look at this. It's not showing me the fucking updates. This doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's because I'm retarded. Yeah, never mind. I'm just dumb. I'm in the wrong fucking folder. Yeah, I'm actually just dumb. Never mind. There we go. Okay, I was in the wrong drive. I'm fucking retarded. Okay, let's try and run it. mine seems to be running fine. So, I don't know what the deal is. Nope, there it is. I mean, it executed. I gotta find out. It's probably just the add migrations. 330,000 affected rows. You guys should see this at the bottom after you ran that. If you want to scroll up and make sure that it says that you have all these affected rows, then that's fine. Yeah, we've got all the migrations, so that's totally fine. Do we have them all? Yeah, we've got them all. Yeah, so this ran. It just might throw an error, but it ran. In fact, let's try and find out why that error is. That's, okay, that's probably why. It just, it's trying to drop procedure, but it doesn't exist. I don't know. Either way, we're going to find out whether or not it's running. So, Farah, you said that you tried to run your world database update. Did you try the other ones too? All 4 of them? Yeah, characters and logs should have ran without a problem. I'm going to see why Realm D isn't running right. And a good way to do that is to actually load the SQL file. Okay, that's just a warning, and that ran completely fine. Alright, Trice and Farah, expand your VMaNGOS databases and scroll down through it until you find a table called migrations. Yeah, so it did run earlier, Farah. I got the same 1,000 queries. It's because you ran it earlier. So it should have worked. It's just throwing an error. But I don't think that is relevant at all. So expand your VMaNGOS databases, scroll down until you find a table called migrations, and click on the table migrations. Now look at my screen, you'll see up at the top here, yeah, perfect. You're going to want to double click on the migrations table. And then at the top, you'll see the Data tab. You're going to click on Data. And then it's just one column with different IDs. You can sort the column in highest to lowest. As long as you have migrations that are labeled from 2023, it should have fucking ran fine. There should be no problem there. Yeah, so you'll see 2023. You have migrations from 2023. They'll start with 2023. Okay, yeah. So he's got the same row count. Okay, so yeah, you should be fine. And the same for world database. The world database should be fine. So let's just pretend it's fine, and we're going to see if it is. In fact, we're going to do, let's check real quick the world database. Click on Realm D, and you click on the migrations table. Within that, you're going to click the data tab, and there should be 3 migrations in Realm D. If you have 3 migrations, then you're fine. Or 3 rows. Just click on the left part. Those are your table database selector. Don't worry about it. Just don't start hitting anything. Okay, excellent. We can minimize Heidi for now. Just minimize it. Okay, excellent. You can just minimize Heidi for now. Yeah, don't worry about anything. Just minimize Heidi. Nope, you don't have to click anything. You just minimize it. Now we're going to go back into our File Explorer. And we're going to navigate to our install directory for VMaNGOS. Double click VMaNGOS. You only have 1 migration in Realm D. There's only 1 row in your migrations table for Realm D. Farah? Okay, yeah, so there is a problem. So you have the Realm D selected. You're going to want to run the logon db updates SQL file against it. Correct, yes. Run the logon db updates script against the Realm D database. Okay. Do me a favor and go to the top. Make sure you have Realm D selected. Yeah, let's see. Valid default value for last login. Yeah, give me a second. Because we seem to have run into some sort of issue. That doesn't make any fucking sense either. Farah, select your Realm D database, and we're going to run SQL file. We're going to go back into the SQL. We're going to go back into the SQL folder, yes. And we're just going to run the one that says logon. So like the main base one. And you can just run that, and it shouldn't have any issues. Yep, correct. One higher up. Correct. Log on. Run that against Realm D. Yeah, that's fine. At the bottom it should say executed with 18 queries, 0 affected rows. Or something like that. And now that we have that run, we should be able to, select Realm D, and then we're going to go up to File, we're going to load SQL file. Then we're going to go into our Migrations folder, we're going to go all the way down, we're going to select Logon, Database Updates, and we're going to open that. And then it'll open up in our Query tab. We can expand that down. Let me know when you have that loaded in there. Okay, the Query tab is where you can execute SQL scripts and queries. And it's basically a place where you can just put in the SQL code and run it. So we loaded it in, and now all the code is up in our query menu, our query field. And we're going to go up to the top to this blue triangle, and we're going to execute the code. And I got one warning. That's fine, because my warning is just that my add migration procedure does not exist. That's fine. Correct, and hit run. Yep. Just click run and it should run very quickly. Okay, can you screenshot that? What the warnings are? And Trice, your Realm D migrations table, that has 3 migrations in it, correct? Okay. Farah, you can just hit OK, and then hit the refresh button, the green circle, and open up your Realm D migrations table, and if it has 3 migrations, then you should be okay. Excellent, so that worked. Beautiful. Okay, now we're on to the last step. We're setting up our config files, and we can get our server booted up. So we're just going to minimize Heidi for now. We're going to open up our file browser and go into our VMaNGOS folder. Now once we're in our VMaNGOS folder, we're going to look for the sort by alphabetical first. We're going to look for two different files. One is called mangosd.conf.dist. It's the configuration file. And this is the distributable version for this. So we're going to right click mangosd.conf.dist and edit with Notepad++. And this will open up our configuration file. And then we're going to scroll down. Yep, edit with Notepad++. Yep. Okay, and now that we have our configuration file open for MangosD, this is how we're going to configure our server. And this file will contain many options. This is how you enable things like dynamic spawns, or you change the view distance of your server, or you set different, basically any setting that can be set, you set it here. And there's a lot of different options and functionality within the MangosD config file, so it's definitely worth reading through. But for now, we're just going to scroll down to the first section where there's no hash tags here, any hash marks. And this is our first rows of configuration that we're really going to need to address. And all of the ones that we have here are very basic, so we don't really have to worry too much about that. What we're going to do is we're going to create a default user account for this sign-in specifically. And this is just a username of Mangos and a password of Mangos. And this can be set up on a local host with the correct port. So we have this information. What we're going to do is we're going to open up Heidi once more. And we're going to go back up to the tab where it says Manage User Authentication and Privileges. We're going to open that up, and we're going to add a new user. And because this is just a local environment, it's not open to the public, nobody from the outside can access it, we're just going to give this user global privileges. Now, if you ever plan on opening up your server to the public, you're going to want to change this information so that you don't have just default information to access your SQL database, because anybody could just go in and delete everything on you. You don't want that happening, obviously. So, we're going to create a new user, and its name is going to be Mangos, and its password is also going to be Mangos, and we're going to need to repeat the password. And from host should just be set to localhost. And we're going to check the box to give it global privileges, and this will allow the Mango server to edit and change the database, which it needs to. And then once we've done that, we're just going to save, and we'll have created our Mangos user for our local host. And then we can close that out. Okay, and now that we have those users set up, we're going to return to our Notepad++. We'll have our MangosD configuration file already opened. Now, we don't need to change anything because we've established a user. Okay, Farah, did you create the account in Heidi? You should never close out Heidi entirely when we're in the middle of the tutorial. You don't want to close it out entirely. Hit start and just type in Heidi. And you can open HeidiSQL once more. Yeah, this is the main program that we're going to be doing most of our stuff in. Visual Studio and Heidi. So just get that reloaded. Correct, you're going to make a new user. So the same way you did before, just click on the users button. And you're going to add a user account. And you're going to name it MaNGOS. And the password is going to be MaNGOS. You're going to repeat the password, MaNGOS, and make sure it's selected from localhost. One step at a time. Same way we did before, we're just adding a user here. Yep, double click on Farah server. No, we're not adding a new session. You're just gonna okay, do this for now. Just double click on Farah server and you're gonna access the server first. And once you've gotten there, let me know. Okay, excellent. Now click on the button at the top to add users, the two little people at the top. And you're going to hit add. And you're going to type MaNGOS for the username, MaNGOS for the password, MaNGOS for the repeat. And make sure it's set to localhost. And then once you've done that, you can hit save. And you'll see you have a new user for MaNGOS for localhost. Oh, sorry, before you hit save, make sure you click allow global privileges. Make sure this box is checked. And there's the MySQL task engine pop-up. Get used to that one. Excellent. And then make sure, of course, they have global privileges. Make sure that's checked, and then you can save and close. Okay. Now we're going to minimize Heidi, and we're going to reopen Notepad++. And it should still have our MaNGOS configuration distributable file open. And just make sure everybody's here. Right at the top, just go all the way to the top, and you're going to scroll down to the first section where it shows all the password and login information. In fact, we don't even really need to worry about that. What we're going to do is just save this. Yeah, line 72, correct. Thank you. Make sure we don't need anything down here. And we actually don't need to touch anything in this file. We're just going to hit the file button on the top left, and we're going to save this file as. So hit save as. And we're going to save it in our VMaNGOS directory. And we're going to change the name. We're going to remove the .dist at the end and just save it as mangosd.conf. And that creates the configuration file. Nice and easy. So once we have that saved as mangosd.conf, just let me know. And we're going to do the same thing for the realmd file. Just open that up. And scroll down for realmd.conf.dist. We're going to open that up and just make sure that's all correct. Yeah, perfect. Excellent. And then we're going to do the same thing for the realmd file. We're just going to save as realmd.conf. And that'll create both. Save the first one, Farah. There's two files, the mangosd one and the realmd one. You just save the mangosd one. Now we're going to do the realmd configuration file. And you're going to do the same thing. You're going to open it in Notepad++, open the realmd one, and then save it as realmd.conf. It's right in your VMaNGOS directory. It's called realmd.conf.dist. You're going to right-click it and open with Notepad++, and then save as realmd.conf. And it'll create the configuration file for your realmd. Okay, Farah, did you get that? Correct. Right-click, open in Notepad, and then save as realmd.conf. Correct. We're basically taking just the distributable files, which you don't want to change because those are just the baseline files for the configuration. We're taking those and we're creating a configuration file out of it by just saving it as the configuration file. So we do that for both Mangos and for Realm. And once that's done, let me know. Correct. Perfect. And you should have both mangosd and realmd in there. Now, once that's done, we're going to minimize everything and we're going to open up Heidi once more. And now we need to define our realm list. So we're going to go into Heidi and we're going to select the realmd database. And you can click the little plus icon next to it to expand it. And this will contain all of our realm information. This includes all of our accounts, our account access table, our account band table, GeoIP, IP banning, various other things. But right now, all we need to know is the realm list table. This is where we're going to define our new realm. So, once everybody has their realmd database open and they are on the realm list table, just... Okay, Farah, just double-click the realm list. How are you looking at my screen? Take a look at my screen. I see that you click on it and then you browse over here. I'm over here. And that's fine because I'm just expanding the list. But either way, just click on realmd, double-click on realm list, go up to the data browser, and this is all of our data in the table. It has nothing in it currently, but we're going to add the row for our new server. Have you opened up the realm list table? If so, up at the top, you're going to see all the tabs. One says, you know, table realm list. You're going to want to click the data tab with the little grid. And you're going to see that it's completely blank. If you look at my screen, you can see this is what mine looks like. This is what yours should look like. You can see that I've accessed the realm list table under the realm database. Mine's called VRealmD, it's the same. So I click on realm list and then I just select the data tab. Yeah, but I want to make sure that you get here so we can move on to the next step. Yeah, okay, so double click on realm list. Farah, just double click on realm list. And then at the top, you'll see the tab that says data. You're going to select that tab, and your screen should look exactly like mine does. Yeah, that'll be the table for our realm list, and that'll contain all the connection information for our server. And yeah, it should be blank right now. I just want to make sure, Trice, are you there? Okay, cool. So now that this field is blank, we need to add our entry for our server. So we're going to right click in this blank area and just hit insert row. And this will create a new blank row. Once we've created our row, let me know, and we're going to start filling out this row. Okay, excellent. For the ID, we're going to want to set it as 1, because it is our first server in the server list. And then we're going to just name it whatever you want your server to be named. So we can call this VMaNGOS tutorial. You're going to have to double click on the field to edit it. Just double click, you'll be able to edit it. Yeah, SOM Season 2. Okay, and now that we've filled out the name, the address can just remain as our local host address, 127.0.0.1. Subnet mask should just be this, 255.255.255.0. Your port should be 8085. All those should be default. Those should already be set. Don't worry about them. All you really need to do now is move all the way over to the right, to the last column, and it's realm builds. You're going to want to input the realm build that the clients use, which is 5875. That's for the 1.12 client. Now, after you've entered that, make sure you hit enter, and then what you're going to want to do is hit the down arrow key, and then hit up. You can also hit the positive sign, but that will change all of the edits. If you have red flags, that means that those fields have been edited but have not been saved. By entering in a different row, or by hitting the plus, I'm sorry, not the plus, the little check mark, the green check mark that says post. That's how you save your changes made in Heidi. So if you ever see red flags, or what I do, I get in the habit of just moving down a row and then back up a row, and that'll save it. Unfortunately, you can't do that in WDBX if you're working on the last row, because it'll create a new row instead of just filling it in. But either way, that's irrelevant for now. We should have everything all set up, and we should be able to boot up our server. So let's give it a shot. If everything's done correctly, we should be good to go. Minimize Heidi. We're gonna that's just a way to save. You can also hit the little check mark or control enter. Yes, there's only supposed to be one row, correct. Just one row. Correct. You should actually just get in the habit of using the right way, post, to save it, but it's just how I do it. Okay, so are we ready? Are we ready to boot it up? Okay, excellent. That means it's saved. So we can minimize Heidi. And we're going to open up our VMaNGOS folder. And you're going to double click on Realm D and get your Realm D fired up first, and that's your login server. You should have the process running. If the process instantly closes out, or it fires up and then closes out, then that means there's an issue, and we'll try and debug it. But it should work. So after you've double-clicked Realm D, let me know if it's running. If not, then we'll try and troubleshoot it. Shadowlands Classic, nice. Alright, well your Realm D is up and running, that means your database is correct. Try and double click the MaNGOS D one. And it's going to take a little while to fire up, so just give it a second. It could take upwards to a minute, depending on your settings. And remember, never ever ever close out MaNGOS D by clicking out the X in the box. You always want to shut the server down safely, otherwise you could corrupt data. No, not run MaNGOS D, just double click MaNGOS D. The run MaNGOS D is a script to rearm if it crashes, but we're just not going to worry about that for now. Just double click MaNGOS D, and that's your game server. Okay, and just let that run. You double clicked MaNGOS D and nothing happened? Did it pop up and then close out instantly? No, it should have a console box. Okay. Trice, I want you to do this with me, so we're going to figure this out, because you both probably have the same issue, and it might just be that we need to rebuild the solution. You're going to hold... Well, can you just fire up command prompt, Trice? Just, type start, hit CMD. Then we're going to do CD, and you're going to change directory, C://VMaNGOS. So we're going to change directory to our VMaNGOS folder, and we're going to just type mangosd.exe. Okay, Plax. Plax, it looks like you didn't set up your MaNGOS user. So, Plax, can you open up Heidi and just confirm that you created a user profile in Heidi for a user named MaNGOS with the password MaNGOS? Yeah, we'll be able to... in fact, you might not be able to replace it to localhost Plax because of your weird network thing going on. So it's just, you're having authentication issues. We're going to get those hammered out. Plax, can you open your Heidi and just open up your user manager and confirm that you have a user for MaNGOS created for localhost? And Trice, can you tell me what your output is when you try and run MaNGOS from command prompt? I'm assuming the same thing. Okay, Plex. Then, Plex, you're likely going to have to edit your config file to match your IP, since your local host isn't actually hosting your stuff. Okay, Trice, you're going to need to run it from command prompt. You can't just double click it. If you run it from command prompt, we'll be able to see. Yeah, that would actually work. Try and run that. Just copy and paste all of that from the whole grant all on thing all the way to the colon, flush privileges. Just copy that. And you're going to want to paste that up into your query browser. And make sure that before you run it, make sure it's selected against your server database. You need to strip the asterisk. The dot's supposed to be an asterisk. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Don't copy and paste that yet. Clean that up. Okay, just copy all of that. And you're going to select your your session name at the top. So none of the databases, all the way at the top, like the master one. And then you're going to see the query tab. Star dot star. Oh, star dot star. Okay. 1 second, that's actually not even the right code yet. Oh, no worries. Okay, so yeah, click on your... Yeah, perfect. No, you're just going to paste it in the query thing, and then click the execute button. That's that little blue triangle. Or F9. Okay, that's fine. Well, we let's not worry about that for now. Let's not even bother running that for now, because that's probably not even really the error. It could just be missing migrations or something. So, Trice, open up command prompt. And then you're going to type this. Whatever your VMaNGOS directory is. It should be that, something like that. That'll change directory. Oh, this is just for Trice, Farah. So just ignore this. And then type that into your command prompt. And it should try and fire up Mangos in command prompt, and it should tell you what the error is. Likely it's a connection issue. In fact, I think I know what it actually is. We'll find out though in a second. Yeah, I'd see missing migrations. Database Mangos is missing the following migrations. So those didn't get batched in. Actually, no, it's because I think we ran that after. 1 second. Okay, Trice, so we're going to need to fix that by running those migrations manually. So we're going to click on our Mangos database. And we're going to go up to the top and run SQL file. And we're going to look for those migrations. And that'll be inside of our migrations folder. And you can see those right at the top here. And in fact, let's sort from oldest to newest, and we're going to scroll all the way down. That way we can run them all in the correct order. And that'll be the last three before the merge, of course. It'll be 2023, 012, 5, 012, 6, 012, 6. And then we can just select those three, hold control and just select them, 1, 2, 3, and then we can just run them. Oh, actually correct, I didn't even run that one either. Farah, I'm going to want you to do the same thing too. Open up your command prompt and we're going to... Okay, cool. Farah, open up your command prompt, and once you have command prompt, let me know. Correct. Perfect. Yeah, just type that and then type mangosd.exe. Yes, you can highlight all three. Make sure you sort from oldest to newest so that they're at the bottom, and then select the last three before the merged ones. The three in December of 2023 or whatever, or January. And highlight all three of them, and then just open, and it'll run all three. Oh yeah, actually you can just do that. That'll be easier. Yeah, just type J:. Oh, 100% right. Thank you, Zug. Yeah, Farah, do what he said. Type J:, and that'll change your drives. You can't actually do that right now. Okay, Farah. Then we're going to have to do the same thing for you. He should be, but if not, it's fine. It's not an access issue that he's experiencing. He's just got missing migrations. It's Plax that's having the issue. Okay, cool. So Plax is having the same one too. That just means that the last three newest migrations failed to run, and I should tell Britannia that because it means that there's some sort of conflict with the fourth migration in that list. The one before that failed to run, and those three at the very end didn't run. So Plax and Farah, you're going to do the same thing Trice just did. You're going to select your VMaNGOS database, and you're going to run SQL. And you're going to navigate into your VMaNGOS core SQL migrations folder, the folder where we merged everything earlier. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. Okay, one step at a time. One step at a time, because this is actually the last step, and then our server should be good. So, select VMaNGOS database. We're going to click on File. We're going to run SQL file. Yep. Just pay attention to what I'm doing right now, because this is the last step. We should be in our VMaNGOS core SQL migrations folder. So if you're not there, navigate to it. And let me know when you're in there. Yeah, in Heidi we're doing this. So we're running these 3 migrations in Heidi. You need to be in Heidi. Or open the stream if you can't see it. You might not have 2 screens, so it might be a little hard. Yeah, my apologies. Farah, open Heidi, and we're selecting our VMaNGOS database. And then we're going to run migrations the same way that we were doing before. So select VMaNGOS, and then hit File. We're going to run SQL file. And then we want to navigate to our migrations folder that we were in earlier. So it's VMaNGOS, core, SQL, migrations. Okay, now sort them from oldest to newest so that the oldest ones are our first. Then we're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom. And at the very bottom, we'll very likely see the database update ones that we ran. Don't select any of those. If you look at my screen, though, you can see the 3 migrations that we're missing are the last 3 before the merged ones. So we're going to select those 3. They should be 20, 23, 01, 25, then 01, 26, and 01, 26. Those last 3 migrations. Hold Control and select them all, 1, 2, 3, and then hit Open. Okay, well, do it the opposite way. We want to sort oldest to newest. Oldest should be at the top, newest should be at the bottom. So click that again, and it'll sort the opposite way. And then at the very bottom you should see it. Yes, if it's producing warnings, it's fine. Those last 3 migrations should be run, though. Yeah. If it's giving a warning, that's fine. It shouldn't give a warning, but that's fine. There's a lot of updates in them. Okay, so Farah, you see right where your picture is? The last 3 migrations before the merged ones. You're looking for the ones that were already on the picture that you had posted that it said were missing. You need to select those 3, and it's the last 3 before the merged ones. So the 2023 0125, and then the 0126 and the 0126, those 3 at the bottom. Hold Control and left click those individually, starting with the 25 and then the 26 and then the 26. And then once you have those 3 selected, you're just going to hit Open. And it should run those 3. Excellent. We're going to find out whether or not it worked. For now, we're going to minimize Heidi. going to just minimize everything and open up our File Explorer back into our VMaNGOS folder. And double-click Mangos D, and if it runs, it means you're all good. Yeah, perfect. And at the end, you should hear a beep. Excellent. Once you hear a beep, excellent. Now you're going to want to type this into the MaNGOS console. You're going to have, at all times, you need those two programs running, the Realm D and the MaNGOS D. The Realm D is your login server, and the MaNGOS D is the game server. Never, ever, ever close those out without doing it properly. The Realm D, you can X out, that's not a problem. MaNGOS D, hey, perfect. Yeah, that's running. Just let that run. It takes a little while to load. Yeah, you heard the beep. Excellent. Now, in the MaNGOS D console, you're going to want to type this. Let me type it. You're going to want to type account, create, and then put a username and a password. That's how you'll create your first account. The MaNGOS D console is the program that's running, the one that just beeped, that had all the stuff getting shit out in the console. That's your console for your server. Your MaNGOS D server is your MaNGOS game server, and your Realm D server is your login server. You're going to want to type account, create, username, password into your MaNGOS D. Hey, perfect, Plex. All three of you are up and running. All three of you have your game server up and running. Yeah, the latest console is your MaNGOS D. Whatever you had in the command prompt, don't worry about, because that's not the server. It's the little blue icon on your taskbar, on your system bar at the bottom. The little blue icons, those are your servers. One is the Realm D, and the other one is MaNGOS D. The Realm D is the login server, MaNGOS D is the game server. Open up your MaNGOS D console, that's the MaNGOS server, and you're going to type in account, create, whatever username you want, whatever password you want. The same way that I typed it up there. Okay, now, well, you want to set username and password to be whatever you want. It's not actually username and password. Now, you have an account registered now named username with the password of password. So, yeah, make your own account and don't post the information, obviously. Okay, Farah, you're creating an account right now. What you're doing is you're typing into the server the account creation process. Right now, you just created an account with the username of username and the password of password. Instead of typing account create username password, type in account create Farah password. Yeah, whatever you want in your account. You're making an account right now. You can't delete it. Don't close it. Don't ever X out the ManGOS. That's your server. Farah, if you were to X that out, you would fuck up your database. So do not ever close that out. And it really wouldn't fuck up your database, but you could. So don't ever close that out. Always minimize it, and if you want to shut it down, I'm going to show you how to shut it down safely. But for now, just ignore it. Your username, Farah, we're going to log into your server right now, and your username is username, your password is password. Just remember that, because that's what you made. But what you're looking at right now, that's your game server. That's your ManGOS server. So we're gonna get ourselves connected to it. Yeah, Farah, just make a new account with whatever name and password you want. Or don't, and just log in using the username and password. I just showed you, Farah. Account, create, Farah, like, account, you're typing into the server, so whatever you're doing right now, you're creating an account on the server. You're literally... You're in GM mode 7. You're above all GMs, all admins, when you type into that box. That's like the super GM panel right there. And what you're doing is you're creating an account using a GM command. So account, you're going to type this exactly in. Just type whatever I typed right now. Account, create, Farah password. You're going to type this into the ManGOS window. The ManGOS executable, the program that you have running, that's called the ManGOS console. A console is basically a terminal where you can view exactly what's happening with the server. So just click on that, open that up, and then you're going to type that directly in. And it'll say account created for Farah. See, the first time you did it, you didn't change the sample text of username and password to something, so you just created an account with the account name of username and the password of password. Excellent. So we're all set here. Chat GPT AI. Yeah, you just made 2 accounts. That's all you did. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. I've got 200 sample accounts that I use for testing. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. You can have unlimited. What we want to do is open up our client file, or our client folder. So right-click on your client icon on your desktop, open file location, and we're going to set our realms list. Same way that we normally do when we connect to a private server. So you're going to select your realm list file. And I've actually got 2 open. And change your realm list to 127.0.0.1. And then save once you've changed it to this. If you don't know by now, I am notorious for being the kind of person who will start something and I will not stop until it's finished. I won't sleep, I won't eat, I won't rest, I will smoke cigarettes, drink Red Bull, and work. That's how I've always done it. So, I'm glad that we managed to knock this all out in one session, I'll tell you that. Set your realm list to that, and then fire up your client. You should be good to go. I'm guessing by the lack of response, everybody's now logged in and creating accounts, characters. So. It certainly wasn't that, because it's only 5 people in here, 4 people actually. And that's 4 per month, or $5 per month, 20 bucks, 10 hours. Yeah, that actually is correct. That's $1.86 an hour. That's Pakistani farmer tier wages. But I do it out of pride, and I do it out of pleasure, and I do it to help my friends, and I'm more than happy to. So think about this. That's probably the best $5 you've ever spent in your life. Is everybody connected? Y'all got your accounts made and your characters made? You inside your own game world? If you've been disconnected, try and reconnect. Oh, are you unable to connect, Plax? Plax, you're going to have to enter your IP that you had used earlier. Very likely. Yeah, you've got that weird network thing going on. So whatever you got set up for that, you're probably going to have to use. Your database structure is not up to date. Is your VMaNGOS D process still running, Plax? Oh, your Realm D failed? Okay. Well, then you probably are missing a Realm D migration. That's fine, though. Close out your Realm D process, Plax, and you're going to go into your Realm D database, and we're just going to run the Realm D migration that you're missing. Oh, I think Farah's fine. No, Farah's not having an issue with Realm D. That's not Farah that's having an issue, that's Plax. Yeah, Farah, are you able to connect? Yeah, try and run the logon database updates migration against Realm D. And that should fix your migration issue. Do what I had them do earlier, Plax. Select the Realm D database, and then instead of running the SQL, load it into the query editor, and then run it from the query editor. If you are stuck on authenticating, try and click enter. It likely could just be an issue with the database setup for the Realm list. Trice. Let's see. I know, it's a never-ending story, man. I'm not a quitter. Mama didn't raise no bitch. So we're gonna get this done, and I said we're gonna get it done when damn right are. Trice. Plax, did you get those migrations run? Okay. Trice, let's try this. We're gonna select our realm list and our realm D database once more, so just select that and open the data. And we're just gonna remove the address field. So just double click it, hit backspace, and then hit down and up to save it. And in fact, Plax, you should probably end up doing this too. Not in the query section, we're going to select the realm D database, and then we're going to expand it, select the realm list table, and we're going to go up to the top and hit the data tab, and that'll pull up the database with all the entries, and it'll have that row that we had created. We're going to select the one that's address, just double click it, and then hit backspace to clear it. Hit enter once you're done, and then hit down and up to save. Okay, excellent, Plax. And Plax, you should probably do the same too, just... Oh, what's the result? Yeah, just rebuild the table. You know what to do. You can just drop table, create the new table, and build it from the initial baseline migration, and then run the update. Just Plax has to do that. Trice, try and connect to your server now. You should be able to connect to it. Hopefully that solves the issue. You're going to need to actually restart your realm D process. For the realm D process, Trice, you can just close out the console and then rerun your realm D process. And that will update it with a new entry. And then you can try and connect. Yes, close out the command prompt, and then just open up your File Explorer, go to your VMaNGOS folder, and run the realm D directly from there just by double-clicking. It should run perfectly. No, Trice was not using Docker. Plax was. Yes, Farah, that's correct. That needs to be set like that. Yes, the MaNGOS D console you never want to X out. The Realm D you can X out safely, but the MaNGOS D, it basically has a bunch of temporary cache databases that it creates, so that it doesn't have to write to the database constantly, because that's very taxing and can cause issues. So it uses temporary caching before it writes. If you close out your server, it'll lose that temporary caching, and you'll experience rollbacks and a bunch of other nasty issues. Especially if there's players on it and your server goes down that way, you're going to lose data that players don't want to lose, obviously. Let me know if you can connect though, Trice. Did we make sure to save our realm list file? Did we set the correct realm list? It's still saying disconnected. Honestly, just can we like all agree to not be using Docker? Like, I don't understand the purpose. It's just way easier to do it the traditional way, so that we're all on the same page. There's no purpose to using Docker. Like, if somebody is using Docker, they should be experienced enough to use it. Because I don't use Docker. I don't know shit about Docker. I can't tell you the first thing, but if there's issues because of a third-party program, my first suggestion is not use it. Yeah, and that's the issue that we had earlier. Plax is going to need to likely set his realm list entry in his realm list table to whatever that IP that he was being shown on phpMyAdmin, whatever his public IP is. And Trice, yeah. I've read a little bit about it, but I have zero experience in it. I've never used it myself, so like I don't know shit about it. All I know is it's got a Fudgy the Whale logo, and I like it. Trice. Let's go to the realm list table. And let's just confirm the information on your realm list table. Can we make sure that the last... Yeah, let's take a look here. Okay, so we're having some sort of issue here with the realm database. Plax. Let's go back from the beginning. Plax, for you, pay attention because we're going to focus on getting your realm D running and whatever issues you're having. And see, that's the thing though. I don't know what issues everybody's having because I ran the migrations just fine with no errors. So there's got to be something going on. But let's try and get that figured out. For now, you're just going to select your realm database, and you're just going to drop the database. And this is just for Plax. Nobody else needs to be doing this. Once you have dropped your realm database, you're going to want to remake it by going up to the top and right-clicking and creating new database, and name it realm D. And we gotta make sure that the server default collation is set. It should just be this. And once we have the realm D database created, we're going to go down and select it. We're going to run. In fact, let's not even run SQL file. Let's make sure that the merge happened correctly, that we have the correct merge. So let's go into our VMaNGOS directory. Correct. Log on SQL and then log on database updates. But we want to make sure that we got that merged correctly. Correct. Yes, that's all. And from what I'm seeing, actually, the reason why it's having a crash... Platform and field list. Yeah, that's actually... That got pruned, so one of the migrations didn't run. I remember the migration when that got pruned, like 2 months ago. I actually got rid of that. Yeah, and you should just be able to run those in that order. Run logon first, and then run logon database updates. But what we really should do is go and make sure that the merge happened correctly. So I'm just going to have you go back into your VMaNGOS core SQL migrations folder. And we can merge. Make sure that they're all updated correctly. And if we rerun that multiple times, it's going to merge multiple times. So what we really should do is just delete the 4 ones that we made from the merge and rerun it from fresh. And we're going to do that before we apply the logon database updates, just to make sure that this is correct. So I'm going to go through the exact same process as you. Oh, great. This application. Oh, I just crashed. I mean, yours isn't crashing, Trice, so we're going to get to you next, don't worry. I don't know what the fuck happened with Heidi. Mine just crashed. Lovely. Okay, well that's fine then. Chances are we're going to need to open up some ports, and that could just very well be the problem. But Plex is having a different issue, so I'll get to you two next. But again, we're helping the people who are furthest behind right now, and currently it's him because his Realm D isn't working. So just hang tight, we'll get to you in a second. Okay, Plex, so again, we're just going to make the Realm D database. We made sure that we performed our merge. And again, when we did the merge, we're going to delete any old merges that we had. And then we're going to run the merge batch file only once. In fact, let me do that once more myself. Let's delete the merged files. Run the batch file. Just let it do its thing. Excellent. And now we can run the baseline file. That'll be our logon. And 18 queries, 0 affected rows, beautiful. And that's created the framework for our login. And then we're going to run the updates that we just generated from the merge. That's going to be logon database updates. And 12 queries, 57 affected rows, ran without a problem. We can confirm it ran without a problem by going to the migrations table and making sure that all 3 migrations are in there. And if you follow those steps correctly, it should work without a problem. Okay, let me know where you're at, Plex. I'm gonna go smoke a cig real quick, but just let me know that that's run correctly. back. Plex, you managed to get those migrations reran and rebuild your realm D. Plex, let me know if you're stuck on something so we can help you. Okay, you ran all the... Oh, never mind. Yes, he should as well. Or no, he shouldn't actually. Let's see. Yeah, there's no more platform field. Okay, Plex, attempt to restart your realm D. And if your VMaNGOS isn't running, then restart that as well. Yes, the port should be 8085. All the options should basically be default. In fact, I gotta recreate mine as well. So Plex, you're gonna want to do the same thing. In fact, Plex, I forgot to mention, we have to recreate that row if you haven't done that yet. So you're gonna select your realm D database, select your realm list table, go to the data tab. I'm gonna fill that out again. ID should be 1. The name should be whatever you want, so I'm just putting a test. The address should be, this should be the local address that you should be using, but whatever you're using, you're going to have to use, so you'll have to figure that out. And then at the end, at the very last one, it should say realm builds. You're going to want to put in 5875. That's the only one that we really need right now. In fact, we might need to fill this one out too. Game build max might need to be set at that, 5875. Yeah, in fact, everybody go to your realm list table, and on that last column, third to the last column, game build max, set that to 5875 as well. And we're going to see if we can get connected now. Yeah, Plex, after you have that entry, then you can start up your realm D process. If you already have it running, then restart it after creating this row. Okay, Okay, Trice, go back through and set your address to 127.0.0.1, of course, with the same local address. Just reset those field values to default. That should be our information to connect to the server. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to look at our realm D process. And let me get one fired up real quick. Okay, and if you are looking at your realm D process, you should see that it has the database listing. It should be 127.0.0.1. And, 1 second. Okay, I can show this. This is just default. So if you look at my screen, you'll see this is what our realm D should look like. Yes, that's correct, Farah. Perfect. Yes, they need to have both VMaNGOS and realm D running to connect. If their VMaNGOS isn't running, then they'll get all the way to the last part of the connecting. It'll fly all the way through the rest, though. If they're getting disconnected immediately, it means that the IP is not correct. And the port should not be an issue. 8085 is the world server port. That's your database port is 3306. Mine is 3307 because I have multiple running. And if your realm D looks like this, then you should have no problem. It means that your realm D is logged in correctly. Oh, that could possibly be an issue. On your realm list file, change it to say this. Try this, Trice, real quick. See if this works. Set realm list. Might just be because we didn't have the port on it. Yeah, try that. That, honestly, I think that would work. Set your realm list to that and try. Yeah, that should be correct. 8085. Trice, let me know if that worked. Everybody get connected? I'm gonna assume the silence means yes. No, your world database wouldn't be broken because then you wouldn't be able to get Mangos running. You have both processes running, right? You have Mangos and Realm consoles. Even if your world database was broken, you'd still be able to log in or get past disconnected. What do you mean both are on? Farah, we don't need to get advanced, Farah. We just need to get connected so I can eat something. Yeah, but why are we changing stuff? Like, let's not be changing stuff. There's no reason to. You'll see at the bottom of your computer, the taskbar at the bottom of your computer with all the other icons, you'll see two of them. Yeah, the Realm D may have crashed. We want to figure out what's going on, though, so I need to know, kind of what's happening on your screen here. Oh, you're changing realm list in your client. I thought you meant you were changing the realm list on your database. I'm like, why are we doing that? Yeah, that's fine. Try and set your realm list to that, what I add. I'm like, we don't need to be editing that. Let's not do that. Yeah. Oh, that didn't work. Okay. I can't remember if we need to forward ports for this shit. It doesn't say in the guide, so I wouldn't assume so. I wouldn't think that we do. For any reason, but we'll have to find out, I guess. Let me check. I mean, for me it will. Yeah, mine returns. Listening. With an established connection already. Yeah, try and run that command prompt. Make sure that you have that port listening, guys. Just type this in. You can just copy and then right click to paste in command prompt. Try and set your... Oh, what the fuck does that even mean? Try and set your realm list to all zeros. 0.0.0.0 colon 8085. You can see Pharaoh's got that. Pharaohs are timed out waiting. What? Okay, so do you have your Mangos processes up and running? Your Mangos and your Realm D? Yeah, yeah, that's what it should mean. With Farah's. Farah, do you have both of your Realm D and your Mangos process running? Like, you would see the icons. Just, like, click on the programs and see what they say. Like it's a program. If you don't see it in your taskbar, then it's not running. At the bottom with your Internet Explorer or whatever you're using and your other shit. Like if it's not the little blue icons aren't open, then it's not running. Okay, so you've got one running. So click on that blue one. It's the blue and the white one. You should have two of them. Find out which one is running. Okay, so your Realm D is currently offline, so that's why you can't connect. So double click your Realm D process and try and run that. See if there's some sort of issue. Yeah, see what it says. Tell me what it says, because chances are your Realm D didn't build correctly either. Or your database didn't. Really though, we should have been reading, I should have just said this, everybody here should have been reading through the wiki as you waited, because then everybody would have known hours ago what they needed to do as the next steps. Yeah, we're probably going to have to if it's just crashing as you try and open it. It's probably missing migrations. Farah, open up your command prompt and we're going to... Yeah, let's see. No, it's running. Yeah, it's running fine. Okay, so set your realm list to 127. It should be what I posted earlier. Try and set it to that. Yeah, and then try and connect. Wait, I'm dumb. We might actually need to set that to localhost for the realms list. I can't remember though. Okay, can you try and boot up your client? Let me know what happens. Yeah, try and launch it. Yeah, we might actually need to use localhost :8085. If that doesn't work, we're going to do this. If that one doesn't work, but test it first. Yeah, both should work, but there could always be some weird shit happening. Is it stuck on connecting? If it's stuck on connecting, then it didn't work. Tell me what your Realm D process says when you're trying to connect. If it's even receiving the connecting. Holy fuck. What the hell? Yeah, they're all stuck on connecting. I don't know what's going on. let me get all this shit built myself so I can just fucking run it and see what's going on. Just 1 second. No, we don't need to be opening PowerShell. Why? I don't know why we have to be doing all this. Just following the guide step by step works. I've done it on 7 machines this year. We're having issues because nobody is looking at the guide. They're expecting me to like handhold them, and I'd like to, but we have 3 different people who are on 3 different steps, and everybody's got 3 different setups. So it's very difficult to do all of that at once. We're gonna need to find out why we can't get connected to the server. We have everything all installed, all set up. These 3 people all had issues running the same migrations that I ran without an issue. It would be a lot better if we could just get everybody to open the wiki and make sure that we followed the last portion of the steps step by step, just to make sure that we have all the migrations run. And we're going to check over the migration list and compare them, but there shouldn't be an issue because the servers are built and they're running. They're not crashing. So it's an IP. It's definitely an IP issue. There's definitely some sorcery though that we can do. No, you're definitely right, Zug. No, you're definitely right. Can we just do localhost? Yeah, just try it without that. Yeah, so we're all listening. Yeah, just try and set it to the basic. His is listening fine. Just do what Bertalia said though. Set realm list to that. See if we can get connected. No, you don't need to change anything in Heidi. Should just be all set to the defaults there. Trice, that should be max. Game build min should be 0 and game build max should be 5875. You could have them both 0, but max should be 5875. Yeah, let's worry about getting connected right now. Can we go ahead and set our realm list to what Bertalion said and try and connect? No, we don't need to be worrying about Heidi right now. Heidi should be all set. Let's try and get connected though. Yeah, that's the problem though. We tried that already. We tried just a local host. It wasn't working. Oh, he's right though about the 8085. That's the wrong port. We're supposed to use 3724, but that's not necessary, or it shouldn't be. Make sure our config file's all set. Yeah, I don't want to go through all that effort. That's too much. Plax, what is the error with your realm migration not applying to your database? Did you rebuild the realm database like we said? What is the error saying? The error shouldn't be there. 1 second. Okay, so you're missing something. You're missing something. Here, run this. Realm D. Okay, don't close the program yet. Don't click anything, Farah. Can you tab out and see what Realm D is saying? Because chances are it's gotten the same problem. There. I'm just going to make this super simple. I'm just going to export this database, and it's going to be way easier than doing all this shit. Give me 1 second. Okay, yeah, see what it says. Okay, guys, I'm posting a file here. Plax and Farah, you're going to both want to grab this. If your Realm D is crashing, you're going to need this. 1 second. Yep, same error. Okay. I just uploaded this file. Click the download thing and download it to wherever the fuck your download folder is. Plax and Farah, download this, and once you've downloaded it, let me know. Take note of where you downloaded it, because we're going to need it. Okay. And you're going to click on your realmd database in your SQL browser. You're going to right-click it and hit drop. And it's going to ask drop database realmd. Warning, you'll lose all objects. That's fine. Just hit OK. And then after we've dropped that, we're going to go all the way back to the top, back to our schema name, and we're going to right click it and create new database. And we're going to name the database realmd, and then we're going to leave the default collation. And then once we've created the database once more, we're going to left click on realmd, and it should be empty. And then we're going to go up to File and Run SQL File. And we're going to go to where we downloaded that SQL file from me just now. It should be in your downloads or wherever you have that. Where am I going? Where did I save this? Oh, yeah. And you're just going to run that file, that realmd SQL script. Just run it against your realmd. And that should generate the correct structure for your database. And once that's done, you can click the refresh button and you should see everything populated. And make sure your realmd is closed while you're doing this. And let me know when that's all done. Yeah, you're going to have to do this as well, Trice. Yes. Yeah, you run that against realmd. You don't need to unzip. That's just an SQL script. You don't need to unzip it. You're just going to open it. Do as I said. You select your realmd table, and you're going to want to run that against realmd. Make sure you're doing all of this in Heidi. Again, like I said, you're going to want to do this in Heidi. Yep, the whole run SQL file thing, correct. And try and follow along as we're going through the steps here. Open up your HeidiSQL, select the realmd database, And if you haven't dropped it and recreated it, let me know so we can go back through the process again. But please, if you ever are behind, you have to just type in chat so that I'm not going 20 minutes ahead and then having to backtrack through all of this again. We're going to keep the ball rolling here. So once you get to your HeidiSQL, select your realm database, and we're going to go through. Okay, is it populated at all? Are there any tables present? Or did you already drop and recreate it? If not, no worries. We're going to drop it. So select your realm D table, your database, right click it, hit drop. Okay, don't worry about that right now, Farah. We're going step by step, so follow along and don't get too distracted. Right click realm D, drop database, get rid of it all. A-okay. Once you've done that, let me know. Okay, now go all the way back up to the top to your schema name, right click it, create new database. And we're going to name it realm D, and just leave the rest default, and okay. Yep, realm D. And then we're going to click it to highlight it. We're going to go up to File. We're going to run SQL file. And we're going to run that realm D script that I just posted, that you downloaded. And it should run. It'll have, and if we refresh, we'll see it's populated all of the tables. And Plax and Trice, I'm assuming that both of you have regenerated this, so. Excellent. Okay. Now we can go ahead and launch our realm D process once more, and it should have the correct database structure. So let's go ahead and open up our VMaNGOS folder, and we're going to double click our realm D process. And actually, I think I just discovered the reason why it ain't working too. Now that we've got our realm D set up correctly, you should be prompted by Windows Security Alert. No, don't. Okay, 1 second. Let's make sure that everything's closed. If you want to close your MaNGOS should be running. Don't close your MaNGOS. Okay, you should only have one running right now, and it should be MaNGOS. And then you're going to want to run realm D. And if y'all look, I ran my realm D for the first time, and what do I get? I get Windows Security Alert. And it's asking, do I want to allow this program through the firewall? I have to allow access, because otherwise I will not be able to connect to the server. It's in your VMaNGOS folder, the main directory that we've been working in for the whole time. So just locate that. Clients doesn't exist. What the fuck? 1 second. Oh my god, why? 1 second. 1 second, people. Yeah, that's not making any sense, but we're going to figure that out. Okay, so this is the allowed clients table. I don't know why this didn't get ported. Give me a second. What the fuck? Okay, 1 second. Okay, I'm uploading a new script. This one should include the correct tables. I don't know why the last one didn't. That didn't make any sense, but whatever. Alright, here's the new script. We're going to do the exact same process. We're going to right-click the realm D table, or database, sorry. We're going to drop the realm D database. We're going to create a new realm D database. And then that new script, we're going to run that. Select realm D, run SQL file. And there we go. That should work. And again, Zug, thank you very much for the help and assistance. You too, Britannia. Help get all this sorted out. Yep, we're going to drop realm D again. We're going to recreate the realm D table, and we're going to run that new script on it. I'm going to go smoke while y'all do that real quick. Just same process. We're just recreating the realm D table. That new script should have all the correct tables. I'm sorry, realm D database. I keep saying table. I'll be right back. I need smoke. Excellent. Yep. And now that you've got all that set up, you should be able to run your realm D process again. Excellent. Yeah, try and fire up your realm D and set your realm list to 127.0.0.1 and try and connect. Your VMaNGOS process should still be running. You should see, obviously, the two blue icons, the realm D and the VMaNGOS. What, the program? Why is not letting you double click? Is it saying something? Okay, so it's crashing. Oh man. One second. Yep, mine's crashing too. You run it command prompt. No valid realm specified. Oh, duh. Okay, we're dumb. We have to recreate our realm. list in the file, so it's running fine. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. So recreate, yeah, your realm list entry. Select your realm D database, select the realm list table, right click to insert row, ID 1, name test, that's all you gotta do, and just click away or down up to save, or click post. Set your realm builds if they're not set to 5875. You can set your game build max to 5875. And then you should be able to boot up your realm D. And my apologies there. Forgot that we had wiped that entry. Yep, and mine's running completely fine. And I'm actually going to set my VMaNGOS and get that booted up. Yep, go to HeidiSQL. Yep, HeidiSQL, your realm D database that we were just working with. You're going to select your realm list table and go up to the data tab. You can see where I've got it open. And this should be blank for you. You're going to right click and insert new row. Yep, right click and insert row. And set the ID to 1, the name to whatever you want. Then go all the way to the end and make sure that the realm builds are correct. It should say 5875 at least for realm build max, or realm builds and game build max. Trice, were you able to connect? You'll need to do the same thing and add the realm. No, Farah, we're going through the same process. Just look at my screen. Okay, cool, Plex. So, Plex, open up your VMaNGOS console and just make sure that you account create and create the account. Yeah, excellent. Farah, pay attention to my screen. I click on my realm D database. I double click my realm list table. I go up to the data tab. I have a blank field. You should have a blank field. You right click, insert row. Bam! You got a new row. And you fill that out with what you need to fill it out with. Plex, looks like you're all set up. Just make sure that you have the correct login information. You create your account in the VMaNGOS console. Just type in account, create, and then your username and your password. And that's what you use to log into your server. You'll need to do that once more because we wiped. Farah, what do you mean it's not working? Did you not get that row created that we just showed you? Beautiful. Trice is there. Okay, Farah, open up HeidiSQL. We're going to go through this process one more time, but I want you, please, pay attention to my screen because we need to get this. This is the last step. We're at the last step here. This is the very last step. Open up HeidiSQL. Select your realm D database. Okay? Select realm D database. That's fine. Just listen to what I'm saying. HeidiSQL. Select realm D database. The table that we just recreated multiple times. Are you there? Where I'm at? Why are we posting screenshots? You're literally just opening up Heidi, the program we've been working with for the last 4 hours, and you're selecting the realm D database. If it's not there, then let me know. We'll recreate it again. We just recreated it 3 times. Just open up Heidi, select realm D database on the left-hand side. Yep. You're gonna select that. So okay, we didn't rebuild. Hit update. You have to hit the update button at the top. That's why. That little green circle one. Click that. That'll refresh. Yeah, there you go. you have to update. Sorry, I'm not trying to yell, and I'm not trying to sound frustrated. I just want to make sure that we're following the steps. Don't worry, we're right at the end here. This is the home stretch. Nope. You click on Realm D and then Realm List. Well, you can't see the login password or bars because you have to select the English and then hit Select Realm, Suggest Realm. Plax is online. Plax is in. Farah. So you select the Realm D database, and you're going to select the Realm List table, and then, yeah, insert the row. And it's just got to be ID 1, realm name, whatever, and then the last couple of columns you want to set to 5875. If you look at my screen, you'll see it. Hey. It was a process, but we got the hard part out of the way. We got the server running, so you've got your own VMaNGOS emulator going. And I'm going to show you how to set your GM commands, GM account. Let's just get Farah connected first so we can get all set up. To reset your Mangos D, just give it a second. Let's get Farah online here. But to do that, you can either do it in-game with a GM account or through your console. We're going to get you set up with a GM account first, and then we're going to do it directly. Yeah, that should be excellent, Farah. Make sure that those are saved by hitting the post button on the top, or doing the down up thing like I showed you. Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't need to anymore. And then set your realm list to what I had posted earlier, what Britannia posted. 0 does. And make sure your Realm D process is running. Fire up your Realm D process, and your Mangos D process should be running. Yeah, so go to your Mangos or your VMaNGOS folder and double click Realm D, That should start it up. Excellent. I should be able to connect. You're going to need to create an account. So click on your VMaNGOS D process and type the same thing that I showed you earlier. Account, create with your username and your password. Again, change username and password in that statement to whatever you want your username and your password to be. Those are just examples. Yep, you have to do it again because we wiped the Realm database. Yeah, that's what we wiped out, was all the account stuff when we updated it. It's fine if it's not all together. Trice. We're gonna deal with that in a second, don't worry. Nope, you have two programs that are your server. You have the Realm D process, which is your login server, and your VMaNGOS D process, which is your game server. You're going to type in that account creation command into your VMaNGOS D process, the game server. So simply type that, and you'll see the command says successful, your account was created with the username. And then Trice. Even if you can't see the text on the console, it's fine. Just hit enter, and it should create a new line and reset it. Excellent. Now, just fire up your client. You should be good to go. Yeah, boot up your client. You should be able to connect. As long as your realm list is correct. Nice. Easy clap, boys. Told you we'd do it. Hehehe. Congratulations on joining the 1% of the 1% who have actually fucking bothered with this shit. It's so simple. Exactly. It's easy as making pie. $12. Exactly 12 hours, correct. But we did it. And this is how I do everything on Wallcraft. I will literally sit down and I won't stop until it's done. So if it takes 2 or 3 days straight, well, it's going to take 2 or 3 days straight, but it's going to get done. It's exactly what we call that, 12-hour short dev session. And I'm actually going to go fucking play some Dota, get some dinner, and pass the fuck out. 'Cause this has been a long day. I don't like working on Sunday, so I'm not even going to do calendar tomorrow. Just gonna relax and do it Monday. Oh, I don't. Red Bull. Can of Red Bull. Obviously, before we go, we're going to want to make sure Farrah's connected. And then I'm going to show you how to get your account set up with GM commands. And then I'm going to show you how to shut down your server properly. So just let me know when you're connected, Farrah. I just do calendar on the weekends. Calendar is just, it's a really small server. It's not much to work on, but it's going to take like 2 months every weekend doing. Easy clap. Easy clap. And then hit accept and set your realm, create your character. Once you have your character created, we're going to show you how to set it up with GM account commands. So try and get that, just make a Fair Photoshop that. Just make a character, whatever, and then we're gonna show you how to set up GM commands. Good fucking job, lads. I'm proud of y'all. This is the first step in a horrible existence, but I'm happy to put you on that path. Your suffering brings me joy. Alright, to set up GM commands, let's all just take a moment. Farah, once you've logged into the game server, let me know. Then we'll move. It's fine. It'll take a while, it's fine. You should disable all add-ons, though. That'll definitely help you speed up the login process. But don't worry about that right now. Worry about that on your own time. Easy clap indeed. Alright. Now that everybody should be connected, let me know. We're going to close out our game clients, and we're going to set our accounts up with GM access. And then we're going to shut down our server and reboot it. So exit out your clients, and let me know when you're at your VMaNGOS directory. Is everybody back at their VMaNGOS directory? Okay, close out your clients. And first off, what we're going to do is we're going to click on our MaNGOS process. So you can see I've got, it's actually the Wallcraft test server right here. So open up your MaNGOS process that we're running, your server, and we're going to type in the same place where we type the account creation commands. We're going to type account set GM level 6, and then you're going to type your username and your password, just like that. So let me type that out in chat. Set GM 6 username. And whatever your username and your password was, or I'm sorry, you don't need the password, it's username twice. Let me edit that. Or is it even username? It might just be username once, I can't remember. Let me check actually. Oh, never mind, I was wrong. Here's the correct syntax. That's the correct syntax. Account set GM level username and then 6. 6 is the max level that you can obtain in game. 7 is console, 6 is admin. So that's basically everything that you'll need. And you're going to type that in the console, and the console should say you change security level of account whatever to 6. Okay, and Trice and Farah. Okay, so you've established yourself as a GM account, meaning you'll be able to issue commands through the game itself. Instead of doing it through the VMaNGOS console, you can just do it directly in game. In order to issue commands in game, you have to type a period first, but it's the same command syntax. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to show you how to shut down your server safely. We've registered our account as GM level.